Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Sound. Assembly Chamber. 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 Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
At the commencement of our proceedings, let us be still. The first item on the order paper is member statements. Again, if members wish to be called to make a statement, do so by rising in their place, and you'll have 3 minutes to make the statement. There will be no interventions, nor indeed will there be any points of order taken until this item is finished. I call Padraig de Largy.
Speaking this morning on behalf of classroom assistants, and I've met with many classroom assistants across my constituency. I've now met with actually over 1,000 classroom assistants between Derry and across the board, and what we're hearing repeatedly is the need for fair pay, for fair conditions and for fair contracts. So I want classroom assistants to know today that Sinn Féin have your back on this issue, that we will continue to fight for your pay, that we will continue to stand up for fair contracts, for fair conditions and for fair pay for your job. So in terms of the pay, what we've heard from classroom assistants is that many of them are leaving the job because the wage does not reflect the demands of the job and the responsibilities that they have. For the classroom assistants that we spoke to, over 20% of them had a part-time job just to try and make ends meet. That is not acceptable for people who are the backbone of our schools and who are playing such a vital role in our children's education. In terms of conditions and contracts, it's imperative that this is looked at, and I implore the Education Minister to do this immediately, because what we are seeing is classroom assistants each and every year who are leaving this profession because the wage does not keep up with what they're doing, and that they are not being treated fairly in terms of their conditions. It's not acceptable for anyone to find out in August whether or not they have a job in September, and this touches under the broader piece around special educational needs and around the provisions which we need to put in place for our children, because classroom assistants are having their contracts changed, moved, they're going from 27 hours maybe down to 10 or 15 hours. That isn't acceptable in any other workplace. We wouldn't be sitting here as an assembly and accepting that, so we need to give this the proper priority that it deserves and look at that immediately. In terms of conditions, we want classroom assistants to be treated properly within their schools, to be treated properly by the Education Authority and by the Department of Education. So I'm looking forward to working with the Minister and the Committee to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I rise to bring attention again to the Chamber in relation to the significant job losses that are facing my constituency in Enniskillen. Nearly a month ago, BT Group announced that they were considering the closure of their Enniskillen site. And to say it was mixed messaging from BT is an understatement. On one hand, they advised BTEE employees contracted to their site that they were considering closing the site, yet were pains to say that no decision has been made. So which is it? And quite rightly, employees are asking such questions today. This bombshell left 300 employees worried sick. Around many kitchen tables in my constituency, big decisions on their daily lives are being made, and they're considering whether to accept the package that BT is offering or to wait it out. BT's reputation in my constituency has been damaged, and I'm disappointed that to date BT have failed to meet with local MLAs to discuss the issue. Instead, last week they issued another extension to the package, and they said that they would meet MLAs on the 19th of April. That's some 70 days since the initial announcement was made. I've had hundreds of emails and calls from concerned local hard-working people who are employees of BT and are not sure where to turn. A few weeks ago there was a public meeting, and last night there was a second meeting organised by the Communications Workers Union, and unfortunately because of business in the Chamber and meetings at Stormont I was unable to make it. However, I know the strength of feeling that there is in Fermanagh right now. These are not just 300 people and 300 jobs. This will have a knock-on impact on our coffee shops, our clothes shops, our restaurants in Enniskillen and across Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Our local economy will be decimated as one of our biggest employers has their eyes set on their own profits. Unlike urban centres, we do not have the luxury of global competitors coming in like a knight on a white horse to provide employment for these workers. So today I repeat my call for everybody in this chamber and the Executive, the Economy Minister, to prioritise this issue and work together to apply pressure and ensure that these jobs are saved and kept in Enniskillen. Thank you.
This week is Facial Palsy Awareness Week. Facial palsy is a poorly understood condition, sadly characterised by misdiagnosis and delay in accessing treatment. It has wide-ranging impacts on those living with the condition, both physical and at times profoundly psychological. Facial paralysis is sadly often assumed to be only a temporary problem which will pass, and patients, and disproportionately that would apply to women, are left at times for months without even referrals being made, let alone treatment being received. A recent Facial Palsy UK survey found that only 1 in 10 facial palsy patients felt that their GP understood the impact of their condition. And in Northern Ireland, we have no facial palsy service. We have no pathway for these patients, and I have no doubt if a similar survey was carried out just here, we would not be achieving even close to that 1 in 10 figure. It's been a privilege for me over the last number of years to work with patient activist Janet Robb on this issue. She has been campaigning since 2017 to deliver a pathway for patients living with facial palsy. And by June 2019, I was privileged to be in a meeting with Janet and Health and Social Care Board officials at that time, who gave assurances that a pathway would be delivered for Northern Ireland, and, crucially, that an interim in-reach service would be provided to ensure that these patients received treatment while they waited for a proper service here in Northern Ireland. Here in 2024, work has stopped and started, and these promises have not been delivered upon. We urgently need a pathway leading to a multidisciplinary team across physiotherapy, neurology, ENT, psychology and surgery when required. The Health Minister must deliver on assurances previously given. And I know that work is ongoing in the department, and there is a small team of officials who are working hard on this, but this must be expedited and it must be properly resourced. It is no longer acceptable for facial palsy patients to sit on waiting lists across multiple clinical disciplines and then, when eventually seen, to be dealt with by a doctor who is not an expert in their condition. Each one of us in this chamber will have conditions who are impacted by this little understood condition. For some, the facial palsy will be temporary and will pass, but for many it will be lifelong and debilitating. So I would urge every member in this chamber to learn more in Facial Palsy Week about the condition and its impacts, and to act on behalf of your constituents to help deliver progress. And I call again on the Health Minister to prioritise delivery of a pathway for patients and an in-reach service with clinical experts while this is developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been watching with interest the campaign on our TV screens in regards to the victims and witnesses at Charter, and it brought me back to an incident with one of my own staff who witnessed an attempted abduction of a young woman and had the courage for her to come forward to the police in regards to that. But her experience following giving that evidence hasn't been as good as it should be. So I just wanted to sort of delve into the figures of what happens to our victims and witnesses once a crime takes place. So whilst encouraging that 77% of victims and witnesses report being provided with the name and the address of an officer in charge of the case, just one-third, 41% of victims and 24% of witnesses are officially informed about the progress of their case within 1 month of giving a statement to the police. Almost 1/5 of victims and witnesses wait over 6 months for official update. Shockingly, 11% report receiving no official communication whatsoever. There is a serious decline in the proportion of witnesses reporting that they were kept informed by the criminal justice system, plummeting from 68% to 58%. Equally troubling is the revelation that a significant number of witnesses were unaware of the sentences that were handed out to the perpetrator. In 2022-2023, only 73% of victims overall knew the sentence, with a lower percentage of witnesses. While satisfaction rates within the service, such as adult witness service or young witness service, are relatively high, 60% overall, it is crucial to recognise that these figures from NISR, victims and witness experience of the Northern Ireland criminal justice system, for some explained reason, do not include victims and witnesses of domestic abuse and sexual crimes. Incredible. This is a glaring omission, considering the heightened vulnerability and unique challenges faced by these individuals. It is time to confront this glaring disparity head-on. Victims and witnesses, regardless of the nature of the crime, deserve to be heard and supported throughout the legal process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justin McNulty.
Last week I attended a remarkable event in Newry, Women's Aid Armagh Downs Be the Change conference. Some of the contributions and testimonials at that important conference were harrowing, stomach-churning, informative, frightening and inspirational. I've reflected almost continuously on that conference since I attended, and the feelings of angst have ebbed into feelings of inspiration. A belief that those people and families who have endured trauma and come out the other side are not victims, they are survivors, and in many cases, champions, moving through pain to positivity. I think particularly of a number of families in my own constituency and beyond when I say that. Collie and Ethna Bell, parents who tragically lost their son Kevin in a hit-and-run accident in New York when he was just 26 years old. Did Colin and Ethna go to pieces? I'd say probably. Who amongst us wouldn't? But they also set their minds into honouring their son's memory, They founded the Kevin Bale Repatriation Trust, which has repatriated the remains of around 2,000 people back home to their families. Colleen and Ethna Bell have focused all their hurt and heartbreak on lifting weight off the shoulders of families enduring the same trauma as them. Noel and Bernadette McNally, Brendan, Declan and Niall. After the brutal murder of their daughter and sister Natalie and unborn grandchild, Noel, Bernadette and their family now stand as advocates and champions for the protection of women and girls. They travel the length and breadth of this country, sharing their story and sparking inspiration in others, fighting to end men's violence against women. I actually heard them speaking at the Women's Aid Conference in Newry last week. I was mesmerised at the power of Noel's speech to hundreds of delegates. Noel said at the conference, "Some people say you learn to live with the pain, but the pain never gets any easier." The McNallen family, Brendan, RAP, Bridget, Donald, Fergus. After tragically losing their son and brother to sudden adult death syndrome, the McNallen family set up the Cormac Trust. The mission of the Trust was to raise awareness of sudden cardiac deaths in young people, to promote cardiac screening of young people, and to provide automated external defibrillators for all sports clubs for the use of the entire community. Again, channeling their hurt and heartbreak into saving others and families from going through the same trauma as them. Seamus McCabe, following the death of his son Seamus, who tragically died at age 20, Seamus McCabe established PIPS Hope and Support. Since that time, PIPS has evolved and emerged as the leading suicide prevention and counselling service in the Southern Trust. Seamus has also been instrumental in the development of the Crisis Cafe, the first of its kind in the North, a place to go for people who need help to cope with their mental or emotional distress. Moving from trauma to post-traumatic growth has been extraordinary for these families, and I commend them. And just when the moment is darkest, when things seem darkest, come into the dawn, and then comes the light. Thank you,
I wish to raise the issue of mental health support in our emergency departments. So the community navigators are probably better known as the pink T-shirts, a service which is based in the Royal Victoria Hospital Emergency Department. And they've been working there from December 2021. And this is a service provided by the Ashton Community Trust and Start 360 in Belfast. And they work in conjunction with accident and emergency nurses, doctors, consultants, the mental health liaison team, and supporting individuals. They really are the de-escalation service for people who come into crisis. And when assessed, they're referred on for either a medical intervention or they're referred on for additional mental health and support. Yesterday, when during question time, the Minister was asked about a lot of community and voluntary groups, but as well as those based within different trusts in health and social care, about what happens after the 31st of March. So if this project and other projects of their ilk are not continued after 31st of March, I can tell you from the staff in accident and emergency, as well as the families and the individuals who've been supported through this service, that it will be much more difficult if this funding and this partnership not only is not continued but expanded. Ideally, I would like to see it expanded to Mater Hospital in North Belfast as well. In the context of the Protect Life to Suicide Prevention Strategy, and within the Car Before You Leave, and all the other services that are there to protect people at their most vulnerable, are partnerships. I also recognise that the funding for our health and social care staff, and indeed the workforce planning, is not where it should be. In fact, it's quite poor. And we've heard about the impact of COVID, but these challenges were there prior to COVID and now are exacerbated as a result of it. So it is imperative that the Ashton Community Trust and Start 360 and the Mental Health Navigators, along with the Belfast Trust, get this additional funding to continue it. And I would appeal to the Minister and the SPPG group to make sure that not only this project but other projects are continued after 31st of March. Gormila Mogov.
Paul Shamble, Holland.
And I rise with dismay at the decision that's been made by the Communities Minister not to put forward an extension to the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension to provisions relating to local authority meetings that allowed hybrid meetings in our local councils, while simultaneously not putting forward or preempting the consultation to lay any standalone legislation. At the committee on the 22nd of February, we agreed to approve the recommendation of extensions to this Assembly, whilst the Minister was considering going forward with stand-alone legislation, only to have this extension pulled with no notice. I myself have benefited many times from this legislation as a local councillor before I came to this place. My second son was born in 2019, was 5 months old when the pandemic hit. I found it much easier to balance my full engagement in council meetings whilst juggling a young baby and a toddler. When my father was ill, I was able to dial into meetings from his home, and on one occasion with headphones from his hospital room while he slept. As someone living in a rural community, I was able to choose when there was weather warnings to stay at home and dial into committee meetings. At no point was I a less effective councillor because I was engaging online. I spoke with councillors last night who have caring responsibilities, who are really worried about the lack of consultation on this. I spoke with a councillor who has a neurodivergent condition, who knows when it's on the agenda, if there's an urgent oral update, it's better for them to stay at home with their noise cancelling headphones on so they can concentrate on what's being said without any written papers in front of them and without any distractions. At a time when we should be encouraging more people from disenfranchised communities to be engaging in our political system, I think we're effectively putting a barrier in the way of those with caring responsibilities, with young families, with conditions or illnesses, and those who live in rural communities. This decision was communicated to council chief execs on Friday night. Some councillors were told on Monday, getting less than 48 hours to put in place alternative arrangements to be present in the chamber for all meetings in March. Shows little consideration to those who have those caring responsibilities or legitimate reasons for requesting a hybrid alternative. And I have great respect for the Minister for Communities, and I'm really looking forward to working with him and seeing what he can achieve in this mandate. But with due respect, I think this is a wrong decision, and I think that this will only further alienate those whose voices we need to hear more of in local government.
Colin Dillon.
Orlia, thank you. And I'd like to associate myself with the remarks made by Sean Mulholland. But I rise today to speak on behalf of all of those women and young girls in the north who are suffering with endometriosis during this endometriosis month. And in the words of one woman, Anne Donnelly from Donaghmore, she said what is happening is unforgivable, and she's right, because she's been left completely debilitated at 43 years of age. She had to retire from her teaching job. She may well end up in a wheelchair because she's waited so long on treatment. She waited for many years on diagnosis, like so many other young women and girls, and all down to the fact that there are not services, there is not the understanding, there is late diagnosis and extreme delayed treatment. Waiting lists for women and girls with endometriosis are among some of the longest in the north, and it is just yet another indication of the neglect of women here and their health needs. It's also a neglect of the trust in women knowing their own bodies, knowing what is wrong with them. So people think that endometriosis is only a gynecological problem, but it is also neurological, and that is what affects people's mobility and is resulting in women and girls ending up in wheelchairs, ending up not living the full life that they could live if they were diagnosed on time, if they were treated on time. This would not be acceptable if somebody had cancer. If someone went to the doctor and said, I think I might have cancer, this would not be acceptable. That would limit their life, it would limit their chances in life. So does endometriosis. And we can't continue in the vein in which we have. There needs to be serious focus on this. We need the Minister to take it seriously, we need the Department to take it seriously. And I know that there is some work ongoing, but it needs to be sped up, and we need to have focused teams, we need to have protected services in terms of the diagnosis, but also in terms of the surgical procedures, because they're happening much too late, which makes them much less effective. This affects people's kidneys, their bowels, obviously all of their gynecological issues, but people don't know about the other issues. They don't know about the impact on your bowels, they don't know about the impact on your kidneys, they don't know about the impact on your mobility. So I would ask that our department, that our Minister, that our trusts look at this do some more work about raising the awareness around it for a start. Again, this is not just the Health Minister, this is cross-departmental. We need to see something in our education system that teaches young women and girls about their bodies and about that extremely painful periods are not normal. That is not normal, and you should not have to suffer that every month. There is something not right. It needs to be looked at, it needs to be treated, it needs to be diagnosed.
Call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Last week in our High Court we had a very significant judgment. I refer to the striking down of a key part of the Legacy Act. Where the constitutional significance of that arises is in the reasons why the High Court took that decision. And they took it because of the Court's acknowledgement of the supremacy of the protocol in our law. This wasn't the striking down of some statutory instrument or even some act of this House. This was the striking down of an act of Parliament. The fact that it was struck down because of the primacy of the protocol is of immense constitutional significance and brings home to those of us who care about the subservience of the United Kingdom in respect of Northern Ireland to EU law. It also, of course, very dramatically debunked the fake news of Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who told us when he did his dud deal that Northern Ireland's place had been wholly restored within the United Kingdom, and he accepted what was in the command paper when it affirmed that the Windsor Framework applied only to trade. Well, the High Court has clearly demonstrated that far from only applying to trade, it applies to all these constitutional issues. Why? Because under Article 2 of the Protocol or Windsor Framework, the Northern Ireland, alone within the United Kingdom, is retained under the control of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, and in consequence of that, rights which were offended within that by the Legacy Act are incompatible with it, and therefore those portions of the Act were struck down. That is a colossal constitutional assault upon the integrity and the independence of the United Kingdom, and of course, more particularly, and we will see it again in the Roundabout, of the very special and diminished place that Northern Ireland has been put within the United Kingdom by virtue of the fact that it is the supremacy of EU law, not British law, which rules in these matters.
I'm called Nicola Brogan.
Concorla, I'm speaking here this morning to put in record my continued support for the Struil Shared Education Campus in Omagh, and to thank the principals of the 6 local schools that are connected to this campus for their ongoing work and determination in ensuring that this project is completed. Myself, party colleagues and a wide range of other representatives attended a very useful information night on Thursday evening regarding the Struil project. We heard from the principals and from people representatives from Sacred Heart College, Omagh High School, Omagh CBS, Omagh Academy, Loretto and Arvely Special School. The event was particularly interesting because it focused on the educational benefits of the shared campus for the children and young people of Omagh and for the education workforce in the town. We heard directly from young people who form part of the Struil School Council. They shared with us their experiences of being part of this shared council and how much they have learned from each other and how beneficial the Struil campus will be for young people in the area. Unfortunately, though, for most of these pupils who we spoke with, they will have left school before the Struil campus is fully complete, but they are still very enthusiastic about the good that can come from shared education. Thursday evening's event was very kindly hosted by the principal of Arvely Special School, Mr. Johnny Gray, Arvalee is the only school that's actually on the Stroul campus site at present. It's also the only special needs school that is part of a shared education project at all. Mr Gray is very passionate about the opportunity of equity that shared education can bring for all of our children and young people, and it's really vitally important that our children with additional needs are part of that as well. The coming together of schools, including special learners, gives those children and young people who are at risk of being excluded by society a rightful presence and a voice in education. Stroul is unique, and the value of this potential is beyond money. So I have invited the Education Minister to Omagh to visit both the Stroul campus and to visit Arvalee. So I hope that he'll be able to join us and support the campus.
Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In light of the positive news received recently from the Irish Government that they plan to contribute €600 million to the A5 North West Corridor through the Shared Island Initiative, I wanted to make clear the continued need for investment in road safety improvements for the A1. Like the A5, the A1 is a vital north-south transport route, carrying around 40,000 vehicles per day on the economic corridor between Belfast and Dublin, yet it remains one of the most dangerous roads in the country, with 41 people losing their lives on this road in the last 17 years. I want to pay particular tribute to Monica Heaney of campaign group A1, How Many Must Die, who has been tirelessly campaigning for these improvements since her son was tragically killed in a collision near Banbridge in May 2018. And whilst the A1 Phase 2 junction scheme will improve travel time on this key route, its primary benefit, much like the A5, will be enhancing road safety and preventing further loss of life, and should rightly be prioritised within the Department for Infrastructure's Major Roads programme. The investment secured for the A5 is a reminder to this House, now restored, to redouble our efforts to secure adequate funding for the A1 junction scheme, which, estimated at €70 million in 2020, pales in comparison to more substantial schemes. Every day this road represents an unacceptable risk to life, and I would call on the Minister for Infrastructure to prioritise this scheme within his department's capital budget, given its clear importance for road safety, and explore ways of working with our partners in the South to secure funding for it.
That concludes member statements. Philip Brett has sought leave to present a public petition. In accordance with Standing Order 22, the member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise not only on behalf of the people of North Belfast but across Northern Ireland to highlight our deep concern at the proposed reduction in vital services for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. Although I am extremely proud, Mr Speaker, that the Children's Hospice is based in my constituency of North Belfast, its work, impact and fondness is felt far beyond those confines. I know the whole House, and indeed the whole community across Northern Ireland, felt a deep sense of shock at the proposed reduction in these vital services. The petition that I launched 10 days ago has afforded the public the opportunity to express their clear rejection of these proposals, and many of whom share my concern that currently government only provide 30% of direct costs incurred by the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. I have been blown away by the support and solidarity shown by the people of Northern Ireland to this petition, securing over 1,500 names in just the space of 10 days. I want to put on record, Mr Speaker, my thanks to the Finance Minister, who last week put on record in this House that she would welcome a bid from the Health Minister to fund the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. I also want to put on record my thanks to the Deputy First Minister for her leadership on this issue. I know that her presence here today will make an important contribution as we move forward. Mr Speaker, I can think of no cause more worthy than the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice, and I want to thank each and every person in every community and in every section of our country who signed this petition. I want to thank the families and campaigners who brought this issue to the fore, and I want to thank the professionalism of our staff in our hospices on a day and daily basis who continue to deliver an amazing service. Mr Speaker, just 3 weeks ago I made my maiden speech in this House to say that the test of this House would not be upon our simple return, but on our ability to deliver for the most vulnerable in our society. And I think I can speak for the whole House in saying that the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice perfectly encapsulates that. This is our opportunity for this House to prove its worth, and this is our opportunity to stand together to deliver for Northern Ireland. I trust this petition will be the catalyst to ensure we deliver the funding model that we all want to see, and I call on the Health Minister to urgently bring forward that bid so this House can deliver for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I invite the member to approach the table to present this petition. Forward this to the Minister of Health and send a copy to the committee. The next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Robbie Butler replace Mr John Stewart as a member of the Committee on Procedures, and that Mr John Stewart replace Mr Robbie Butler as a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you. I call John Stewart to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper in the name of John Stewart and Tom Elliott be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I received notification from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. I remind the Assembly of the Convention that members wishing to ask a question should be in the chamber to hear the Minister's statement in its entirety. Before I call the Minister, I also remind members that they must be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement regarding my decision on how Northern Ireland will deal with XL Bully breed type dogs. I, like all members of this House, am acutely aware of the devastating impact that can arise when dogs become out of control. Sadly, as we have seen across the UK and Ireland in recent months, the devastation is multiplied when the dogs involved are large and powerful. Only last month we learned of another tragic death in Essex attributed to an XL Bully breed type dog. The Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs recently highlighted that actions taken in England and Wales against the breed were done so following a concerning rise in fatal dog attacks involving the XL Bully breed type. It indicated that up until 2021 there were around 3 fatalities per year, and that there have been 23 from 2021 to the 1st of February 2024. And that the XL Bully breed type was involved in many of these tragic attacks. In response to the measures against the breed introduced in England, the Scottish Government has also now felt it necessary to take action for the purposes of public safety. Mr Speaker, there are countless genuine bully breed enthusiasts who look after their dog with boundless love and dedication. But unfortunately, the development of these dogs has sometimes suffered at the hands of the wrong types of owners, and dogs bred to have exaggerated features or to be overtly aggressive. Their sheer size, strength and aggression can, in some instances, make them inherently more dangerous. Breeds of this size and nature require careful, experience and dedicated training by owners who understand their characteristics and temperament. Unfortunately, in some instances, XL Bully breed type dogs are seen as a status dog. Their size and stature can be heralded and sought after by entirely the wrong sort of dog owner. They can be used to intimidate, enforce and project an image for the person holding the lead. No responsible dog owner would let their dog be the subject of a range of ear mutilations, as we have seen with several XL Bully breed type dogs. These dogs have also been a high-priced commodity, fetching tens of thousands of pounds, leaving the breed more vulnerable to improper breeding, as well as being bred for illegal fighting. In short, in the wrong hands, they are abused as a commodity, a tool, or even a weapon. Again, let me repeat, I acknowledge there is many genuine XL Billy breed enthusiasts who look after their dog with boundless love and dedication. I want to be crystal clear on this point. However, I am also conscious of the public safety risk and that Northern Ireland is the only place across the UK and Ireland that still permits unrestricted XL Billy ownership. I have to determine quite rapidly if this remains a sustainable position. As Minister, I have to juggle competing priorities and work out how best to protect the public, how best to protect the interest of dog owners, the welfare of the dogs themselves, and how to make a decision that is proportionate and based on the best possible evidence. It has quickly become clear that there was no perfect solution to this problem. My officials and I have met with animal welfare organisations to hear their views on this matter and the approach taken elsewhere to deal with dangerous dogs. I appreciate that the deed, not breed approach advocated. Welfare groups and umbrella bodies like the Dog Control Coalition have made their case passionately. I have nothing but admiration for the dedication and commitment these organisations demonstrate to safeguarding animals. Mr. Speaker, I too have made clear that I want to protect animals and enhance animal welfare. Let no one be in any doubt that I am on the same page as these valued stakeholders. Taking action now to safeguard the public against the risks posed by XL Billy breed type should be viewed as complementary and additional to our dog control policies rather than instead of or at odds with them. But when it comes to dog control, I also have an onus to ensure public safety and act when there is a need. As Minister with responsibility for this area, I must balance the needs and concerns of all our citizens. I have read the letters that have come across my desk and I have responded to questions raised by members of this House. It is evident there is public worry about XL Billy dogs in Northern Ireland and the potential harm they could do. When I assumed this role, I knew I would have difficult or potentially unpopular decisions to make. I will not shirk that responsibility. Therefore, I task my officials with keeping track of the number of licensed XL Billy breed type dogs in Northern Ireland on a weekly basis. In the 5 months since the announcement of measures in England and Wales to restrict ownership, measures that were then replicated in Scotland, there has been greater than a 50% increase in the number of XL Billy breed type dogs licensed by our councils. Mr. Speaker, I should make it clear that when dog owners license their dog with the council, the breed is self-declared and not subject to further scrutiny. I know just how much people here love and value their dogs, and I am in no doubt that the overwhelming majority of owners license their dogs properly and record the breed to their best of ability. But it has not escaped me that the number of XL Billy breed type dogs in Northern Ireland could very well be underreported. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I cannot rule out that the significant uplift in XL Billy dogs finding a home here is due to displacement from England, Scotland and Wales. I understand that well-intentioned individuals and organisations have expressed a desire to rehome these dogs, which they feel may be otherwise be abandoned. However, there is no way of determining if these dogs have been appropriately trained, socialised, or demonstrated aggressive behaviours in the past. I do not wish to scaremonger. I will remain grounded in the facts. The overall population of these dogs remains low, especially when compared to other parts of the UK. However, I am conscious of our own capacity in Northern Ireland to receive unwanted dogs, nor do I want to expose the public to an exacerbated level of risk. I have been advised that there are 140 XL Billy dogs licensed right now, up from around 90 last October. Therefore, it is time to act, whilst numbers remain manageable and we can, in the main, track where these dogs are. I want to reassure members of this House and the people of Northern Ireland that I have not rushed into a decision. I have carefully considered all aspects and have not taken this decision lightly. I am also aware that I cannot delay acting any further. Northern Ireland has sadly not been immune to attacks by XL bully breed type dogs. Many will be aware of the very public case in the Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon District Council area, where a man suffered life-changing injuries at the hands of one of these dogs. Mr. Speaker, none of us want to hear about another attack like that. Public safety of the people of Northern Ireland is my utmost concern. So today, I'm announcing the introduction of new safeguards surrounding XL bully breed type dogs in Northern Ireland. I will lay legislation before this House which will mean that the owners of XL bully breed type dogs will be required to take measures when their dog is in public. I will introduce a scheme which will require owners to appropriately record and account for their dog with the relevant authorities. Owners will be required to keep their dog on the lead at all times in a public place and ensure that the dog is muzzled. Their XL bully breed type dog will also be neutered and breeding from these dogs will be prohibited. I also want to advise that once this legislation is made, it will no longer be permissible to sell an XL bully breed type dog, to abandon an XL bully breed type dog, or give away an XL bully breed type dog. Mr. Speaker, my department will provide further detail on these safeguards in due course and the dates when they will come into effect. Following my announcement today, I will be writing to the Northern Ireland Local Government Association, with my officials writing to all local councils to inform them of my decision. I recognise this decision will have a definitive impact on the dog warden service. I would like to use the expertise and experience of our councils and their dog wardens in particular, who are well versed in the right and proper ways to deal with dangerous dogs and dog control measures. So, with that in mind, I intend to establish a working group containing representatives from my department and key council staff to design and implement an exemption scheme which is straightforward as the legislation can permit. But let me reassure the owners and advocates of the XL bully breed type dogs. I am committed to providing you with the right information, and I am committed to providing you with the necessary space to make informed decisions about your dog ownership. However, if the owner of the XL bully breed type dog does not wish to adhere to these measures and no longer wishes to keep their dog, provision will be made to surrender that dog and their dog will be euthanised. No owner will be forced to give their dog up or made to hand over their dog. I am giving the owners of XL bully breed type dogs the ability to be responsible and compassionate owners, of which I know many are. I am offering them a pathway to enduring and lasting ownership of their valued dog. Only the owners of the dogs will determine what happens. My officials will now work at pace on the necessary legislation, as well as the scheme to register and record XL bully breed type dogs. Given my announcement today, I would urge prospective owners of XL bully breed type dogs to seriously bear in mind the need to adhere to the new safeguards. This is an appeal to those people. If you're minded to acquire an XL bully breed type dog and currently do not own one, you need to know that the laws and your obligations will change. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a thirst for more information. My department will develop guidance and practical support to allow owners to understand the impending legislative changes, including how to identify an XL bully breed type dog using the standard developed by the UK Government. I realise, Mr. Speaker, there will be dog owners and stakeholders within our community who feel I have valued their views less than others. That is not the case. Longer term, I have a desire to explore the possibility of meaningful reform to our dog control laws in close cooperation with key stakeholders, in the sector. I am acutely aware of the calls to deal with the deed, not the breed, and criticism of breed-specific legislation. But I'm left as Minister with the situation as it presents itself with the legislation as currently available in the context of public safety risks. I would ask that those people listening to me today who wish to shape the future, please work with me to enhance our legislation and put in place initiatives that eradicate the irresponsible practices and ownership which have created the conditions which I am now trying to put right. I am, however, faced with the situation and the reality of today. Safeguarding measures must be implemented for the safety and the protection of the public. Thank you.
Call Patsy Midlone.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement. The general theme of what the Minister is proposing here does require quite a bit of supervision and monitoring, and I see that you have mentioned, Minister, the role and function of dog wardens at Council. Inevitably, that will be increased role and function for those dog wardens in terms of enforcement, monitoring and the likes. Will additional resources be provided to those councils in order to effect that monitoring and enforcement? Thank you.
I thank the member for his questions. My officials will be engaging with councils in the weeks ahead to plan for the operational delivery of this. I do acknowledge that it will involve additional work for local councils, and my department will be engaging with the councils in the weeks ahead through the working group so we can advance the development of this scheme. I'm conscious of the financial pressures associated with district councils, and what will be key in terms of what my department can achieve over the time ahead in terms of working with the councils and what they can do, but also general animal welfare issues, is the budget settlement I receive for the next financial year. And I think it's absolutely critical that I outline that, because the budget I receive next year will be instrumental in terms of determining what more we can do as a House and as a government around animal welfare. Thank you.
Declan McAleer.
Just picking up on the theme of Mr Malone there, the department obviously ceased the £1.25 million funding last year for animal welfare from local councils. Would this be something that the Minister might want to review?
Minister.
I'm very aware of that issue upon inheriting the department and the budget challenges that the Permanent Secretary was managing within in year. Something I'm quite keen to do is to look to see how we can invest in animal welfare and how we can work with district councils to support them. But the most fundamental is as much money I am awarded as a department for the next financial year, and that will determine the way forward. I recognise this decision will provide challenges for many. It's provided challenges for myself in terms of taking the decision, but most importantly, it will provide challenges for the rehoming centres, for the stakeholders, and also for district councils. And I'm keen to do whatever I can within the budget I have for next year to support them.
Michelle McElveen.
Statement, and generally I wouldn't be personally in favour of a blanket ban of breeds. I think it's too easy to blame the dog rather than the owner. I certainly have sympathy for those who are responsible dog owners. But can I ask the Minister what discussions he or his officials have had with the Housing Executive and other social landlords in respect of this proposed legislation, and how this may impact on tenants who are XL bully owners?
Minister.
I thank the member for a question. As part of the work in the time ahead, we will be engaging with relevant stakeholders, including the ones you outline in relation to this, because I'm aware that the road ahead in terms of implementation will need to engage with different stakeholders in society, so I look forward to continuing that engagement with the people you outline.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I have no doubt, Mr Speaker, the Minister will have given this matter the most serious of consideration. Can I ask the Minister if he would be willing to come to a meeting of the Assembly All-Party Group on Animal Welfare to discuss the proposals he has outlined today, as well as other related animal welfare matters?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would be delighted to attend a meeting of the All-Party Group, and it's important that myself as Minister do engage with the relevant all-party groups, but also stakeholders and then statutory bodies, as has been outlined by Member McElveen. I think it's important to state, and I'll put it again on the record here, that I am not taking this decision in isolation. It is my strong desire that we bring animal welfare legislation not just up to speed, because we've fallen behind compared to the rest of the UK and Ireland, but we become an exemplar to others. Realistically, to enact primary legislation will take approximately 18 months. So I'm with the situation that presents itself now, but it's my desire within this mandate is that we bring animal welfare legislation up to speed and we become a role model for others across the UK and Ireland. And I'm looking forward to engaging with the all-party group to see how we can achieve that, because converting policy proposals into legislation can be a challenge, and that's something I'm looking forward to that discussion around that.
Alan Chambers.
I certainly commend the Minister for his prompt response and bringing forward these thoughts on legislation, and I acknowledge the fact that he says there's no perfect solution. But the legislation all talks about measures that are going to be taken when these dogs are in the public setting. But we'll have to acknowledge that the death in Essex was actually a living room setting. So I'm wondering, has the Minister given any consideration to how he might protect families of owners of these dogs in the home setting? Thank you.
Nicola Brogan, or Minister.
I thank the member for his question. He's right in saying that there's no perfect solution in relation to this, and these measures are largely dealing with in the public setting rather than the home. And that's what talks to the point I outlined earlier in terms of the legislation we have at the moment. I'm sitting here as Minister. This is week 5 of the job. I have the tools presented to me in terms of legislation. That's all I have access to. So what I'm doing is working with what I've got at the moment. I do have a desire to look at legislation in the longer term to see how we can actually be fit for purpose around this. I would say that the stories, we're all aware of the stories in terms of not just the fatalities, but people who have had life-changing injuries as a result of this. And this causes me real apprehension and concern. And I honestly did not feel as Minister that I could take no decision in relation to this or take no action because I couldn't live with myself with that.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, this breed of XL bully type dog isn't specifically banned in the south of Ireland, but instead it falls under a list of restricted breeds. Can the Minister tell me if he has liaised with his colleague Heather Humphreys on this matter and what his assessment is of the approach of the Southern Government on this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have engaged with Minister Humphreys this morning, and I think this is an example where we need to be able to get the north-south institutions up and running, and we need to be working north-south, east-west in relation to these matters, and the fact that these institutions didn't sit for 2 years has set us back in relation to that. The legislation in the south is different than the north, and they have a provision for restricted dogs lists, and as part of that then restricted dogs must be muzzled and also must be on a strong leash or chain not exceeding 2 metres in length and must be handled by a competent person over 16 years of age. I'm aware that Minister Humphreys announced at the end of last year to undertake a review in relation to this and also a crease in relation to the fines. So it's something that's under active consideration as part of that. And this is an issue. It's not just unique to Northern Ireland. Some of the research I've done in recent days that this is a global issue in terms of the challenges to governments across Europe and beyond.
William Irwin.
Can I welcome a statement from the Minister today? In England and Wales, third-party liability insurance is required along with an age restriction to own or walk an XL bully dog. Does the Minister plan to introduce these measures as part of the legislation being brought forward?
Minister.
So there will be a requirement to obtain public liability insurance as part of these requirements, and I would say in terms of the figures and in terms of the rollout of the scheme in England and Wales, I understand that there's been an application for 56,000 exemption certificates, but only 300 people have given up their animals, so it gives a context in terms of how that scheme's going. And I would reiterate the point which Alan Chambers outlined. There was no perfect solution available for me in relation to this, so all I'm doing is using what's available to me now.
Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and he has clearly articulated the need to balance public safety with animal welfare. Can I ask the Minister how this statement relates to his wider agenda for updating animal welfare legislation and policy in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I have been engaging with the officials over the last 4 weeks about a range of areas, but including in relation to animal welfare and also this matter. I'm engaging with the officials later this week, again, in relation to the priorities in terms of policy and legislation around this area. I have a desire to use secondary legislation and primary legislation to update our animal welfare provisions in Northern Ireland, and I think it's important that I set that out as a key priority for me, and this statement today does not distract from that. I would say that as Minister I have balanced and also I believe have put at the forefront the issue of public safety and animal welfare in making this decision, because it's not lost upon me that a number of owners, not all, and I think it's important to say that there is many responsible owners of XL bully breed type dogs, and it's important I state that, but it's also not lost upon me that I have seen examples of where people have acquired the dog and frankly abused the dog for their own self-gratification and reflection of power, and I think that is a disgrace that anyone would use an animal for their own gratification and their own desire to have control within their local community, and we need to call time on that.
Deborah Erskine.
I thank the Minister for his statement today. Of course, the issue just isn't in relation to attacks to people. In the rural areas, such as my own constituency, we've seen attacks on livestock as well, which destroys farmers' livelihood, and that's just not in relation to XL bully dogs. So will the Minister commit to dealing with this issue overall and create more powers for our local councils in relation to dealing with this issue and to protect farmers' livelihoods?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. She's right in stating that. There's probably two aspects to your question. One has been the attacks upon other dogs, and I know one of the members in this House brought to me concerns in relation to another dog which was killed by an XL bully breed type dog whilst the person was out walking the dog, and that caused real trauma for the family associated with that. But the other issue is in terms of livestock worrying, and it was on BBC Radio Ulster's Countryside programme at the weekend in terms of concerns around that and the impact that that can have upon the farming business and upon those livestock, and it's something I'm quite keen to explore with officials, what more we can do to deal with this issue, because obviously there's enforcement powers, but also there's education issues as well in terms of farms that are closer to urban areas and people not understanding the need to ensure that their dog is kept under control. So it is something I'm concerned about, and I would thank the programme at the weekend on the radio to highlight these issues.
Robbie Butler.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement, but the Minister will also understand that there will be many responsible owners quite concerned this morning. And in regard to the definition of an XL bully dog, could he give a clearer definition of what will constitute that? Because there will be other bulldog owners that aren't XL bullies that will be seriously concerned this morning.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. So as I outlined in the statement, we'll be seeking to use the definition which has been adopted by the UK Government. There was a working group set up by DEFRA around that. I acknowledge this will cause concern, and for people that I'm making an announcement and bringing in enhanced restrictions associated with that. I would ask people to give us time so we can publish guidance in relation to this and give clarification around that, because our desire is to do that. But this is not a decision I've rushed into, and I'm very conscious, as you said, there is very many responsible owners, and let's be clear that the overwhelming majority of owners this will not cause a problem to, because there will be a road towards applying for an exemption certificate associated with that, and we'll be able to ensure that those dogs will continue to be loved and cared for, but also safeguarding the public.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister, for coming to the House today with this statement. I think you have clearly outlined how you have balanced public safety and animal welfare in this decision. I was very concerned to learn of the XL bully attack recently in Northern Ireland, where someone sustained life-changing injuries. Could you please outline if you considered any other options before announcing this decision today?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, Mr. Speaker. I did look through many different options, and particularly in relation to the legislation that's presented to us. I looked at what flexibilities would be associated with that, whether, for example, if the owner decided that they didn't wish to apply for an exemption certificate, what options other than euthanasia would exist associated with that, and whether, for example, we could give assistance in terms of rehoming associated with that. That wasn't possible, so I do honestly and genuinely feel to the House today, I say that I fully explored all options that are available to me in relation to this, and the decision that I've announced today to me was the only viable option for me to proceed with. I know it will cause apprehension and concern, not just to the owners of the dogs concerned, but also in terms of stakeholders. I get that, I fully appreciate that, but all I would ask is that I have made this decision in full cognizance of the facts and the need to take a decision on this matter, and really, frankly, to say that I took this job not because I thought it was easy, but because I knew it was hard.
Paul Fruit.
Minister, you talk about the going to design and implement an exemption scheme. What is the exemption scheme designed to do? And also, what's the difference between a register and the licence itself?
Thank the member for his question. So the exemption scheme will be that the individual the owner will apply for a certificate of exemption, and as part of that there will be a number of conditions associated with that. So the animal will need to be neutered, will need to be kept on a leash and muzzled in public. There will also need to be public liability insurance. The animal must be kept in secure conditions. We also inform authorities of any change of address, and also then there's the wider requirements in terms of not selling, exchanging or giving away the animal. Just also to outline in terms of the licensing scheme that we have in Northern Ireland, we're rather unique that we continue to have that scheme for dogs in Northern Ireland. I think that's a good thing. Other parts of the UK don't have that, but there obviously is a risk that not everyone does license their dog associated with that, and hopefully today is an opportunity to continue to remind people of the requirement to license for the dog. If I can, also in terms of the certificate of exemption, some queries may arise about how much would that cost. We obviously have to set a price associated with that. We would not intend to generate a profit associated with the cost of that. The fee that is charged in England is £92.40, but we want to work genuinely with district councils in relation to the rollout, because primarily it is themselves that will be the administration of this scheme. So hopefully that answers the member's question.
John Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement, and also agree that the overwhelming majority of dog owners are responsible. Minister, do you foresee a significant increase in the amount of XL bully dogs coming here to Northern Ireland from GB before legislation is put in place? And what engagement have you had with the RSPCA and USPCA, who are opposed to the ban, and to alleviate the concerns they have and further understand the message they're putting out? Thank you.
Minister.
No problem. So just in terms of engagement with the RSPCA and USPCA, I spoke to the USPCA before I made the statement. I'm very conscious that they don't agree with my position in relation to that, and I'm very aware of that. But what I have to do as Minister is take decisions in the round in terms of conscious of public safety around that. I've made my desire to continue to engage with the USPCA and other organisations in the time ahead, so we can shape much better and fit for purpose legislation around animal welfare, and that's a genuine desire to do that. And I understand the genuine position that they come from and what they advocate for, and that is a genuinely held position which I have a lot of respect for. In terms of additional XL bully breed type dogs coming to Northern Ireland, I think that the decision here today is sending out a clear message that there will be restrictions come in place in Northern Ireland in the time ahead, and I think that's important I do that. I think if I left it any longer, the level of risk in terms of more animals coming to Northern Ireland would be extremely increased. So I think the decision I've reached today hopefully provides a clear message and a deterrence associated with that, that if anyone is thinking of coming to Northern Ireland with the dog, that there also will be enhanced restrictions in place to safeguard the welfare of the animal, but also public safety.
Jim Allister.
The Minister will be aware that in England there is a live judicial review of the measures taken there. How far has what has emerged in that informed the Minister's approach? And when he refers to legislation in this statement, I take it he's referring to secondary legislation, and will that be by negative or affirmative resolution, and what's the timeline?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I'm very conscious of the judicial review and the issues associated with that, and I've taken cognizance of that. I've also taken cognizance of the public safety risk and the need to act swiftly in relation to this. In terms of legislation, it will be 2 negative SRs, and the desire would be that we would delay the first one in April or May, and then the second one, which will cover the compensation scheme thereafter, and have the scheme operational in summer of this year.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, and apologies to the Minister for not being in at the start of his statement. The Minister will be aware that the majority of domestic animals have the potential to be dangerous if they get into the hands of the wrong owners. So therefore, what efforts can the department take to ensure that we do not gaslight particular breeds, but rather run out of town dangerous and irresponsible dog and other breed owners?
I thank the member for his question. I do not seek to gaslight any breeds. What I seek to do is be driven by the evidence and about safeguarding the public around this. There is a wider message which applies in terms of people's responsibility as dog owners to ensure that they're sure their dog is kept under control and the public is remained safe. And that's the message I send here today, that this is not unique to just one breed. There is a wider issue here. But also I would say that the overwhelming majority of dog owners are responsible, they're caring, and they're considerate for other people. And I think that's the message we need to send very clearly from this. Whatever funding my department receives over the time ahead will allow us to do the education work as you're outlining in terms of responsible ownership, and I think it's quite key that we focus upon that, because anything we do as government should always be focused upon raising awareness around issues such as this.
Cara Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement. And Minister, I'm mindful that this statement may lead to the need for additional resource for councils and dog wardens. Currently in my own council area, dog wardens finish at 4 p.m. throughout the week and are not available on weekends. Does this concern the Minister, and is this something he will discuss with local councils in the coming weeks? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. It is something I will continue to engage with district councils. I'm aware of the financial challenges that both they and my department face in relation to this, and it's quite key that we find a way forward in relation to this matter.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement. His brave statement, which not only goes against the recommendation of USPCA but also against his own stated party policy. I recognise that's not an easy position to take. Has the Minister given any thought at this early stage to what penalties might face those in breach of his proposed legislation?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question and for his detailed understanding in terms of Alliance Party policy. I do not agree that it is in contravention to Alliance Party policy. When you take up ministerial office, your first and foremost duty is to safeguard the public and not play party politics with things like this. There is penalties laid out in the legislation, and I hope we don't have to resort to those.
That concludes questions on the statement. If members will take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the order paper is a motion to making school uniforms more affordable. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
This Assembly notes the findings of the 2023 Irish League of Credit Union survey on back-to-school costs, which shows that 41% of parents in this jurisdiction go into debt due to back-to-school costs, which is the largest expense for parents being school uniforms, is deeply concerned that the high cost of school uniforms is a source of financial stress for many families, recognises that the support provided through the uniform grant locally is the lowest in these islands, believes that the benefits of school uniforms are at risk of being undermined by unaffordable costs, calls on the Minister of Education to make school uniforms more affordable by introducing statutory guidance requiring schools to have competitive tendering processes, to remove the use of unnecessary branded items and to permit the use of cheaper high street alternatives, and further calls on the Minister to conclude the review into eligibility criteria for and consider an increase in the school uniform grant.
Call on Pat Sheehan to move the motion.
In the last few weeks of summer, every summer I suppose, hard-pressed...
So, Pat, can you beg to move?
Beg to move. Come on,
thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Pat, will you please open the motion?
I suppose in the last few weeks of every summer, hard-pressed parents already struggling with a cost of living crisis faced further financial hardship trying to afford back-to-school costs. In its annual school cost survey, the Irish League of Credit Unions found that 20% of parents say they sacrifice spending on food to cover the costs of their children going back to school. The survey also found that uniforms are the single biggest expense for parents during the school year, followed by lunches and then transport. Research from the Parent Engagement Group in the summer of 2022 found the average cost of a post-primary school uniform in the north was £378. And that's probably quite a conservative estimate. I know Save the Children would say that it is much more expensive than that. And with inflation over the last 18 months or so, parents will face a significant increase in the cost of a uniform that will have a considerable impact on household budgets and family life. In fact, I listened to a single parent on the radio this morning who has 2 children in post-primary education, and she said it costs around £1,000 each year to put uniforms on their backs. The means tested uniform grant available from the Education Authority amounts to £87.60 for under 15s and £93.60 for over 15s, a fraction of the average cost for post-primary students' uniforms. And this falls well below the uniform grants that are available to parents of post-primary school children in other jurisdictions in these islands. The upshot is that families who are already suffering most as a consequence of the cost of living crisis will be most impacted by back-to-school costs. Currently, individual school boards of governors set their school's uniform policy. However, in many instances, they choose to ignore guidance from the Education Department in regard to uniforms. Indeed, in some cases, boards of governors have included items on their uniform lists that are totally unnecessary. Some boards of governors direct parents to use a single supplier of uniforms, which means parents don't have the opportunity of competitive pricing, leaving no choice of purchasing cheaper alternatives in the high street. Moreover, some schools, particularly but not exclusively in the grammar sector, insist on branded PE clothing. And this not only adds additional expense, but also acts as a barrier to some young people attending particular schools, because parents know the cost of uniforms and PE gear would be beyond their reach. Schools should be adopting a uniform policy that aims to make uniforms as affordable as possible and avoids expensive add-ons. In Spain, for example, the default position is that schools are discouraged from having uniforms at all, and the vast majority of schools go along with that. However, others do prefer to have a uniform policy, and that is acceptable. Importantly, though, where schools do opt for uniforms, those uniforms must be generic and available on the high street. And some schools are also very inflexible on the issue of uniforms. We hear often of children being sent home because they didn't have a particular item of the uniform, or they were wearing the wrong type of clothing that they're supposed to wear. I remember when my own son was at school, at post-primary school, and he walked to school every day, there and back, probably a journey of about 1.5 miles. And I bought for him a pair of pure black trainers, not any of the big brand names, but they were, of course, more comfortable for walking. And in my view, didn't in any way contradict what I saw as the uniform policy. But he was sent home one day because he hadn't got what the school referred to as a proper pair of shoes. And of course, a proper pair of shoes would have been much more uncomfortable for him in his journey to and from school. But at the end of the day, I had to go and buy a pair of dress shoes for him. And the most concerning aspect of all of this is that it is those families who can least afford the cost of school uniforms who are most disproportionately affected by the expense. And it's not just families who are on benefits, because often when we have discussions about the affordability of uniforms or school meals or anything like that, people presume we're talking about people who are on benefits. And actually, it's the people who are on low incomes, who are just above the threshold of the eligibility criteria, who really feel the pressure, especially if they have more than one child in post-primary school. So it's time to stop placing a financial burden on those who can least afford it. It's time the barriers that prevent some children accessing certain schools are removed. No child should ever be denied access to a school because his or her parents can't afford the uniform. It's time for the Minister to take action. I commend this motion, and we'll also be supporting the Alliance Amendment.
Okay, thank you. And I call on Nick Matheson to move the amendment. Okay. Thank you. You have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Alliance is pleased to support the motion today, but we hope that our amendment that I will set out will help to further tackle extortionate uniform costs, can also be accepted by the House today. I'm delighted to see the motion being debated today. We all know, and I think all of us in our constituencies know, just how many families are suffering as a result of the ever-rising costs of school uniforms. And every August we have the media cycle that covers this issue, and we hear genuinely heartbreaking stories of families getting into debt, sometimes having to skip meals to meet the cost of their child's school uniform, which for many post-primaries can run into the hundreds of pounds. So I therefore welcome we're having this debate now, that we're having this debate in March. We're not having it as we look at a cliff edge in September. And this issue really can't be allowed to make another appearance again in the summer and then go away for another year. I think we've been round that cycle for too long. We need to listen to our parents and guardians, and we need to act as soon as possible to get this issue under control. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank in particular Naomi McBurney from Save the Children for all of the hard work that she has undertaken in relation to this issue. The roundtable event that many members here today attended back in November in the Long Gallery provided a very stark insight into the harm that is caused by uncapped school uniform costs, the harm that it visits on families every year, And I would also note that the previous work that Pat Sheehan has referenced through the Parental Engagement Group and the research they had carried out on this issue. Data from the Save the Children survey across Northern Ireland tells us that in 2023, 6 in 10 families struggled to cover the cost of school uniforms and PE kits. And an astonishing 73% of low-income families surveyed said that they found the purchasing of school uniform costs and PE kits financially challenging, and 49% of middle-income families reporting the same issues. Another worrying figure which emerged from this survey was that 1 in 10 parents said that their child had missed out on school due to issues relating to school uniform or PE kits. So the cost of school uniforms, the cost of PE kits is in fact preventing children from accessing their right to education, and this cannot be allowed to continue. And within that same survey, respondents told us of having to use credit cards, of having to incur debt, borrowing money from family, or relying upon grandparents on an annual basis to cover the costs of uniforms and PE kits, and spending on food, energy and fuel often being reduced to meet the cost. And that's to meet the cost of something that is a right for that child to attend school, and also a legal duty for that parent to send them. That can't be acceptable. And many of those polled spoke in their personal comments in the survey about the dread and the stress and the worry they feel each year as they think about buying new uniforms and their children starting school in September. Those are not words that should be associated with your child's journey through the education system. And for many, the impact is felt over several months as they deal with mounting debt that they then have to bear the burden over the course of the year. After the issue of PE kits, which have been raised as a particular problem, branded items being insisted upon in uniform policies, blazers and shoes are cited as the next most challenging items to purchase, and those polled felt that across the board there was not enough being done by school boards of governors in their policies to keep the cost down. And we know that the school uniform grant here is significantly less than what is available in other parts of the UK. And parents polled who were eligible for the grant saying that it is never enough due to those uncapped costs of uniforms being so high. Save the Children shared a particular heartbreaking story about a single parent who had always struggled paying for the cost of uniforms. And she received a grant, but that grant didn't actually cover the cost of the uniform. So she then ended up in a scenario where she was borrowing money and incurring further debt, and eventually had to request her parents step in to clear that debt for her to get her finances back onto a stable footing. That's somebody who's receiving the grant that's meant to support parents with the cost. The ParentKind 2023 National Parent Survey for Northern Ireland found that nearly 1 in 3 parents say that they are struggling with the cost overall of sending their child to school. Parents in Northern Ireland in particular have higher levels of concern about these costs compared to any other jurisdiction in the UK. And parents surveyed here in that survey cited school uniforms as the primary concern in relation to costs that they experience. Thinking about this issue, I have been lucky enough to meet with a number of children and young people over the last year or so to discuss their ideas and concerns when it comes to school uniforms, and I would want to just thank the youth panel for the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People and for the Secondary School Students' Union for their engagement with me on this issue. And whilst almost without exception, the children did agree that the concept of wearing a uniform had some merit as an equalising force within schools, concerns were repeatedly raised that it further embedded socio-economic divides that they were already highly conscious of in their schools. And older students remarked that they were acutely aware of the impact of the high costs of uniforms and PE kits on their parents and the impact that that had on family life. Students should not be bearing the stress of the financial strain their parents are facing to just enable them to attend school. Again, it's not acceptable. The expense of starting secondary school has been repeatedly highlighted to me by students, with those tighter uniform requirements and the branded items really coming to the fore. Pupils were highlighting that in some sixth form settings, costs rise again. Specialised blazers for sixth forms, specialised blazers if you achieve being appointed a prefect. Again, a further cost on a uniform when you might have a perfectly good-fitting blazer available from the previous year. And it has been noted that uniforms do help to promote equality among pupils and take away that pressure to fit in with how you dress every day. But it's disappointing to me that that pressure that might be passed to a pupil if they were having to wear something other than a uniform every day is now passed on as a financial pressure to the parent. So our amendment seeks to implement a price cap on total school uniform costs. Ideally, we would like to see that set independently, and a body could be established that would be responsible for setting the affordable cap each year. This cap would be the maximum amount that any Board of Governors could require a parent or guardian to pay for their child's school uniform. And we would hope that it would be possible, possibly on a phased basis, but as soon as possible, that the school uniform grant would align and be fixed at the same amount as that school uniform cap, meaning that those most in need would receive financial assistance that covers the actual cost of the uniform, not a gesture towards that cost. This measure, we believe, would ensure that meaningful steps are taken to drive down costs. We don't believe that words and aspirations are going to be enough any longer, because regrettably Boards of Governors have not complied with the guidance in many instances, and the learning from England unfortunately suggests that the statutory guidance that was introduced in that jurisdiction has not been complied with either, and that students are facing the same cost, families are facing the same pressures. So I do welcome the motion's call on the Minister of Education to conclude the review into eligibility for the school uniform grant, and I would urge the Minister to act as soon as possible to publish the results from this review to ensure that families, as many families as possible, can benefit from an enhanced grant for this September. And whilst we support the motion and its call to introduce statutory guidance, I do hope that this debate will draw out some of the failures around the system in England to actually deliver. The cost of school uniform is an issue we have been seeing for years. It is only going to get worse as the cost of living crisis continues to impact family finances. So I would urge all members across this House to support our amendment today to demonstrate that we're serious about tackling the issue, which is having a harmful impact on families across Northern Ireland every year. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A school uniform will form a key part of the childhood of most, if not all of us here, part of our earliest and I hope for most our fondest and happiest days. They're symbolic of a shared experience between ourselves, our friends and our classmates in our formative years, often people from different backgrounds, types of family and varying incomes. For many of us, any other child was a friend to talk to play with, and I don't say it naively, and I don't presume it's the experience of all, but I do think for the most part children at our schools don't analyse their classmates through a lens of social class or parental income as immediately or as instinctively as many of us who are older do. That's a good thing, and I think it is at least in part down to a uniform. On that basis, I'm glad the wording of the motion implicitly recognises the value of a school uniform as a leveller and as something that should promote togetherness, unity and pride in their school and their shared experience. It is a positive part of our school days, and yet there is clearly and increasingly an issue with the cost of school uniforms. It is why I suspect every party in this chamber had something to say on it during the previous election, and it is why it's come to the floor of this House so soon after our re-establishment. The motion is right to warn that the very reasons that we support the use of uniforms risk being undermined where the cost of those uniforms becomes exorbitant. If through excessive use of branding or exclusive trader arrangements, a uniform itself becomes an indication of who has and who has not, then the uniform accentuates elitism and social hierarchy rather than curbing it. It becomes a source of anxiety and not of pride. That is not only unacceptable to us, it violates the fundamental reason for having them at all. I don't think any school wants to add significantly to the financial burden or anxiety of parents, nor would they seek to make a child feel excluded. The vast majority will and do adhere to guidance that is already out there, sensitive to such barriers and rightly seeking to minimise them. They want to see pupils thrive. Indeed, few, if any, elements of our public sector have as much engagement with young families as our school staff at all levels. As such, they are often first to recognise and assist when a pupil is facing difficulty. In this vein, most schools have been proactive in meeting the needs of their wider school community. Awake to the challenges of the cost of living crisis, limiting branded items and facilitating pre-loved uniform shops, but we know disappointingly a minority have been less sensitive and reactive. Many of our communities, as we will have heard, have been supported by charities and community organisations. I'm aware of a number of excellent schemes in East Belfast. East Belfast Partnerships Scaffolding Project and the Craigie's Team Dot provide free pre-loved school uniforms. I'm aware of many voluntary, community and faith-based organisations helping in this way. We should thank them, yet we should not be relying on these individuals and organisations. In many ways, their existence demonstrates the need for all levels of government to do more. It is something the DUP has argued for. We previously urged the Westminster Government to act to extend the zero rate and to consider a cap. The Minister, early in his tenure, is looking at ways forward to protect parents from financial stress and enhance pupil experience and that is not overburdensome in schools. A pre-consultation exercise is taking place, and I look forward to promoting school, parental and wider community engagement with the fuller consultation later in the year. This will doubtless address some of the key issues that we've already heard about today. In terms of the uniform grants, an uplift is a sensible and desirable option to consider. However, last week this House debated SEND provision. We're all aware of the need for more funding to meet the challenges there, and it's a familiar retort, but these initiatives all require resource. Nobody is opposed to supporting families and children in this way, least of all the Education Minister. But the place where the decision is made to deliver or not deliver is often not at his desk, but when the budget is allocated, and as ever, it is something for all parties and all ministers to consider. Parents in Northern Ireland should be able to consider schools based on educational outcomes and pastoral care, not based on whether they can afford the uniform or not, but to ensure that fundamental principle is reality is not just a role for the Minister. We all have a role to play. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call on Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise in support of the motion, and I believe we will be supporting the amendment. We have a couple of things to probably be teased out in regard to it. I'd just like to register an interest as a Board of Governor, also as a parent who will be in the process of purchasing uniforms over this next few years, and also as a someone who a long time ago was a young person who actually felt the effects. So these effects are not new. For over 40 years, unfortunately, or probably longer, and Mr Sheehan's case, possibly even feeling the impacts of this when he was a young person. But the truth is that every young person and every child in Northern Ireland has the right to a free education. But the evidence is clear, and the lack of accountability around the cost of school uniforms and PE kits is building a barrier to many children getting that right to free education and indeed the school of their choice, simply because their family can't afford some of the mandatory kit. And this Assembly sadly has failed thousands of children over the years by not acting sooner to tackle the rising costs of school uniforms and PE kits. And those young people deserve better from all of us. We have known it's been a problem for many years. But we've been effective and we've ineffective enough. We allowed the status quo to exist. So we can't do that anymore. The public want us to act, Mr Deputy Speaker, and families can't afford for us not to act. Growing numbers of families have a building dread every summer now. I felt it growing up. I felt it when my children were growing up. A dread when the summer holidays come to an end, and then the school bills start to stack up. And for many families, that is becoming an eye-watering moment every summer. So, for many of these families, the return to school in summer is met with a deep financial struggle that stretches them to the brink. And as Mr Sheehan had rightly pointed out, it's very often the low-paid families who struggle most. And that is something that we have allowed to get out of control. It's a situation that sadly has become dominated by expensive branded and crested items that, in many instances, are unnecessary and also, as we've heard in many reports, seem to cost more than the monthly grocery shop. And as the motion states, families are getting into debt, and recent research from Save the Children has revealed that around 1 in 10 children were missing school due to issues with school uniforms and PE kits. That isn't right, and it's not something that this Assembly should be comfortable with for any child. I've met the Department of Education previously on this, and I know the Minister has already outlined concerns about the attendance figures for many of our children. So this Assembly, along with schools, should be doing all that we can to address the barriers that exist and to ensure that financial worries around uniforms are not one of those problems. The motion calls on the Minister to make school uniforms more affordable by introducing statutory guidance requiring schools to have competitive tendering processes, to remove the use of unnecessary banded items, and to permit the use of cheaper high street alternatives. Evidence coming from England and Wales, where they have taken this action, shows that statutory guidance on its own is simply not enough. We need to grasp the nettle and consider the value and efficacy of embedding a price cap that could be decided by an independent panel. And that's something I want to see teased out more in this debate today. This will not only protect families from unreasonable demands on their finances, but it will ensure that we don't end up with a two-tiered system for those who can and those who can't afford expensive branded kits. There are some great examples, and I'm sure the Minister may well even point to them, where schools have shown it is possible to reduce costs while maintaining quality, and I would urge the Minister today to showcase those schools as models that could be followed. Mr Deputy Speaker, children have one childhood. Let's not burden them with how they dress for school. Let's allow their parents the dignity of being able to afford the cost of a school uniform and a PE kit without having to sacrifice on basic items like food and energy, or indeed get into debt. We have a real chance to make a tangible difference, to put money back in the pockets of the families, and we need to act quickly. The first steps to tackling this issue don't come with a huge price tag. Yes, the current grant is much too low under the current arrangements, and schools do remain unaccountable to some extent for their decision making. But the delivery of statutory guidance with an embedded price cap won't cost millions and won't put budget pressures, so there's no excuse for stalling. And I'm just going to end on one point that isn't in my notes. I think the chair of the Education Committee raised a really good point. There are pressures on families, and I've talked about it as summer comes to an end with regard to financing school uniforms, but the vicarious passing on of that trauma to our children is also an exacerbator of ill mental health and well-being for our pupils, and this is certainly something I think and an easy one that we can make before September. So I hope to hear the Minister's response in a positive nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now call on Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and today we will be supporting the motion and the amendment, and we thank members today for bringing those forward, and I really welcome that this is being discussed, because when canvassing throughout a number of elections this has come up a significant amount of time, so I really appreciate that we're here today discussing this. We will be supporting both today, and I just recognise that in the North we continually lag behind in regards to grant support when it comes to uniforms. And if we look at our neighbours in Scotland, England and Wales, it is clear that they are on a better course than we are. In Scotland, there is £120 uniform grant at a primary school level, which rises to £150 at post-primary. In England, a flat rate of £150 per student at both primary and post-primary level. In Wales, the grant stands at £125 per primary, and for years 9 to 11, it has a significant increase to £200 in year 8, which arguably, I believe, for any parent is the most expensive when you have to buy blazers, an entire new uniform, PE kits and more.
Member Giveaway?
Yep.
Would the member agree that these examples are places where actual help and assistance is provided, and that whilst today's debate is welcome, it is just that, it is a debate, and that what we actually need to see is the Minister committing in his remarks that he's going to come back very quickly with a detailed set of recommendations so that we can actually help families?
And the member has another minute.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for his comments. Yes, I believe this is an opportunity today, hopefully for the Minister, to commit to a commitment that will ensure that families who are struggling so intensely with financial pressures will have a sense of relief, and hopefully the Minister can action that today, because at the end of the day these motions are well intentioned, they're well meaning, but without that back and without commitment from departments there's little that we can do. So I thank the member for his intervention. Moving on, if we look at the South, they get €150 for primary school students, and this increases 80% to €275 at a post-primary level, but here in the North it's pathetic, quite frankly. We furnish our primary school students with just £25, 75p, which would, given inflation, buy maybe a couple of polo shirts, which is embarrassing, frankly, for the North, and I think we can do much better. And to be frank about this, Mr Deputy Speaker, it really isn't enough. And I too would like to thank Save the Children, Action for Children and Bernardo's for continually pushing the impact of poverty experienced by children here in the north. And we know that, and I always push this figure of 1 in 10 children in the north of Ireland experience poverty. And when you go to the classroom, a place where it should be exciting and dynamic, and you have that hunger for learning, you know, children should not be showing up to classrooms experiencing food poverty, you know, nothing in their stomachs, and they certainly don't need the burden and the fear of the costs of a uniform as well. And I think that's why it's so good that we're here today and reflecting on the survey outcomes from parents. It does not take long for us to realise why this is such a significant issue with such urgency needed. The fact that the survey included has reported that 2/5 of parents in Northern Ireland have found themselves going into debt is truly shocking, deeply concerning, and I hope the Minister will agree with me that this should be a priority for the Department to alleviate that stress facing working families and all families. And I would reiterate action is needed on this as soon as possible. In our education service here in the Assembly, I note they do a fantastic job, and one of the debates that happens all the time is school uniforms or no school uniforms, and I really welcome the Chair of the Education Committee's comments there about listening to our young people, and every time I've been at one of those debates, it's always raised from the mouth of children. The negative is the cost. And that's really interesting when you think you have children in P3 and P4, intelligent and aware of the burden that can put on their family. So I think that's really important to mention here. Within the SDLP and our party policies, we want to increase the school uniform grant, make the guidance in our schools statutory like other parts across these islands, to allow more flexibility, and as previous members have mentioned, off-brand items of clothing could be used as they're often more affordable. And to make that statutory guidance include affordability and practicality from several suppliers, and a regular review of cost and suppliers, because they are just incredible cost. And I remember even as a teenager the dread you would feel when you went towards your mum or dad to ask for new clothes. So as a child yourself, you know the pressure that it's putting on your family. We're in a place now. Yep.
The member agree also in relation to branded uniforms, the additional pressure that places on young children, especially from impoverished backgrounds, where they don't feel like they're measuring up. If they can't afford, the families can't literally afford uniforms, then there's a bullying aspect to it. These young kids feel like they don't measure up, and how unfair that is to put that pressure on our young children.
I thank the member for his comment. I would wholeheartedly agree, and I recognise this is where the community has really stepped up across our communities in Northern Ireland in providing places where there's recycled clothes, and many people have given up and recycled school uniforms, and I think that that's really positive, but they shouldn't have to. You know, every child across the north wears a uniform, so we need to ensure that we're providing the grant support necessary to support each and every child, and I really take the member's point, and he's spot on. But just to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, poverty is impacting families in each and every one of our communities. We're at a stage now where families with 2 working incomes cannot afford school uniforms due to struggling with bills. A cheaper alternative should be allowed so that children can focus on education and that more money is kept in the pockets of our families here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Danny Baker.
Education is our children's passport to the future, and we have to open the door for them to walk through and not create barriers. It has been highlighted, a survey from Save the Children NI, where 1 in 10 children have missed out on school because of a uniform. That is potentially 35,000 children and young people missing school days because of the uniform. Our children deserve better. Every child and young person has a right to an education, and if cost becomes a barrier, then the system is broken. The cost of some of the school uniforms could easily match that of a designer outfit. School uniforms are supposed to be the great equalisers, levelling the playing field for young children and young people in our classroom, promoting a shared identity and equality. It seems, however, that these ideas have been lost somewhere along the way. Parents year on year are putting themselves into debt just to afford uniforms for their children, a cycle of debt that is hard to escape. Families rely on credit union loans and credit cards to buy school uniforms, with the worry and stress of repaying this debt throughout the year, only for the cycle to repeat itself in the new school year coming. To fully understand the challenges parents face, it is important that real-life stories are heard in this chamber, and I will share a story from one of my constituents. Rachel, a mother of 3, one of whom has additional needs, told me of the stress, financial pressure and outright worry that her and her husband face every year. getting their kids ready to go back to school and supporting them throughout the year. For her 2 daughters, who are in secondary school, the cost is frightening. The 2 blazers for the school requires is $270. Then comes the jumpers with a logo, shoes, skirts, shirts, ties and PE kits. All in for the girls, the cost is nearly $800. Then Rachel's son, who's in primary school, needs not only his uniform, but some additional requirements like ear defenders and sensory-friendly shoes to make it more comfortable for him in the classroom, totaling $230. All in, even before a pen or pencil is bought, before transport and lunches, this family has spent £1,000. This isn't sustainable and something has to give. Sinn Féin wants to deliver real change for our children and our families. It is clear that the uniform grant needs to be increased and expanded. It is unfair that the area with the highest deprivation across Britain and Ireland has the lowest uniform grant. We want to see this available to more families, and it should be increased to cover more costs. School uniforms need to be more generic and easier to access from more suppliers. Despite the guidance from the department that this should be the case, the price of school uniforms are still unaffordable. We have to work with schools, teachers and boards of governors to make sure that the change families, children and young people want to see is not only felt but delivered at every level of the educational system. There needs to be a legal obligation as well as support and guidance from the department to schools. And the motion today is a step in the right direction. So let's work together to make sure that Rachel's family and the many parents out there, that their voices are heard loud and clear, and most important of all, that we deliver real change to ensure every child has free and accessible education and their uniforms are affordable, because our children and our families deserve better. Go on, Margaret.
Thank you. I call on Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As a parent whose daughter started secondary school in September, I knew all too well the significant costs associated with purchasing school uniforms, and I'm delighted to see this motion and the amendment here today as we can address this issue as soon as possible and start to address the burden. The cost of uniforms can be extortionate to the point of being simply unaffordable, and this only compounds for families with multiple children. No parent should be excluded due to the cost of a school uniform. I, of course, agree the financial support of those in low-income households should be supported, continued and protected. But I would also like to highlight the plight of working families. Due to the strict criteria and the threshold, working families are continually excluded from government support. They too have been hit extremely hard by the cost of living crisis. They continue to receive no support with childcare, housing, rates, the cost of living, uniforms or lunches, but they are seeing their costs continually rise and rise, leaving them quite literally on the breadline. We need to ensure that everyone across society is supported. We've previously urged Westminster to recognise the extortionate price of uniforms and to extend the zero rate or introduce the price cap to support families and children here in Northern Ireland, and will continue to do so. There have been significant work achieved by local councils and the community, voluntary and faith sector tackling this head-on. I know within my own constituency of Mid and East Antrim, the Council's Community Plan Partnership has teamed up with the Community Advice Service to help provide parents with good quality, clean and pre-worn school uniforms at no cost. A uniform pop-up shop was also opened up in the town centre during the summer period, as well as a number of community groups and charities offering support and assistance. However, we must be realistic and recognise the societal pressures on young people and the demand this places on their parents. Children are under pressure to have the top brands to keep up to date with the latest trends, and the unfortunate truth is parents are forced into financial stress, loans and money lenders due to this constant demand. There needs to be a societal change, reducing stigma in regards to the second-hand clothes or clothes swaps, which not only reduces the financial burden, but is also far better from our environment. I believe society and views around this are significantly changing. I do have to confess, as a lover of vintage, where you can buy and sell second-hand clothes, this is becoming more and more popular, and the stigma that once was there is no longer as prevalent. But of course, this needs to continue and we all have a part to play, but this is by no means a solution. The real issue here is that in Northern Ireland, there's no legislation to address school uniform costs and the criteria. This falls to our schools to manage on a day-to-day basis. At the moment, there's guidance to the Board of Governors encouraging them to take account of affordability, but this is an enshrined in law, which presents inconsistencies across the board. The Permanent Secretary wrote to all schools in June 2023, encouraging them to take account of this guidance in relation to cost and the impact on families of expensive uniform requirements. But again, this is merely guidance. I also acknowledge that schools and their Board of Governors wish to present their school to the highest possible visual standard, and flexibility with uniforms can present as a degree of uncertainty. But the reality is the strict demand placed on parents is quite literally driving them to breaking point, putting wholly unnecessary stipulations on them and putting looks over education. There are small changes that can be made that would help address the issues presented here today. It is critical that schools should not be instructing parents to buy from one specific supplier or a certain brand, thereby giving these suppliers a monopoly over the market and the sky-high costs that come with it. Ensure that items are available off the peg from a number of retail outlets so that the school uniform does not become a barrier for children from low-income families, and reducing the number of compulsory items. Pupils should not feel stigmatised because they cannot afford all of the sometimes huge array of uniforms and sportswear items demanded by some schools, and cost should not be a prohibitive factor in deciding which school a child attends. The aim of a school uniform is to bring the school community together, help create a sense of belonging and cohesion for pupils. When the accessibility to this uniform starts to create a barrier and exclude pupils, we need to make that change. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Connie Egan.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by outlining my support for the motion and thanking those who brought forward this important issue, and I hope that the Alliance Amendment for a cap on costs will receive support across the House. Since my election nearly 2 years ago, I have been contacted by parents right across my constituency concerned about the substantial and rising costs of school uniforms. The price of school uniforms places significant and unavoidable pressures on family each year. We need to ensure that children and young people right across Northern Ireland can go to school in a uniform that is affordable for all families. As the motion rightly points out, the uniform grant often doesn't cover the cost of the bare essentials. With many families struggling with the rising cost of living, support is not reaching all who need it. Figures from the National Parent Survey 2023 support this, demonstrating that 48% of parents are concerned about the cost of sending their child to school, with 71% ranking uniforms as among their top costs. In 2022, legislation came into effect in England which gave the Secretary of State for Education powers to set statutory guidance on school uniform costs. This requires schools to keep prices down wherever possible. And whilst I hope that we will go further than this, it's yet another example of Northern Ireland falling behind, with no legislation being introduced here during that time due to the collapse of the Assembly. In 2021, the Secondary Students' Union partnered with the Parental Engagement Group to conduct research into young people's views around uniform. 71% of young people surveyed were concerned or very concerned about being disciplined for wearing incorrect uniform, while 60% were concerned or very concerned about their family being able to afford a uniform. These are young people, worried that they will be disciplined because of the financial circumstances of their families. This must change. As well as addressing the costs, I would like to see a further review of school uniforms, which would look into issues including accessibility for pupils with disabilities, inclusivity and guidance on disciplinary actions pupils face when not adhering to school uniform rules. Pupils with disabilities or special educational needs may require additional sets of clothes due to medical needs, bespoke alterations to uniform, adding Velcro to trousers, for example, or require specific items due to sensory issues. It is vital that uniform is accessible to every child attending school without exceptions being necessary. Mr. Speaker, I also think that women across the Chamber would agree that it would be completely unacceptable for guidance to be in place requiring us all to wear skirts when conducting Assembly business. I see no reason why girls and young women in schools should be treated any differently. I'm sure many of us question the practicality of our own uniforms when in school, when girls' uniforms are often being available from a limited number of stockists and being more restrictive in practical classes like drama, for example. Girls and young women should be allowed to choose to wear a skirt or trousers. It reflects the reality of the society that we live in, and for many it will be a more practical and comfortable option. All pupils should have the option to wear whatever uniform is most suitable for them, as would be the case in a workplace or further and higher education setting. Yes?
Also, remember, I totally agree with her point, but she also agreed with me that people who are gender fluid or transitioning, the school and the Board of Governors should also reflect their choice of uniform, whatever it is that they feel most comfortable in their gender or their transitioning process, to reflect that as well.
Absolutely.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. Absolutely. The choice should be there for a pupil to wear skirt or trousers, whatever they feel most comfortable in. And just to reiterate, I think pupils should have the option to wear whatever uniform is most suitable for them, as would be the case in a workplace or a further and higher education setting. And if the purpose of a uniform is practicality, equality, and to foster a sense of belonging, then it needs to be inclusive and suitable for every single pupil within a school community. Yes?
Thank you for taking the intervention, or you've taken another one. I just wanted to reference PE in particular.
Could the members sit down when the intervention's being made? Sorry, that's it. Okay, that's it. There you go.
And how that impacts girls, and the reports that we receive that the uniform that is required for a lot of girls accessing PE means that they don't participate, or indeed leads to them being excluded from PE, and that's something a review should factor in.
Absolutely. PE kits, I'm sure, is raised with all members in the chamber here, as well as the costs of branded PE kits, which have been increasing throughout the years, accessibility for girls, and to encourage women to participate, and young girls and young women to participate in sport in a school setting is extremely important. Every year we have the same conversations about the price and practicalities of uniform. I hope that this is a start of a more substantive conversation, enabling us to deliver affordable, practical and fit-for-purpose uniforms for all children and young people. Uniform that meets their needs without continuing to place an undue financial burden on families. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I didn't intend to participate in the debate, but I'm enjoying it, and I thank Mr Sheehan for proposing the motion, and I have no doubt his new hirsute look is just to disguise his extreme youth. So happy to support the motion. Just one thought, Deputy Speaker, and it is with regard to branded sports gear. And I imagine we would all agree that we want children to experience as many different sports as possible. I mean, if we think about the high-end outcome of the last draft programme for government, we had young people enjoying the best start in life. We had everybody living longer, healthier, more active lives. The point that I want to make is this. I think the only time when it's reasonable to expect a pupil to wear branded sports gear is when they're representing the school in an external event, be it a match or a tournament or whatever. And therefore, would it not be reasonable to place the burden on the school to keep a wardrobe of branded gear for whatever particular sport that is? And I should have declared an interest as a Governor of Movilla High. I also declare membership of the Policing Board. And when the new uniforms were being introduced towards the end of 2021, start of 2022, the police said that they were going to do away with the regulation where every officer needed to have a dress outfit, the formal kit for a police officer, on the basis that some of them might only wear it once or twice in the course of a long career, for example, being awarded a Queen's or now King's Police Medal. And what they were going to do was, rather than put the onus on the officer, they were going to keep a wardrobe of dress uniforms that the officers could come and basically lend out for any particular occasion. And it seems to me that would be a sensible way for schools to adopt a policy in terms of branded sportswear. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The worry that comes with being a parent never ends, yet for over 70% of parents, affording school uniform costs is an added anxiety and burden. And school costs don't stop there. Meals, school trips, extracurricular activities, the cost of schooling goes up and up. Members, I'm sure many of you here today have seen the escalating and shameful child poverty statistics, and the economic forecast isn't good. For many parents, those hardships will deepen ahead of the next academic year. Families struggling to make ends meet have always been forced to cut costs, even when Sinn Féin held the Education Ministry for 3 terms. But more than a decade of austerity, a pandemic, a cost of living crisis, 5 years of no government, there's nothing left to cut. It's shameful that in our society, kitting children out for school is fast becoming a luxury. Costs are forcing low-income families into debt and further into poverty. The purpose of uniforms was to remove peer pressure, to create a sense of belonging and equality, and level the playing field. Branded items negate that aim. In making a distinction, they single out and stress children from disadvantaged backgrounds and create an unnecessary burden for parents. The option of purchasing high street alternatives is a no-brainer, and it's vital that schools get on board, or are made to get on board. Schools should also offer, and be supported to offer, uniform recycling schemes to reduce costs and help the environment. And I know many of these schemes do exist in the community as well. One that comes to my own mind immediately is the Focus project, which operates in the heart of Craigan, an area of huge disadvantage, and it really has provided a lifeline to many families in recent years. Capping costs is one thing, but tackling the unaffordability and greatly diminished support will require buy-in from multiple departments. Not only should we be increasing the rate of uniform grants, but the eligibility criteria for this and free school meals must be addressed urgently. Figures which I recently obtained from the Minister show a reduction by almost 4,000 in eligible free school meal applications, and a drop of over 3,500 uniform grants for the 23-24 financial year. This reduction is deeply concerning, and one that I believe is largely attributable to the universal credit managed migration, which has seen the eligibility income threshold drop from around £16,000 to under £14,000. It's ludicrous to reduce support when the need continues to grow. Without intervention, it's only going to get worse from here. We in the SDLP warned of the devastating impact of welfare reform, and sadly, I can take no satisfaction in saying much of what we said or warned of has come to pass. The welfare safety net has been eroded, and thousands of people, thousands of families are now falling through it and beyond the breadline as its impact is fully realised. This move will strip some of the poorest families of vital support come September 2024. As Ms Brownlee said, the working poor are being pummelled. Addressing inequalities and providing sustained support will improve children's educational experience and attainment well into the future. But action is needed now before the situation spirals completely out of control. The Ministers for Education, Communities and Finance, I believe, now have 6 months to address this escalating situation, creating bespoke legislation, or at least making meaningful intervention on uniforms and free school meals. Certainly.
For giving way. Would the member agree that one of the ways that the Ministers of Education and Communities could work together on this is by looking at how data sharing could bring in auto-enrolment for free school meals? So around 20% of parents eligible for it don't actually access it, and if those two departments could work together, there could be work done in that area.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, and I thank the member for that intervention. I cited figures there that showed a reduction. That reduction are the figures related to unsuccessful applications. I'm fully aware that there are people out there who don't apply. There still sadly is a stigma around applying for assistance, no matter how desperately it's needed, but I concur entirely that data sharing should be the norm rather than the exception. But action on this issue should be a priority for our executive, and I look forward to the Minister's response in that regard.
Thank you very much indeed, and I'll call on Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, and people have already spoken about the importance of this motion and issue, and also the Save the Children Lucid Talk polling survey last year that mentioned that parents are cutting back to afford uniforms, and 6 in 10 parents, so a clear majority of parents, struggling to meet school uniform costs. It's really an unacceptable situation, and it's appalling that families are having to choose between feeding and clothing their children. Really sums up the state of our society today. It's an obvious point, Deputy Speaker, but no parent should have to worry about how they're going to afford to send their children to school. Working class households that have been hammered by years of Tory and Stormont austerity, including the 2-child benefits cap, can't keep forking out extortionate sums for school uniforms, particularly during a cost of living or a cost of profiteering crisis. We've heard, and people said it today, about reports of kids missing school due to uniform issues, and in my view these costs are absolutely infringing on children's right to an education. The stress that every single family goes through at a new school year is almost unimaginable. I mean, I come from a big family, and I remember every August time my parents being stressed out. They wouldn't have said anything, but you can tell by the looks on their face, having to pay those extra uniform costs was putting a massive pressure on them many years ago, and you can only imagine the pressure facing the families now with costs going up and wages in real terms going down. I think it's also, Deputy Speaker, important that most education workers, including teachers, do realise the pressures that parents face. Many of them, of course, are facing those pressures themselves as parents, as underpaid workers. Recently I was at a community event in West Belfast, and I was told by somebody that people who used to donate presents and food parcels at Christmas time are now the people going into those centres seeking the food parcels at Christmas time because their wages are really not keeping up with inflation. Really unacceptable state of play. And school leaders, Deputy Speaker, Board of Governors need to change and take action. Schools can and should take action, whilst we need legislation. Of course, they should take action to implement a more generic uniform. There is no need for expensive blazers, no need for branded PE kits. This is a choice that serves nothing and nobody except the companies involved, and the outdated sense of prestige that comes with a fancy uniform. Basic school uniform, 2 pairs of trousers, shirts and jumpers can be bought for in and around £20. I know there's some Bunskullina who have uniform with branded school jumpers costing around £20 or so it can be done. The state can and should intervene to curtail uniform costs. Schools should be mandated to source more affordable uniforms, and people mentioned the Tories bringing in legislation in England there a number of years ago. It's our view, Deputy Speaker, that families should not have to pay any core costs for education. Uniforms like books and other necessities should be free in all schools. There are just over 300,000 pupils in the north. If you were to give every one of them £100 for a generic uniform, that would cost over £33 million. I know maybe the Minister and others will say that's unrealistic, the money's not there, but by comparison, during COVID, £145 million was spent on the High Street voucher scheme. So are we to say that pupils are education is less important than that scheme? I would hope not. And we'll pay for it by taxing the rich, taxing companies and corporations who are boasting and making record profits. Pre-tax profits amongst the North's biggest firms rose by 46% to 1.367 billion last year. Corporate sales up to £31 billion, again up. UK wealth is up at 15 trillion, an overwhelming majority of that in the hands of the ultra-rich 1%. So there's a lot of wealth around these islands, it's just in the hands of the wrong people. We need to have that conversation about taking from the wealthy and putting it into the hands of ordinary people, including those struggling to pay uniform costs. Just finally, Deputy Speaker, I think we also need to have that conversation that's connected to this debate today about abolishing the grammar school system if we are to truly have a fair and equitable education system. It reinforces the class division in our society and also leads to young people feeling that they are inadequate and they're failures when they're absolutely not. So tackle uniform costs, absolutely, but also tackle that unfair categorisation of our young people. Thank you.
And I thank Mr Carroll. And may I just take the opportunity to welcome Ballyclare High School into the Assembly, and my apologies for missing you a bit earlier on. Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, very apt to have some young people come in at this stage when we're debating uniform policies. My daughter was playing Ballyclare High School yesterday at hockey. They managed to get a draw out of us this time. Last time we played them, we were successful in winning, but they played very well yesterday. The issues that we're speaking about are hugely important, and on day one when I came into office, I raised this issue as being a priority for me in terms of an area that we need to address. So I do want to welcome the commitment from other parties in bringing the motion forward and the amendment to this issue. It's one that I share and have been leading on. Again, like others, I have an interest. I have 3 daughters, 2 of them in post-primary. The third one will go into post-primary next September. And so the costs of uniform and PE kits and so on is very real to me, albeit I doubt there'll be many in the public having a lot of sympathy for politicians in meeting the costs. But I certainly know from growing up in a family of 5 children, that period where you got into June, July, August, and Dad was working, Mum was a full-time housewife, and we would have been saving up the child benefit stamps, and that would have had to have been collected in order to get us all ready to get out to school. And I was the second child in the family, so I had an older brother, and that was always convenient as I got a hand-me-down from him. It was my next brother in line who then got the third hand-me-down, who often wasn't particularly keen on getting another hand-me-down. But that's a reality for a lot of families. And as much as parents, and I as a parent, and growing up, my parents always wanted to turn us out in the best uniform with brand new shoes every term. Often it wasn't the reality for a lot of people. And it was second-hand uniforms and hand-me-downs within a family, and that has been a reality for a lot of people. But I know in going to my school, which was Laurel Hill Community College, I was very proud of my uniform. I was very proud to walk into Lisburn and have the emblem emblazoned on my blazer. I identified with the school, and I had a commonality with everybody in the school because we all wore the same uniform, and we were proud of it. And that's why I think uniforms are very important. I support uniforms being wore. I don't believe that we should get rid of uniforms in our schools. I think that would be a retrograde step and actually would create a huge inequality, as those who could afford to dress themselves in the best gear would do and others wouldn't, and you would really see a difference within our school communities if that was the case. So I think uniforms are important. They play a valuable role in setting the tone in a school, and they support positive behaviour and discipline. They also encourage pupils to identify with and support the ethos of their school, ensuring pupils of all backgrounds, including different socio-economic backgrounds, are welcome in a school. School uniforms also help to create a level playing field for families where they do not have to try to ensure their children are dressed in line with the latest fashions. And this helps to protect children from social pressures to dress in a particular way. However, it is clear that there are significant challenges in this area which potentially undermine the basis for the policy. We are all aware of the increasing costs of school uniforms, particularly with the use of branded items or parents only being able to buy uniforms from a single supplier. This undermines the intention of school uniforms to remove barriers to education, and instead expensive uniform requirements place an unnecessary burden on parents and children, particularly those from a low-income household. School governing bodies are responsible for setting their own school uniform policy, and my department has issued guidance to support schools in setting that policy. But that guidance is only of assistance if it is followed by schools. The current guidance makes it clear that in setting their uniform requirements, schools should ensure they represent value for money, and it recommends that schools enable uniform costs to be as low as possible through minimising branded items and ensuring items are available from a number of retailers. And it is important to put on record the fact that many schools have followed this guidance, and I welcome that. However, it also has to be said that there are other schools which have not. That is not a situation which I am going to permit to continue. Pending any longer-term decisions, my overarching aim in this area is to ensure that all school governing bodies put affordability, comfort, sustainability and best value at the core of their decision making when they set their school uniforms requirements. I want to ensure uniform policies are transparent and have been developed with the input and support of parents and children. In doing so, this has the potential to make lives easier for both children and parents by reducing the burden of the costs of attending school. We must ensure that the cost of uniform is not a barrier to children accessing education. The credit union report referenced in the motion provides figures for the cost of going back to school, and unsurprisingly, according to the report, school uniforms are the top expense for both primary and post-primary school parents, followed by school lunches, extracurricular activities, transport costs and books. While the cost breakdown is not given for each of these issues, my officials have completed a pre-consultation on uniform costs, and it is clear, albeit from only a sample of schools, that there is a wide variation in uniform policies, both between sectors and within sectors. For example, across post-primary schools, the cost of a girl's blazer can range from £50 to over £120. I'm also aware there is no standard list of uniform items that apply across schools. The number of items of clothing required at the beginning of this school year also varies. Now, we should aim to ensure that schools itemise the essential school uniform items as far as possible, and that second-hand uniforms are available. Uniforms should be affordable, comfortable and sustainable, with the uniform policy being developed with parents and children and published on the school website. Uniform policy should also be open to changes, subject again to agreement with parents and children. I'll give way to Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, Minister, for giving way. Minister, you mentioned previously about issuing guidance. I guess concerning that your department, from what I've understood, is not issuing legislation to compel and put in law schools should be mandated to decrease costs and look at a cheaper uniform. Why is your department not considering that measure?
Deputy Speaker, and the member raises a point that I will come to, and I will be able to speak to that issue shortly. During the pre-consultation, officials engaged with a wide range of stakeholders and are currently completing a consultation document setting out a number of proposals for public consultation. These included putting our current guidance on a statutory basis, that Mr. Carroll just referred to strengthen issues such as avoiding single suppliers and expensive branded items, ensuring schools develop policies with the agreement of parents and children, issues relating specifically to the uniform, for example, avoiding or limiting the number of branded items required, avoiding variation in colour and style for different year groups, and avoiding dry clean only items which make it more expensive for parents. The proposals will also include how the guidance will be enforced. I am very keen to ensure that school governing bodies engage with parents and children when setting their school uniform policy. I think this is vital in establishing a uniform that is affordable, comfortable and sustainable, and still maintains the values of the school. The proposed amendment to the motion references the introduction of an annual price cap on the total costs of uniforms. In considering a cap, there are a number of issues that would need to be resolved, and I would wish to seek the views of all of the stakeholders on this as part of the consultation. It will be important that whatever changes we make to the current guidance, we ensure school governing bodies are required to adhere to it. The best outcome for all is the department, schools, parents and children working together on this issue to ensure uniform policies are developed with the best interests of the child and young person at heart. And I will wish to hear the views of parents and children and other interested parties on the proposals as they are more fully developed. I am advised by officials that we will be in a position to consult in late spring of this year, and I am keen that we will be in a position to take decisions later in the year. In relation to the review of the eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants, this work is ongoing. My officials continue to examine a range of options for increasing the number of children and young people who are able to access free school meals and uniform grants. The options being considered include raising the income threshold that apply to some of the means-tested criteria, the introduction of universal free school meals provisions to pupils in some school years, and options that are a combination of the two. I will be considering the next steps on this review in the time ahead, and in doing so I will take account of the potential budgetary implications of any change in the eligibility criteria. The motion references the rates of uniform grants that are available to low-income families in Northern Ireland. My predecessor as Minister of Education increased the rate of uniform grants in Northern Ireland by 20% ahead of the 2022-23 academic year. It should be noted that the uniform grants hadn't increased until the DUP Minister acted from 2010. That was how long uniform grants stayed at the level that they were set. It was the DUP that increased it. However, I recognise that there are other jurisdictions in the United Kingdom where higher rates of uniform grant are available. These rates of uniform grant are being considered as part of the ongoing review that is underway that seeks to make school uniforms more affordable. And while increasing the rate of grant is one way to reduce the impact of families, I believe that schools seeking to minimise the cost of their uniform can potentially be of even greater benefit. And I would therefore again urge schools to align their school's uniform requirements with the Department's guidance circular that encourages them to keep school uniform costs to a minimum. Just picking up briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, on a couple of points that members had raised. I think Ms Hunter had mentioned the issue around the uniform grant and what level it was at. I'm not sure if her figure was accurate, but just to put on the record, for primary schools it's £42.90, for post-primary it's £93.60, of which £26.40 of that is for PE costs, and in total it's £6 million. Would I want to do more? Yes, I do. And that'll be something that is part of my bid in terms of the budgetary process that I'll take forward. The issue around statutory guidance, colleagues have highlighted that issue. Yes, it's there in England, it's there in Wales. Scotland does not have statutory guidance in this area. It's something that they wish to have in place in August of this year. And in the Republic of Ireland, there is no legislation and there's no statutory guidance when it comes to this issue. There is no price cap in place anywhere in these islands. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. I believe it is something that we should be looking at. And that's why it will be part of the consultation that I will be putting forward in terms of the introduction of a price cap, because we do need to look at this issue. The guidance currently, as I've highlighted, is there for schools to follow. I will be moving now to a consultation process to place that guidance on a statutory footing. That will include looking at the issue of a price cap, and that will allow me to take decisions later in this year. Where there is legislative provision, I will need to take that to the Executive, and I've no doubt the Education Committee will work with me to expedite this issue as efficiently as possible in terms of trying to get that legislative provision in place. Mr Butler wishes to give way, or I'll give way, sorry.
I appreciate the Minister giving way. The eyes you were giving me, I didn't think you were going to. But the Minister will know I spent 20 years in uniform services, prison service for 4 and the fire service for 16. And in all of that provision, the uniform was provided for you because it was a mandatory aspect, whether it was fair wear and tear in the operational sense or whether it was dress uniform. To be not too restrictive on schools and to try and work with them in terms of the price cap would be within the remit of the discussions that where schools were going to adamantly say that they needed a certain piece of clothing, that they would actually front up the cost for that so that it wouldn't be prescriptive and would allow pupils and schools to come to some sort of arrangement.
I understand the point the member is making. I suspect for a number of schools they will say, give us the budget in terms of us being able to provide, if that was the case. But this is an issue I know he, as a member of the Education Committee, will want to explore with me. I want to work with the committee in terms of coming forward with the right approach in all of this. I believe that we can do, because we are coming from a shared objective in all of this across the different parties. It's how best we do it, it's how effective we can make it. And that's the objective that I want, because the costs associated with uniforms should never be a barrier to what school you go to. And sadly, for some parents, it is a consideration that they are having to take into account. I believe that's wrong, and we need to make sure that there isn't any barrier in place when it comes to what school you go to, as well as the other issues, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I have alluded to. So I look forward to supporting the motion and the amendment and working with the executive colleagues and the committee in taking this matter forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and for bringing it spot on at the 15 minutes. The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The debate will continue after question time, when the next member will be called will be Nuala McAllister to wind on the amendment. The sitting by leave is suspended. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Okay, we move to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call down for Forsyth.
Question 1, please.
Minister.
And thank the member for a question. Not all roadworks are shown on the Traffic Watch NI website. There are a considerable number of road restrictions across the north, and those that are considered to cause significant disruption are shown on the website. I am assured that significant road restrictions in the South Down area are being shown on the Traffic Watch NI website. However, I have asked my officials to review the process to ensure there is a consistent approach being taken and that one that maximises the benefit of the website to the public.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate that. I have some specific examples on this, and some haulage firms have experienced a number of difficulties in the area. Would the Minister accept that there's regional disparity in some areas like South Down have fallen behind in the roads in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, in terms of the issue in relation to roads being closed for repairs, etc., I've asked my officials to review that to make sure there's consistency of approach. I think the member asked a broader question in terms of the quality of road network, if I'm correct in thinking. I think there is an argument to be made that rural roads have fallen behind. I intend to look at my budget as we move forward to see if we can direct more funding into our rural road network to bring it up to the standard that both businesses and rural dwellers deserve.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Speaker. During the recent flooding incident that there was in Downpatrick, we found it incredibly difficult to get through to road service. NI Water, you have that direct helpline centre. For floodline, you ring them and you get through to a centre somewhere, at least that can take the information. But road service, it's difficult, and out of hours, almost impossible. Would the Minister have any intention of developing an out of hours number for elected representatives to be able to contact road service?
Minister.
I understand in flood scenario that there's a centralised number to contact for all the agencies are coordinated into that. So I would expect that any messages left with that service are then forwarded on to DFI roads. In terms of formulating an out of hours service for elected representatives, I simply don't have the resources to do it. somebody would have to staff that to then be able to have to back it up in terms of resources, etc. So that's not possible at the moment. But I am assured, and will double check, that the floodline that is you're able to report incidents on, that my department and road service is fully involved in.
Question number 2.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying out a new device here today to see if we can. Sorry, so I hope to answer question 2 and 11 together. In this regard, to your permission, Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 11 together. The Utility Regulator's Price Control Final Determination, known as PC21, recommends a capital investment of $2.1 billion in water and wastewater services in the period spanning 21-22 to 26-27. These figures include over $1 billion being invested in wastewater assets. My department has fully funded NI Water for the first 3 years of the price control and has also provided circa $90 million of additional capital funding over and above the funding level recommended in PC21 during this period. NI Water has just recently submitted to the department their 24-25 operating plan and budget. The department is currently assessing this plan. At present, the Utility Regulator is undertaking a mid-term review to determine the investment levels required for the remaining 3 years of the price control period. The department awaits the outcome of this mid-term review. However, funding the investment requirement identified by the Utility Regulator will be subject to the challenging, constrained financial situation going forward.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Will the Minister agree with me that underinvestment in sewage and water infrastructure is a single contributory factor in almost rendering local development plans as wish lists, and as well as that contributing to the major environmental crisis that we had last year in Lough Neagh?
Minister.
On your second point, I await an evidence base to support that claim. I know NI Water has given some evidence to the DFI committee, but they say around 20% of the effluent they would take responsibility for. However, I know my colleague, the DERA Minister, is taking forward a programme of work of that, so we want to make sure we're working on an evidence base in relation to what's happening in Lough Neagh. In terms of investment in NI Water, certainly I would like to be able to invest more funds into NI Water, but I'm competing with other competing priorities within my own department, and I'm competing with other priorities within the executive. So we are going to face difficult budgetary decisions as we move forward, but I do everything within my power to ensure that NI Water is supported as best as I can. In terms of developments, I think we have to broaden the conversation around how we deliver wastewater treatment works for certain developments. I don't like this idea, this term, economically constrained. I think it almost sends out a negative right away to any development. Say, well, I can't develop there. The reality is that we're asking, and NI Water is very, very clear in this, they're asking the developers to engage with NI Water at an early stage to see what can be done, both by NI Water and by the developer. Thank you.
On Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware that these limitations on capacity are having a significant impact on planning and therefore growth and also the provision of much needed housing. For example, in my own constituency in Dundonald, all infrastructure, actually including roads, is at capacity. And there are subsequent problems with drainage and flooding. So could I ask the Minister through you, Mr. Speaker, if he will commit to the Belfast Living Water Scheme in this financial year?
Minister.
I understand there are particular constraints in the Belfast area. I had actually a meeting with my officials this morning in relation to Belfast Living with Water scheme. The cost of that scheme has risen quite significantly. It's currently under review. I've asked my officials to report that review to me as soon as possible. I will have to match that review against my budget settlement. And then, as I said to Mr McGlone, I'm going to have to prioritise things within my own department against things which are in the executive as well. But it goes back to the point I made, and I think this certainly should be delivered loud and clear to everyone. Early engagement with the NI Water is essential, particularly by developers. And this brand of economically constrained, in my opinion, sends out too negative a message. It's too definitive, too rigid. There are opportunities to develop in those areas. It may not be directly funded by NI Water. It may have to, in relation to developers, and I understand there may be financial concerns around that by developers, but we're going to have to do things slightly different than we did before, and we're going to have to be imaginative about it. So I would encourage developers to engage with NI Water at an early stage. I do know now that in relation to social housing, etc., that NI Water have now built up a good relationship with providers in relation to providing social housing and ensuring that each other knows their priorities and their plans. So it's like many things in life, engagement is key to this.
John Stewart.
Answer so far. In 2008, Minister, the Larne waste treatment works were opened, and that was envisaged to be effective until at least 2030. 6 years later, it was at capacity, and as a result, developments, both economic and residential, have been limited significantly. Will you agree to meet with myself and representatives from Northern Ireland Water on that site to look at what we can do going forward to expand the capacity of those treatment works?
Minister.
Well, I can understand, and probably this will become a theme during question time. If members wish to meet with me, I'm happy if they contact my private office, and I will attempt to facilitate as many meeting requests as possible. But it's difficult when I'm standing on my feet here in the chamber to agree to various meetings. It's the same as responses I've given to your two colleagues. Early engagement, discussions between developers and NI Water is crucial to how we move this forward. And I, as Minister, I can assure you, I will do everything within my power to move matters forward. But I do think we're going to have to do things differently. And the Belfast Living with Water is an example of how we can do things differently. It is going to take significant investment in certain areas. In other areas, not so much. But we can do things differently in regards to certain areas. But early engagement is key.
Nicola Brogan. Minister.
Thank the member for her question. The A5 Western Transport Corridor has been a flagship project for the Executive since it was first announced in 2007. Improving road safety has always been and remains one of the key scheme objectives of the new road. My department has therefore been focused throughout upon developing plans which will greatly improve safety for all road users and benefit many communities living close to the existing A5 route by removing strategic traffic from this busy road. The collision history on this existing road speaks for itself, in that there has been over 50 fatalities since 2006. Clearly, a new dual carriageway where all travelling vehicles are separated from opposing traffic and where strategic traffic is separated from local traffic and local communities, there is significant potential to reduce collision and fatalities. A clear example at local level is the provision of the new dual carriageway on the A4 between Dungannon and Ballygolly. This notorious road had 37 fatalities in the 10 years before the dual carriageway was opened in 2010. While every fatality is of course regrettable, there has just been 2 since the year of its opening.
Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for his answer there. And Minister, you will understand how important the delivery of the A5 is for the people of West Roan, and I do appreciate your continued commitment to the project. Can the Minister outline if he's expecting any further legal challenges to this scheme, please?
Minister.
Given the history of the legal challenges to this scheme, I unfortunately do expect more legal challenges to it. My department received the Planning Appeals Commission's report on the 31st of October. It's a complex and detailed report which deserves careful study and response to. When I am in a position to do so, I will respond to that report and outline what I plan to do in the time ahead. But I would appeal to those who are behind these legal challenges to this project to look and listen to the statistics I've read out today. There is people dying on this road, and the road needs to be upgraded. There is no argument about that. So I would ask them to set aside their legal challenges. The PAC have given a detailed report on how the project can be delivered, taking into account all factors, including environmental and people's rights. So all those details, and I commit to the House to faithfully respond to that report in due course.
Deborah Erskine. Right.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. The Irish Government have recommitted their allocation to the A5. Can the Minister outline what the current projected cost of the A5 would be and whether or not the funding will be there, or is he making the case for the funding for the A5?
Minister.
Like all major projects, particularly in a one-year budget, you can only confirm the budget that you have for the following year. The Irish Government's contribution has given us that headroom, and I'm also engaging with the Finance Minister about contribution from the Executive. For future years, I'm also engaging and plan to engage with the UK Government. The A5 is mentioned in the UK Connectivity Report, and I think there's a responsibility therefore for the British Government and the Treasury to contribute to this major piece of infrastructure, which gives both road safety and to the people who use it, but also opens up economically that entire western side of the country. And we can therefore allow economic development to take place. It also connects our ports, connects our airports. It is connectivity in every meaning of the word, and therefore I would hope and expect the British Government to contribute towards it.
Steve Aiken.
Minister for his remarks so far. Minister, in view of the funding that has been made available by the Republic of Ireland Government and money that may be available through things like FTC, has the Minister given any thoughts to fast-tracking at least part of the A5 and getting construction started early? Because one of the things that's slowed it down in the past has been JRs, as has already been mentioned by other members. Can we get a start made?
Minister.
I cannot give you a start date until I have concluded my deliberations in relation to the Planning Appeals Commission's report. It is a very detailed, comprehensive report that deserves careful study. I also, if I move ahead without giving that report due cognizance, I'm leaving myself open to another JR and further delay and further rising costs and the potential of more deaths on that road. So I would love to be able to come before the House and make an announcement about my decision, but I have to do this the right way, and I intend to do it the right way.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, thank you for your answers thus far. Minister, to what extent do you attribute progress in the F5 to the campaigning by the pressure group, the F5 pressure group, the families of the 50 lives that have been lost there sadly since 2006? To what extent do you attribute progress, and is it acceptable that there are any further delays?
Minister.
The sound wasn't very good, Mr McNulty, but I think you're saying to what extent do I blame the lack of progress in relation to the legal challenges, etc.? Sorry, the sound's not very good.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up well either, so just go ahead.
To what extent, Minister, do you attribute progress on the F5 to the pressure group who have been campaigning vociferously for years, including many of the lives that are lost, including 50 lives have been lost since 2006 on that road? And how can any further delays be explained?
I welcome the fact that the local community has particularly during the last public the Planning Appeals Commission's hearings, the local community made their voices heard, and it was quite significant the attendance at those events on a daily basis of local people and local representatives. Groups such as Enough is Enough have continued to make their voice heard. I'm listening to their voice. I'm due to meet them in the coming weeks. They are important stakeholders in the decision-making process about this, and as I've said, I intend to study the Planning Appeals Commission's report faithfully and respond to it in due course.
Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4.
Sure.
The Shared Island Initiative aims to harness the full potential of the Good Friday Agreement to enhance cooperation, connection and mutual understanding across the island and engage with all communities and traditions to build consensus around a shared future. I welcome the Irish Government's commitment to shared island schemes, particularly the announcement of €600 million for the A5 Western Transport Corridor. Officials will continue to engage with the counterparts in relation to the funding opportunities that could be secured through this initiative in relation to projects such as the A1 junction.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Can I ask the Minister if he would commit to meeting with local campaigners, including the group A1 How Many Must Die?
Minister.
I have already agreed to meet with Monica Heenan in relation to her campaign and the tragedy of her son's death. I've met her previously in my role as an MLA. I'm more than happy to meet with campaign groups, as is the case with the A5. Local voices are vitally important to this. Those who have lost loved ones are vitally important to this. The A1 scheme has progressed to a point where I'm unable to progress it any further at this stage due to budgetary constraints, but I am constantly reviewing my budget to see what schemes, because the nature of major schemes my department is involved in, some can fall behind for a variety of reasons. That means I can move others forward. So I'm spinning many plates, let's put it that way, to see how we can move projects forward.
Mark Durgan.
Minister, could I ask that in any future cross-border conversations that you're having around road infrastructure, that you include the Buncrana Road, the A2 Buncrana Road in my constituency in these conversations? This project has been on people's radar, looming large over residents in that area for over 50 years now, with no progress despite various attempts.
Well, it's pretty unconnected to the A1, but nonetheless, Minister.
I'm happy to do so, and also to happily engage with the British Government in relation to their responsibility to fund some of the major infrastructure projects we have here. I refer back to the UK Connectivity Report. It's an important document, and we can't let the British Government off and not live up to their responsibility. So I can assure you, whoever I'm talking to, who I think has money, I make bids to.
Ms. Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answers, and obviously the A1 is a road that we've been campaigning on for some time as well, and I too have been meeting with Monica Heaney for a number of years now, so appreciate the update so far. Minister, can you give any detail around how your department plans to address some of those safety concerns? Obviously it's been a long-standing issue, and you appreciate you can only go so far at this stage.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank the member for a question. This sections of this A1 were built around 40 years ago. Now there's been upgrades since, but they were built to that standard which was then. They don't meet current safety standards, and we do have to make sure the safety improvements as outlined in this junction work and the installation of the flyovers is delivered. I am, as I've said, I'm looking at ways as to how we can finance it. I'm looking as to ways how we can deliver it. Can we do it in phases, etc., etc. So it is a project that I'm acutely aware of, both on my time as a constituency MLA, which I still am, of course, but also in terms of my previous role here as Minister. And as I go forward, it is a project that I am carefully deliberating on.
Emma Sheeran.
The whole question 5, please.
Minister.
The Department funds Translink, which works to ensure services and facilities are accessible to all. This means creating a consistent customer experience for everyone, ensuring accessible public transport for people with all levels of abilities. The public transport fleet is fully compliant with accessible regulations. However, I recognise that higher standards of accessibility are needed, and Translink are continuing to improve the levels of accessibility where possible on their vehicles and also within their stations. For example, Translink has agreed specifications for future bus designs with the Inclusive Mobility and Transport Advisory Committee, IMTAC, with the intention for all vehicles used on local stage carriage services to be low floor. Translink is currently evaluating a low floor single deck gold liner and would hope to develop an agreed specification on this type of vehicle with its stakeholders, including IMTAC in the future. My department and Translink are also committed to introducing changing places, facilities, and are among the first public bodies to do so. Changing facilities have already been provided at Port Roche Station, North West Transport Hub and Lanyon Place Station, are included in the plans for the Belfast Grand Central Station, Botanic, Lurgan and Yorkgate Station. My department also funds other programmes designed to remove barriers to travel faced by older and disabled people, reducing social isolation and improving access to goods and services. Community transport services in both urban and rural areas provide an affordable and accessible alternative transport option to those who have difficulties accessing the main public transport network. And finally, concessionary fare schemes provides for free, discounted access to public transport for older and disabled people, removing or reducing financial barriers to travel.
Emma Sheeran.
Gurmaigat Kinkulia agus Gurmaigat Lishaneira as and Fragrishin. Thank you, Minister. What plans do you have to address accessibility problems on the existing fleet? I'm thinking you made reference there to replacing some vehicles with low floor vehicles, but in terms of the current high floor vehicles, are there things like steps to access that you could add?
Thank the member for a question. As I said in my response, Translink is working closely with IMTAC, a key stakeholder in the design and provision of new fleets for the service. And there's always lessons to be learned. Even during my previous time as Minister here, I had engagement with IMTAC, and through that engagement there was clearly areas where we were falling down on and we have to improve on. So yes, when we're purchasing new equipment, it has to be of the highest standard and meet the needs of all abilities. It also, in terms of our stations, we should also have the most up-to-date specifications within our stations. And where we have older stations, we should be looking at how we introduce designs to ensure that everyone has access to our public transport services, and also in our stations, that people have access to the proper facilities which they require.
Stephen Dunn.
And affordability, as the Minister says, of our public transport network is vital. The consultation on the concessionary fares scheme closed over 6 months ago, back in August 2023. Can the Minister provide an update on the future of free travel for over 60-year-olds?
Minister.
There was over 20,000 responses to the consultation, and unsurprisingly, the majority of them were opposed to removing the scheme for a variety of reasons. My officials are still giving those documentations careful consideration. It's my intent to retain the scheme as is. That's my intention. I have to balance that against the budget available to me, and therefore I will have to engage with my executive colleagues around how we maintain the current scheme, because it is, and it's been proven during the consultation responses, that it is an important scheme to a significant section of our society who otherwise would be left isolated without it. So that's my intention at this stage. I hope to be in a position to make an announcement to the Assembly in the near future around that and setting out a definitive pathway around that, but there's still some more work to be done.
Note you didn't declare a relevant interest, Minister, but
to date. Minister, in other parts of these islands, some people living with disabilities can travel for free on some public transport. In Northern Ireland, this is a lot more limited. Will the Minister consider extending the current fare scheme from half fare to free travel for those living with disabilities and mobility issues?
Minister.
It's one of the questions that was raised in the consultation process, and one I'm giving careful consideration to. It does carry a significant financial tie with it if I was to increase it, but it is one of those questions that I'm deliberating on and will respond to in due course.
Colin Gildernew.
Cash Dever Shea, question number 6.
Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for this question. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank again my executive colleagues for the funding announcement for this important scheme. The proposed new bypass will provide a new 3.5-kilometre active travel route adjacent to the bypass, connecting into the existing footway cycleway network. This new route will provide significant active travel benefits to the town and promote more people to walk and cycle. The new bypass will also alleviate significant traffic congestion in Enniskillen. It will reduce delays and improve average journey times by approximately 50%, while bringing much needed improvement to road safety in the area. The removal of through traffic will also bring enhancements to the town centre environment by improving air quality and reducing noise levels. The bypass, when open, will also create significant opportunities to enhance active travel and place-making measures in the town centre with reduced levels of through traffic. My department is currently developing an active travel delivery plan for the North. This includes an update of the design for guidance on active travel infrastructure and active travel network plans for over 40 of our largest towns and cities, including Enniskillen.
Mr. Gildernew.
Minister, what are the climate impacts resulting from the Enniskillen Southern Bypass?
Minister.
It's a fact the construction of major road projects can significantly impact on climate, particularly during the construction phase. However, I'm pleased to advise that this scheme shows an overall reduction in carbon emissions in the long term, having a beneficial impact on climate. In fact, the environmental impact assessment shows that the combined emissions for this scheme, when open along the adjacent road network, will have an overall reduction when compared against not having the scheme. Consequently, the scheme has a carbon payback period for the construction of carbon emissions of 28.8 years.
Erskine.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I really welcome, obviously, the A4 and hopefully progress will now ensue. But it's just in relation to the Northern Ireland Audit Report and the issues that it raised in terms of procurement issues and delivery of key infrastructure projects. So can the Minister ensure that the A4 Southern Bypass will be delivered on time and so that there will be no further delay in the scheme?
Minister.
In the absence of a legal challenge, I can't see any further delays to the A4 scheme, and you never know where a legal challenge might pop out of, but so thus far there hasn't been any murmurings of significant opposition to the scheme. So I would hope that isn't the case. In relation to the Audit Office report, obviously we'll have to study that, and the Public Accounts Committee will have to do their deliberations around that as well. But I would say this, as a former chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, I often found that it wasn't that you needed new governance arrangements, the old governance arrangements should have been used properly. And the more layers of bureaucracy we put on top of our officials, the more times it takes to deliver projects. So there's a balance to be got in all these things.
Cathal Boyle.
I can take this opportunity to apologise for missing question time last week. Kesh ever shocked, let hold question number 7.
Minister.
I recognise there has been a historic underinvestment in our road network for a significant number of years, and that many rural roads are in need of repairs. This is why I have recently announced an additional investment of £1 million to begin to address this issue. Since 2016, my department has targeted funds towards a road improvement package to stop deterioration and repair severe defects on the local road network. A significant proportion of this funding has historically been targeted to the rural road network. In 2023-24, some £10 million was initially allocated to Roads Recovery Fund, of which £8 million was directed towards rural roads. The rural road network makes up 70% of the total road network, and therefore a significant proportion of the overall budget allocated for structural maintenance will be targeted towards the rural road network. I have also allocated a further £1 million to be spent on fixing of potholes this year, and in addition I recently announced an allocation of £8.1 million for my department's structural maintenance programme.
Very quickly, Mr.
Okay, could I ask the Minister just how much has been invested in structural maintenance in the 23-24 year?
Minister, quickly as well.
On top of the £8.1 million capital investment structural road maintenance programme this year, this takes the amount allocated for structural maintenance in 23-24, the current estimate of £99 million. A significant investment, well, unfortunately, is not enough to maintain the roads in the standard which we would like.
Thank you. We now move to topical questions. We call Mark Durkin.
Minister, a call roundabout in my constituency is, according to PSNI figures, the busiest accident black spot in the north. This key piece of infrastructure is going to get even busier with the construction of 900 or so homes in close proximity. Will the Minister ensure his department works closely with developers to deliver comprehensive and required safety improvements?
Minister.
Yes, and I know the member has been in correspondence with me in relation to the call roundabout, as has others. Yes, my officials will be engaging with developers in that regard to ensure, firstly, the road network is capable of taking any increased traffic on it, and what contributions, if any, developers will have to contribute towards that.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. It's my understanding that the developers have already committed to a significant financial contribution as a condition of their planning. However, the department are not in a position to match that funding at this current time. However, it seems very illogical that the developers now would proceed with work on a part of the roundabout while the whole roundabout remains a problem and a danger. So I implore the Minister to work with his department to find the funding to do it now, to reduce cost, maximise value and minimise disruption to motorists.
Didn't recognise the question there, so we'll move on to Orly.
And yes, my question to the Minister is, could he provide an update around the progress for the works to build a new footpath in the Hainstown village in West Belfast, please?
Minister.
I visited Hainstown along with yourself, and I was previously in this post in 2022 and met representatives of the Hainstown Community Association. and I've seen firsthand the obvious need for a footway through the village. I can confirm that this scheme is a priority for my department, and I am pleased to tell you that the detailed design process is progressing well. Following a recent public meeting that my officials attended, the next stage in the design process is to meet individual residents affected by the scheme to agree accommodation works with them, and this will start soon. This is a challenging footway scheme, and its delivery is subject to completion of the detailed design, achieving funding and land, and a separate procurement process.
Ms Flynn.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response and also for his commitment to date in terms of this project. You mentioned that you did come out to meet with the Hainstown Residents Association recently. So my follow-up question would be, I know it might be difficult to answer at this stage, but can the Minister ensure that it remains a priority within the department and in terms of capital funding whenever it gets to that stage that the funding is required? Thank you.
Minister.
It is a priority in terms of the stage it's at. It will have to be assessed against all other projects when it is reached the stage where I have to match it with a capital budget. But I'm pleased with the work thus far my officials have carried out, and I'll be hopeful of a successful conclusion.
Minister, what plans do you have to review on-street car parking enforcement?
Minister.
None at this stage. It is carried out by the department by a private contractor at this stage. I have no plans in the pipeline to review it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the negative impact that on-street car parking charges has on small towns and villages. What consideration would he give to help those communities?
Minister.
There's another side to that argument. A car parked for several hours in a town centre, maybe taking up the car parking space if somebody's prepared to stop and go into a shop and purchase goods or services. So there's certainly a number of elements you have to look at when you're deciding on a car parking charge for any town centre or small villages. But it should be in line in terms of how we support commercial activity rather than how we restrict commercial activity.
Source Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just want to congratulate the Minister on his new role. I used to work with his brother, so I now look forward to working with him. I just want to ask the Minister, does he have any plans to roll out further 20-mile-per-hour school safety zones?
Minister. The last allocations are currently being reviewed to see how effective they were and are they having any impact on driver behaviour. But before we came back here, I would have dropped my child off to school, and it alarmed me at the speed some drivers thought it was appropriate to drive past a very, very busy school, whether it was in the morning or in the evenings. And sometimes I asked myself what sort of signage would stop them, other than a police officer standing and giving them a ticket.
I agree entirely with the Minister, and I do think that the issue of speeding outside our schools in the north needs to be prioritised. I promised my very young constituents at Harmony Hill Primary School, Lisburn, Liam, Rory, Maria, Lila and Hannah, that I would put it to the Minister on the floor of the House if he would consider installing one of those school speed zones outside that school. So I will follow up to the Minister in writing.
Minister.
Yes, I'm happy to engage with the member in writing around that and even respond to your young constituents as well in regards to that matter. But I say it's under review. We're trying to establish how effective it has been and does it change driver behaviour.
Alan Robinson.
Can the Minister commit to asking his officials in DFI for an update on the resurfacing scheme for sections of the A2 dual carriageway between Grey Steel and Londonderry?
Minister. I'm more than happy to engage with my officials around that and report back to the member. The £8.1 million I announced recently is for larger, more significant road resurfacing schemes and maintenance schemes, so I will report back to the member when I have a response.
Mr Robinson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Will you agree with me that all of us who would represent the North West wish to promote the North West in a positive way, but this key route, which is in such a poor condition and which services the airport in the North West, gives a terrible impression to visitors, notwithstanding the damage to vehicles on that road?
I'm not familiar with the actual stretch of road, but it's quite clear that our roads have fallen into a poor state of disrepair, and it's not because of a willingness by my team or staff to repair them. It's down to the simple reality that we're not properly financed in this place, and has been recognised across the chamber, and that the British government have to start properly financing us to run public services. Roads maintenance is a public service. It needs properly financed and properly resourced.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's on record quoted as being saying he doesn't choose which potholes get repaired, but you do set the policy, Minister, which is currently 50 millimetres deep. Would you consider reverting to the historic measure of 20 millimetres?
Minister.
I hope the member's not going around measuring potholes in his constituency. You might need a meter ruler in some places, unfortunately. What we're currently carrying out is emergency repairs because of the service which we can deliver because of the financial situation we're in. I can assure you, my officials and the grounds team and those who work on the roads want to be doing more, but unfortunately, apart from the additional finance I have given them towards the end of this financial year, we are significantly underfunded. I am looking at my budget for next year, both my capital budget and my resource budget, to see what we can do. I think we've been through a period, and understandably we have a period of much discussion about what we can't do. I want to enter a period of discussion about what we can do, and that's the approach I'm taking to the department.
Mr. Nesbitt.
$1 million for potholes, but when you think about what you're paying out in compensation to drivers whose vehicles are damaged, is there not a compelling case for Invest to Save?
Minister.
Invest to Save would be an executive strategy, which I would welcome. But again, you know, the executive is not exactly flush with funds either. The absence of ministers over this last couple of years hasn't helped matters. Officials had to do and work within a very stringent budget. I have more flexibility in how I deal with my budget internally. I am looking at it, studying it to see what imaginative proposals we can bring forward to ensure that we maintain our roads in a safe fashion, so we aren't paying out those compensation fees, that we're using the money we have to improve the state of our roads, our active travel routes, anything we can invest in.
Black Season.
Minister, the pupils and staff of St Colin Bannis College in Bangor have been waiting for a pedestrian crossing on the East Circular Road for 4 years. When is this project actually going to happen?
Minister.
I don't know is the honest answer, but I'm more than happy to engage with my officials and report back to the member. These things are set against the criteria of traffic and number of pedestrians in the area, and as to whether even installing the pedestrian crossing is a safe thing to do at a certain section of the road, that it doesn't cause a danger either to pedestrians or to drivers. But I'm more than happy to engage with my officials.
Minister, all those criteria have actually been met, and it's still been going on for 4 years. Would the Minister agree with me that the safety of the pupils of St Colin Bannis College using that road is paramount?
Minister.
Well, without a doubt, the safety of all our pupils attending school is paramount. But can I also put this on the record? Drivers need to change their behaviour. Accidents are largely caused through speeding or carelessness, and no matter how many measures you put on a road, if someone's going to speed, they're going to cause an accident. If someone is driving carelessly, they're going to cause an accident. So I would appeal to drivers to change their attitude to road users, both vehicle traffic and pedestrian traffic, and then we will have much safer roads.
Minister, for his answer so far, can I ask the Minister how he intends to tackle regional balance in office?
Minister.
In terms of tackling regional balance, I wish to see, from a transport perspective, the Department is preparing a new suite of transport plans that will continue to improve the connectivity and sustainability of the transport system across the region. This will include also the ambitious plans outlined within each council's local development plan. My department is continuing to support the development of the city and growth deals and play our part in delivery. I'm committed to delivering the upgrades to the A5 and Phase 3 upgrade of the Derry to Coleraine railway line as part of this progress moving forward, among other factors.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Can he provide an update on the speed of the Portadown to Derry rail line?
Yes, I think in terms of a previous debate, I think it's around 200 kilometres an hour, so it is a high-speed rail link between Portadown and Derry. It's part of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. It's an ambitious plan. It gives connectivity. It tackles climate change and promotes public transport. So these projects are medium to long term, but they are important, and it's crucial that those projects include tackling regional imbalance and correcting the mistakes of the past.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Given the rise in road deaths, as many have mentioned here today, particularly over the past year, and the high numbers of collisions and fatalities on the A5, will the Minister make road safety a priority, and when can we expect to see a road safety strategy? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank the member for our question. I published the draft road safety strategy for 2030 in October 2022. Since its publication, officials have continued to progress the work of the strategy and the one-year action plan which supported it. Our report on the progress for the actions for 22-23 was completed and is available on the Department's website. A new 52-point action plan for 23-24 was developed. A progress report for these actions will follow in due course. As this is a cross-cutting matter, I'm going to present an updated road strategy and action plan to the Executive in the near future.
Obviously, you mentioned the range of actions that are there. Just basically, in the meantime, for this incoming year, what is kind of the clear actions that the Department's taking on to reduce road deaths and serious injuries? Thank you.
Minister.
The clear message from the Department, and unfortunately one of the areas where we've had to reduce spending on, is in terms of advertising around road safety. Again, there is some deliberations on around how effective and at what times that messaging can be. But the clear actions and message I want to send out is this. No matter how much my department spends on improving roads, fixing potholes, correcting faults, if drivers do not change their attitude and towards speeding and careless driving, then our death toll, which has increased in this last year, will continue to increase. So it's drivers' attitudes to other road users is vitally important in improving road safety.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, the government, there's a commitment of funding to the Narrow Water Bridge project that was announced by the Irish Government last week is obviously very welcome. Will the Minister work with his counterparts in the South to ensure the delivery of Narrow Water Bridge?
Minister.
Both administrations continue to attach priority to the Narrow Water Bridge. €3 million was provided by the Irish Government Shared Island Fund to bring the Narrow Water Bridge project to tender stage, with a further €2 million provided to complete the tender process, which concluded in October 2022. Following evaluation of the tenders, the Irish Government officials intend to bring a memorandum to Government in the coming weeks to award the tender. This project is being brought forward by Louth County Council. Most of the works in relation to this project are in relation to the role of Louth County Council. My department will play its role and the Warren-Porn side of this. I think it's a very exciting project. It's a huge economic boost to that area, but I can assure the member my department will play its role.
That brings to a conclusion the time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Members, I want to notify the Assembly that I will not be in the Chamber next week on Monday 11th of March, as I will be representing the Assembly at a summit for Commonwealth Speakers in London to mark the 75th anniversary of the Commonwealth. The Principal Deputy Speaker and Deputy Speakers will chair next Monday's plenary session, and in my absence any decisions required will be made either by myself or the Principal Deputy Speaker as required. I will be back in the House on Tuesday 12th of March. If members would take their ease as we change the top table.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now return to the motion on making school uniforms more affordable, and I call on Nuala McAllister to wind on the amendment, and the member has up to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response just before we adjourned for the break there. I just want to point to some of the specific issues that were highlighted during the debate by many members across the chamber. But first, before I do that, I just want to take a minute to actually describe what we all know as a school uniform and what is seen as a standard school uniform. And we all know it's a young child, usually wearing a shirt and tie, looking like they're going off the interview at aged 4, sitting at a desk for 6 hours a day with the scratchy jumper on and tight trousers. Little kids who have usually run about in the playground at nursery for 4 hours then are sat at a desk for 6 hours in their little school ties and their little school jumpers or skirts or pinafores. And really, that's not really the image that we think of when we think of kids. You know, we think of laughter, we think of fun, and we think of innocence. So really, the school uniform should not be part of the child, or not. This child should not be part of the school uniform, but the school uniform should be part of the child and actually complement what it is that they do during school, and most importantly, have comfort at the bottom of it. Many members across the chamber noted the expense that it has on parents, but actually the effect of stress that it causes on the children. And I know that some of the members had expressed concern about this, and I do agree and share that concern too, that there is no child who should be stressed because of the financial circumstances of which their parents find themselves in because of the burdens placed on them by school uniforms. We all agree that the school uniform grant is not sufficient and that it should have been updated many years ago. The Minister highlighted that he had one of 5 children, I think that was correct, having to find a school uniform for. I can top that, Minister, I'm one of 8. One of 8, which at one point there was 6 different schools where my parents had to find school uniforms for, 6 of them post-primary schools. And when we all know we have to buy blazers, jumpers, and then PU uniforms, it's simply unaffordable. It was unaffordable 20 years ago when I was at school. It's still unaffordable today, and in some instances, it's been highlighted by MLAs, it's often getting worse. Another issue that I wanted to address that other MLAs shared is this idea of branded PE uniform. And I make reference to the comments made by Mike Nesbitt around the branding, that if they wanted to wear a branding PE uniform, then why not should the school pay for that or perhaps have the wardrobe of that uniform? Well, if a particular brand wants to actually be shown in a school uniform, why don't they pay for it? Why don't they do it through school sponsorship? Why place the burden on a child? It exacerbates the problem that we have around division in our school system. We all know our schools are divided. Our schools are not integrated on a true basis, and I'm not talking about just based on religion. I'm talking about academia, and I'm talking about a financial set. Children who come from families who can afford will receive school tuition, more likely to go to a grammar school. Those families who can afford will be able to afford the school uniform, the branded PE gear, go on to play for the school sports team, whether it's football or rugby. And if they're branded PE gear, the families who will be able to afford will more than likely be the ones who will go forward for that. I've heard everyone in the chamber agree with that today, and I listened to the example provided by Danny Baker around the family who had 3 children, one of which was as a child who attended a special needs school. And I think that's an important issue to reflect on, because what uniforms surely aren't is inclusive. Whenever we talk to children about reasons why they're not happy with their school uniform, it's not about just getting rid of school uniform in its entirety. It's actually about comfort. And with a lot of SEND children having sensory issues, a lot of children that attend mainstream school with sensory issues, are our school uniforms actually built for purpose for those kids to feel comfortable? And then there was some focus around the add-ons to school uniform, but I would like to expand a little bit about that. Once you purchase your school uniform, your PE uniform, then there's the idea of scarves and coats. And to be perfectly honest, in this day and age, not being allowed to wear a scarf or a coat to school unless it's school branding is a disgrace. Whenever the weather is cold, we need to ensure that parents can provide their children with anything. I want to touch on a few of the things that the Minister said, and I welcome your points around ensuring that the affordability can work for parents.
Unfortunately, the member's only got a very short time to do that.
Okay. Well, I just want to, one thing that I would like to highlight is that inclusivity was missing from your comments. So I want to ensure that in the consultation you do include inclusivity, but I am glad to see
Could the member draw her remarks to a close, please?
Well.
Thank you. Make it work now. I call on Cathy Mason.
Every family should be able to afford their child's school uniform and PE gear. No ifs, no buts. And we can work together in this Assembly to ensure that, giving families the much needed break they deserve. I have with me in my hand today the responses of over 1,500 families to a recent survey that we conducted as a party. And at the time, I gave a guarantee to each of these families that I would try to make their voice heard. And with the Education Minister here today, I want to take this opportunity to read a few of their personal testimonies to him. I dread July and August coming around every year. It's a time when most people love, but I don't. I struggle to purchase food because of school uniform costs. Another parent said, I'm a full-time nurse and in a good band in the health service, yet I financially and mentally struggle with the cost of school uniform for my children. Work is tough enough without this. Another says, I work full-time, and whatever overtime I can get, still I struggle to afford the cost of my kids' uniforms and school costs. I'm now looking at taking on a second job. And another says, I have sleepless nights with the worry of school uniform costs. I have tried taking out loans, but that doesn't go far enough. The unfortunate and very sad reality is I could go on and on and on with these personal testimonies. Many families are really hard-pressed at the minute with the high costs of heating, electricity and food. They already struggle to make ends meet, and when the summer comes around, the cost of school uniforms really can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. By putting all of our shoulders to the wheel and working together in this Assembly, we can make school uniforms more affordable and help to keep the money in the pockets of families. That must be our focus, making a positive difference to the everyday lives of ordinary people. We need to make sure that going to school is as easy as possible for each and every child here in the North, and that means removing unnecessary barriers by making school uniforms affordable for all families and giving our children a good meal and easily getting them to and from school. We cannot have this single mother having sleepless nights, worrying about whether or not she can get her daughter the expensive blazer, the father working extra hours to get that PE uniform, or the grandmother spending her much-needed pension on her grandson's branded jumper. It is simply not acceptable. Many families are burdened by debt every year with uniforms and PE gear costing hundreds of pounds for just one child. An experience I've been challenged with as well as a parent, as I'm sure many in this House have as well. Some stark findings from Parentkind are a clear signal that families need help to tackle huge cost of school uniforms. 71% of parents surveyed in the North claim that their top school cost worry is the price of school uniforms. And 30% of parents in the North struggle to afford the costs associated with sending their children to school. And as been mentioned before, the Children's Society found that parents who had to buy 2 or more items from specified suppliers said that the average cost was around 50% more expensive. This should not be the case. 1 in 10 parents surveyed by Save the Children said that their child had missed out on school due to issues relating to school uniforms or PE kits. This cannot go on. Every child has the right to a good education. Children should not miss out on school because of the cost of their uniform. Families should not be priced out of schools, and children especially should not be burdened by financial pressures. Families do not deserve this. Save the Children also stated that 60% of parents find the cost of school uniforms and PE kits financially challenging, disproportionately affecting low and middle income households, and a third of parents across the North have had to borrow money to cover the cost of school uniforms and PE kits. As has been mentioned before by previous speakers, we are now in a scenario where families are being forced into debt year on year, borrowing from their local credit unions, taking out high-interest personal loans or credit cards, and are finding it so difficult to break the seemingly never-ending cycle. It is clear that the Department for Education's current guidance on the cost of school uniforms is not touching the sides of the transformations that are needed to help our struggling families. We must be more ambitious to help working families with rising school costs. The current school uniform grants available from the Education Authority are inadequately dealing with the rising cost of living and must be rectified if we want to make uniforms affordable. The Department should urgently review the grant threshold to ensure all children in poverty receive the support they deserve and that no child is excluded from accessing their education. There is much more work to be done to establish a fair tendering process for school uniforms, one that aims to provide high-quality, affordable uniforms that are built to last, that can be passed down through households or passed on to new pupils. We must also be more ambitious to help working families with rising school costs by looking at the concept of voluntary contributions. It is clear that these contributions are putting further pressure on families, with 17% of them stating that this is their top worry. Families deserve a break now more than ever, and I will work with everyone in this House to ensure this happens. The Education Minister must act now to address this issue, particularly as we near the time of year when parents are beginning to buy their uniforms. And there have been so many valid points made right across by all parties right across this House, and it is very clear that you are all getting these concerns raised with you as well. I want to mention specifically the comment made by the member Connie Egan when she made the point of the gender equality issue in terms of the compulsory wearing of skirts, and that everyone should be able to wear what it is they feel comfortable in. And also from my party colleague Pat Sheehan, who raised the issue that parents are already struggling with the cost of living crisis, and this is only adding to it, and his comparisons with other countries such as Spain. And the member David Brooks, who mentioned the value of a school uniform, but the dangers of having this excessive branding. And to Robbie Butler, who mentioned the lack of accountability, acting as a barrier to education being accessible for all and people having the choice. To Cara Hunter about the lagging behind in this in the north here in terms of grant support and the comparisons that you drew with England, Scotland, Wales and of course the south. And Jerry Carroll, who mentioned about that it's appalling that families are having to choose between eating and affording school uniforms. And this is the reality that we're facing. And that's just a few of the very strong arguments that were made here today. What I do want to say is I welcome the support and the commitment from the Minister here today, that he will launch a consultation to legislate on this issue, but I urge him to do it as quickly as possible as we near the time of year when many parents are beginning to purchase their school uniforms. So I want to wrap up by thanking the members for their contribution to this motion today and for the amendment from the Alliance Party as well, and for your support on what is a very important issue to many of your own constituents.
Thank you, and thank you very much indeed, members, for the debate. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Nick Matheson, Kate Nicholl, Connie Egan and Nuala McAllister be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The amendment is made. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary? That's it. Thank you. Please take your ease.
Okay, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on and expanding support for apprenticeships. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly believes apprenticeships offer an opportunity for everyone, regardless of age or sector, to upskill or reskill as part of their lifelong learning journey, welcomes the commitment in the skills strategy for Northern Ireland Skills for a 10x economy to introduce all age apprenticeships across key sectors of our economy, further welcomes the intention to improve entry routes and career progression in our health system and wider public sector by establishing a new nursing higher level apprenticeship framework and expanding public sector apprenticeships, and calls on the Minister for the Economy to set ambitious targets for increasing Northern Ireland's apprenticeship offer by the end of this Assembly mandate.
Thank you. Philip, can you move the motion? So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. Philip, as the proposer, you will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed to 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please move the motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to propose this motion here this afternoon to recognise the importance of the apprenticeship sector to the Northern Ireland economy and to outline how we all collectively in this House can work together to build on that success. In light of that genuine desire to build a stronger economy by working together, I'll be delighted to accept the amendment that will be put forward by my Economy Committee colleague, Ms Eastwood. I look forward to working with all members across the House to make this a reality. Our motion today seeks to recognise the important commitments made to date by the Executive, but goes further in calling for the Minister to set out ambitious targets for increasing Northern Ireland's apprenticeship offering by the end of this mandate. And can I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for his attendance here this afternoon. I think it shows his willingness to work with all members to make this a reality. In my opening remarks, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to welcome the comments of the Economy Minister when he outlined his economic vision to this House just a few short weeks ago. One of the key ways in which the Minister outlined his vision was by stating the important role that we have in increasing the number of good jobs available. The skills strategy for Northern Ireland, published in March 2022 by then Minister Lyons, made clear that if we are to make our economy 10 times stronger, 10 times more prosperous and 10 times more resilient, that will require transformation in our skills system. The skills of our people are the primary driver of our success, and I would welcome the Minister outlining his commitment to build on the strength of the skills strategy that was published in 2022. The Democratic Unionist Party has proudly spearheaded the 10X strategy, which received the backing of key business and educational leaders across Northern Ireland. We recognise this as a crucial tool towards closing the skills gap and in building a workforce that will take our economy to even greater heights.
Can we give way?
Of course.
Thank the member for giving way. I would ask if the member agrees with me that given the emphasis on skills and apprenticeships and their importance to our economy, that in such a climate it is utter folly to even consider the closure of Castlereagh College.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I know her and her colleague Mr Brooks have been eloquent and articulate on ensuring that that campus remains open. I know they've put those comments on the record to the Minister previously, and they make a strong case for their constituents. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the new Economy Minister on the record has signalled his intention to deliver key recommendations contained within the 10X strategy, and he can be assured of my party's support as we work together to achieve that. At the centre of this strategy is a clear commitment that we must focus our attention on the sectors which are best placed to add value in the global economy because of our productivity edge, a productivity edge that our people help us secure. In this context, it is impossible to overstate the importance of apprenticeships and investing in skills. My party is extremely proud of our record in driving forward the Northern Ireland economy. The economy of 2007 is virtually unrecognisable from the economy of 2024, but that cannot simply be the limit of our ambition. We owe it to the next generation to set our aim and our gaze even higher, to deliver an even stronger economy. And central to that, in my view, is the role of apprenticeships. We want to provide the conditions for more economic growth and ensure that there's confidence within the sector across all aspects that we have the people and the skills ready to deliver. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was DUP economy ministers who led the apprenticeship recovery package to minimise apprenticeship loss, and it was Minister Dodds who launched a new supply chain and logistics course for higher level apprentices at the Northern Regional College. I want to take this opportunity, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to put on record my support and commitment to the FE sector in Northern Ireland. I'm very proud to have the Newtonabbey campus, which I know the Minister visited recently, but I think on occasions we fail to recognise the importance of the FE sector. I want to send a clear message of the important role that it plays in delivering for our communities and our economy in all sections of Northern Ireland. Turning to North Belfast, it wouldn't be a speech if I didn't mention my constituency, but as an MLA for North Belfast, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I made a pledge to the people of my constituency that no one there would be left behind. I made a pledge to them that I would ensure that they would not be denied the economic opportunities that their predecessors were as a result of our troubled past. I made a pledge to them that the communities that I represent, that economic exclusion would no longer be tolerated. And I made clear to them that the factories that overshadow their homes would be welcoming and opening to them. To that end, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to reference but a few of the organisations who have helped remove the barriers to economic opportunities in North Belfast. Impact Training, Women's Tech, Rathcoole Boxing Club, The Hub, the Rath Group, Ashton Centre, Newtonabbey Community and Cultural Arts Network, Queen's Park Women's Group, and the list goes on, each of them determined to share my vision, ensuring everyone has an opportunity. Our greatest economic asset is our people, and global investors rightly recognise the ambitions and skills that the people of Northern Ireland have to offer. But we can only maintain and build upon that investment if we have the pipeline of skilled workers that can adapt to an ever-changing economy. Even more so now as the global economy pivots towards green growth and other exciting fast-moving industries, this offering needs to keep pace for the demands of both skills, our people and employers. Apprenticeships have been key in our success in the past, and we must, as Assembly, not only commit to increasing funding for skills, but promoting apprenticeships across all age sectors of our economy. As Chairman of the Economy Committee, the message I receive from investors is clear. Apprenticeships in Northern Ireland are of an exceptionally high standard, so let us commit to continue to work together and set ambitious targets which we can reach. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the wide range of sector opportunities continues to grow on an almost weekly basis. From accountancy, construction, health, beauty to IT, transport and all in between, these offer opportunities to all the people of Northern Ireland. For many young people, it's an opportunity to earn whilst gaining recognised qualification, and for others, it's an opportunity to step into a new career path. In growing our apprenticeship offering, the Executive must ensure that it is fully included in the careers advice offered in our schools, further education sector, training and in job centres. And I know it's something that the Committee for the Economy have been keen to work with the Committee for Education to ensure we have a well-rounded careers advice service here in Northern Ireland. Those wraparound services will be vital to ensuring we continue to move that forward. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion rightly recognises the intention to improve entry routes, career progression into our health system by establishing a new nursing higher level apprenticeship framework. But nursing is not the only profession in which our health service would benefit from a renewed focus upon apprenticeship. In other parts of the United Kingdom, there have been occupational therapy apprenticeships available since 2019, which play a vital role in freeing up frontline services in our health system. And I would encourage the Minister for the Economy to continue to work with his colleague, the Minister for Health, to continue to develop those proposals. It's now more important than ever that we as a House commit to work together on these issues. Turning to all-age apprenticeships, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, these also offer opportunities to all people in all walks of life. and removing the age cap on apprenticeship was a welcome previous step by the Executive, and I'm sure the Minister will want to recommit his intentions to continue to have that cap lifted. To conclude, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we have the opportunity to continue to build on the success of our apprenticeship sector and set our sights and our gaze even higher. We have an opportunity to commit to continue to work together to build an economy ready for the future, to build an economy that delivers for every community in every corner of Northern Ireland. And I commend this motion to the House this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I call on Saoirse Eastwood to move the amendment. Saoirse, you have 10 minutes to propose the amendment, and you shall have 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will also have 5 minutes. So please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome this motion being brought before the House today. And indeed, I want to echo the comments of the Chair of the Economy Committee, somebody who I've really enjoyed working with in the last few weeks, and I know that we're on the same page whenever it comes to social inclusion in terms of skills and education. Our amendment is a friendly one. It is intended to support the motion, build on it, and reiterate the important elements of apprenticeship policy, which I will touch on. I strongly believe apprenticeships are a transformational educational route for people of all ages. Indeed, I believe that education and skills provides people with a passport for the rest of their life. They can help our society to fill skill gaps, provide accessible routes into excellent careers such as manufacturing, healthcare, technology, business, hospitality and trades. When was the last time you tried to get a tradesperson? They're like hen's teeth and they can call their price and fair play to them. They can also ensure people are emerging from education with hugely valuable skills without the level of debt that can be experienced through other paths. In 2021-22, we had 7,608 apprenticeship starts, from level 2 through to level 7. Across the board, we have seen the trend of people undertaking apprenticeships increasing, but slowly. However, our apprenticeship participation rate per 1,000 remains the lowest in the UK, while the latest employer skills survey showed there were nearly 40,000 vacancies in the north, nearly 14,000 of which were deemed skills shortage vacancies. Indeed, there is a lot more work that can be done around apprenticeships, although this has been made significantly harder having lost crucial EU funding following our exit from the EU and the difficult financial position of our departments. Progress needs to be made, and I will touch on a number of areas. The first is the tone with which we discuss apprenticeships and vocational training in society. In my opinion, there still remains a perception from many that the academic route is somehow inherently better. I have nothing against universities, I even went to one myself in later life, or people choosing the academic route. However, we need to make it clear that it is inherently no better or no worse than vocational pathways. There should be absolute parity between the two. This lingering perception does not exist to the same extent in the likes of Switzerland or Germany, because they simply look at the facts. Technical and vocational pathways like apprenticeships produce highly skilled, highly sought-after individuals that are desperately needed in our society. In fact, without these people, our daily life would grind to a halt. This lingering societal bias is changing, but we need to speed up that change. That is, in part, why I am so passionate about reforming careers advice, something that the Chair has already mentioned, especially in schools. Young people need to be aware of every opportunity and path available to them, including apprenticeships, and empowered with support to follow the route that they want. That means delivering the long-delayed careers portal, having earlier interventions, making it easier for young people to experience the world of work firsthand, and ensuring this happens more than just once throughout their school career. And it means ongoing conversations about the routes that they can take. And indeed, I think of excellent organisations such as Young Enterprise who do brilliant work right across Northern Ireland. The motion speaks of increasing the apprenticeship offer, and that is something I agree with. For example, the development of a nursing higher level apprenticeship framework is welcome news, and I believe that indeed, as the member has touched on, there is definitely the potential for other frameworks to be developed, particularly in social care. For example, we've mentioned the challenge of climate We've mentioned the potential for green growth, and indeed just last week the Economy Committee heard of the transformational opportunities in moving towards net zero, not just in terms of reducing fuel poverty, but of the local businesses and technologies that will indeed develop and thrive. These growing and future sectors need us to have a strong pipeline of talent emerging. And indeed we know that Northern Ireland Electricity Networks and others have clubbed together to form a utilities apprenticeship, something that will be absolutely key for us going forward. Absolutely.
Thank the member for giving way. Would you agree with me that all of these apprenticeships and the skills that are required need to be led by the industries, whether it is nursing, whether it is health and social care, or whether it is the engineering business in my own area of Mid-Ulster? They need to be led by the businesses. That's who needs to be listened to, for they know the skills that they need and they require. They know the training that is required in order to deliver those skills. Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree with the member, and indeed, I'm thinking of her constituency of Mid-Ulster and of the incredible work that Mega do and the work that they've done in bringing young people to the workplace. But also, as you say, it's crucial that it's actually led by industry and that they have that innate ability to understand where our economy is going and giving our young people the chances to progress through that. However, developing those sorts of frameworks and sectoral partnerships that we've talked about does not equal success alone. England has had apprenticeships in nursing since September 2017, and although the Royal College of Nursing say there is absolutely a place for them, in the execution of them they have noted a shortage of training capacity, a lack of funding and constraints that the apprenticeship levy have caused. When it comes to healthcare apprenticeships, they need to be part of a strategic workforce plan which requires close cross-departmental working, and indeed this is something in my short time already I've raised with the Health Minister on the floor of the House and indeed the Economy Minister on the floor of the House in terms of the issues around the health workforce challenge, and we know that that will not be down to one department alone. That will be something that will indeed be a cross-departmental job of work. There also needs to be an acceptance that Northern Ireland is made up of SMEs. We are predominantly an SME economy. And we need to ensure that they, like bigger organisations, are empowered and supported to take on apprentices. That requires supporting them through advice and training, but it also means further developing our managerial capacity. We hear again and again about the need for interventions to develop more managerial talent across all sectors, and that needs to be done as a twin-track approach with apprenticeship development, as good managers will ensure apprentices are motivated and get the most out of the training. Our amendment makes specific reference to the role of further education, and I really think that's incredibly important at this time, and I do echo the sentiments of the member. I feel it was important to put that on record, as I feel particularly at this time that our colleges, lecturers and students within them need champions right now. The FE sector was rightly at the heart of the skills strategy. However, the reality is ongoing industrial relations issues, lack of pay parity with school teachers, a voluntary redundancy scheme costing millions and the potential of campus closures. All while we have been told there is a project undergoing considering the future structure of the FE system. That transformation project urgently needs to be brought forward and discussed openly before the voluntary redundancy scheme goes ahead and before any decisions around campus closures. Otherwise, we are simply jumping the shark. I will, Shirley.
Does the member agree with me, similar to my constituency colleague, Ms Bunting, that the potential closure of the Belfast Met Castlereagh campus, combined with the redundancy schemes that have been ongoing, is misguided, given that we had no economy minister in post during this time? And does she share my view that the minister must engage proactively to find a solution that keeps the campus open?
Absolutely, I thank the member for his point, and I do share that concern, not just around the specific campus raised, but also in general. I do think that we are indeed right to stop for pause in that regard. We need a strategic vision for FE and to provide clear delineation of the role and functions of universities, colleges and schools, and I know there were recommendations included within the Independent Review of Education which should be considered. Our amendment also makes reference to a dedicated skills fund. This was a recommendation in the OECD skills strategy for Northern Ireland and is indeed a request of many businesses. It will be essential to making real progress in developing apprenticeships and supporting more people to start them. It would also send a signal that the Department is making lifelong learning and skills a priority. In this country, we tend to think that learning stops at 16, 18 or 21, and that's a mindset that needs to change. And I do know that the Minister shares that view of the world and indeed has made strides in that regard to frame that conversation going forward. Currently, instead of benefiting from a dedicated skills fund, our larger businesses have to pay an apprenticeship levy to the UK Treasury, circa 80 million, without seeing any direct benefit. While it is a reserved matter, we do need to continue to make the case that it is not working for our local organisations. In closing, let me say that we want to see a growing number of apprenticeship frameworks and opportunities, as long as they are well designed, well considered and properly supported. We want to see the number of people starting and, most importantly, completing apprenticeships increasing, and we believe that ambitious targets should be set around both. Indeed, as they say, what gets measured gets done. But we also want to see changing demographics, more women undertaking apprenticeships, more people from disadvantaged backgrounds moving up through them, and indeed with all-age apprenticeships. So we support this original amendment and we commend our motion to the House. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Saoirse. Our next speaker is Philip McGuigan.
I welcome the motion and will be supporting it and the amendment. Apprenticeships must be an integral part of any strategy to develop our skills base here in the North. Young school leavers in my constituency in North Antrim should have the option and opportunity to have an educational pathway to reach their full potential through an apprenticeship to earn as they learn. So I welcome the Economy Minister's commitment to creating more and better paid apprenticeships and skills academies as outlined in his economic vision. I think it's worth noting from the outset that the aspirations, which I support and agree with in the motion and the amendment, have and will be made more difficult with the impact and loss of substantial funding from the EU. The British government's supposed replacement through the Shared Prosperity Fund isn't adequate and does leave the executive with a significant gap to plug. Ultimately, we can speak about and support a ring-fenced skills fund, but in reality we need any lost funding from Brexit to be restored so we can actually extend provision and achieve the ambitious targets that we would all in here like to see. This motion makes mention of the 10x skills strategy, but I do think it's important to point out the limitations within 10x in that it narrowly focused on just 6 sectors, the majority of which were in the digital sectors like cybersecurity and financial services. And whilst no doubt these are important, I think a skills strategy needs to be consistent with the needs of all local employers across all constituencies and sectors. One of the best examples, as has already been pointed out, of apprenticeships working well is within the manufacturing sector in Mid-Ulster under the MEGA model. Sinn Féin at the time of 10x made the case that there are labour and skills shortages in areas like tourism, construction and health service, some of which could be resolved by investment in apprenticeships. The provision of the nursing higher level apprenticeships, for example, is something that Sinn Féin has previously supported. There are over 1,700 registered nursing and midwifery vacancies currently being recruited for within the HSE. Nursing apprenticeships can offer an additional pathway for people to enter the nursing profession without having to go through a more academic route, and could help people who work in other roles within the health and social care sector to move into nursing profession if they wished. Similarly, we need to be much more ambitious and elevate the importance of investing in green skills. So again, I'm glad to see that green skills and a just transition are a key feature of the Economy Minister's economic vision. Currently, there are around 5,000 people employed in full-time green jobs here in the North, but we can expect that number to grow and grow substantially as more and become more available in areas such as renewable energy, manufacturing, retrofitting and conservation. The energy strategy sets out the potential for almost 14,000 jobs to emerge in the low-carbon workforce. And apprenticeships can and should be used to bridge the gap between the levels of qualifications needed for carbon-intensive industries which are likely to close or change to the renewable sectors where the workforce will definitely expand. And in September 2023, the Department chose to fund all-age apprentices, meaning that anyone over the age of 25 can now receive public funding for their apprenticeship, and this is a welcome move. All-age apprenticeships will be a game changer for skills and will mean that workers of all ages can reskill and upskill without having to pay for their own apprenticeship training, and therefore find a path into a better job or enhance their career opportunities. In conclusion, Last Cancolia, apprenticeships and apprentices, whatever their age, must be treated with the same consideration and importance as other third-level students. And this career pathway must be embedded within the education careers advice system. Increasing the uptake and expansion of apprenticeships will be reliant on reform of careers advice. For too long, academic pathways and routes to university have overshadowed the importance of apprenticeships and vocational pathways to success, and that needs to change.
Thank you, Philip. I call Meg Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. And as economy spokesman, our spokesperson for the Ulster Unionist Party, very happy to support the motion and the amendment. I like the amendment for a couple of reasons. The recognition of the crucial role for further education and also the call for a dedicated skills fund. The latter being a manifesto commitment of my party back in 2022. And we did so having studied similar initiatives, namely the Skills Development Scotland initiative and SkillNet in the Republic of Ireland, both very successful. And what they do is they coordinate and they organise and make sure that funding for job skills goes to the right place. That includes apprenticeships and lifelong learning. And importantly, I think, given the day that's in it, we also envisage this body as being a tripartite arrangement between government, business and trade unions. And I say that because earlier today, up in the Long Gallery, I was with the Minister and other members as the Northern Ireland Committee of the Irish Congress of Trades Unions published their document, Democracy at Work, Social Dialogue and the Tripartite Model. In terms of the role for further education, I think this is a fundamental about how we view our society, about what we think of education and which intelligences we cherish. Because we all know there are different forms of intelligence, and it seems to me our formal education system overvalues the academic over everything else. And if we do that, if we want to breed a nation of academics, we'll probably be able to publish some great intellectual papers just before we all starve to death. And I liken it often to, there's a new supermarket in your area with 100 jobs, and it seems sometimes we think there's only 3 of those jobs worth having: general manager, finance manager, human resources manager. But again, if the other 97 aren't in play, we're not going to be able to put food on the table. And we had an interesting debate, or the start of an interesting debate, at the Economy Committee last week, and it was over the definition of the term good job. And I know the Minister had that in his economic vision, and he might care to expand on it. I don't think we're going to get to a fully agreed definition today. I think there are probably many definitions. But it doesn't have to be high-skilled, high-paid. For me, a good job is a job that a person takes pride in, that society values, and that the employer rewards appropriately. So, working in that supermarket without being one of those 3 people I've mentioned could make for a very good job for that individual. You might also say a good job is high value, but is that high value to society, stroke the economy, or is it high value to the individual? Well, I think if it's both, if you can harmonise both, then you've got a definition of success, of what a good job is. But on the idea of what we think about education, I'm sure we all know schools who take pride in saying they've got a very high percentage of sixth formers who leave to go on to university. But is that about that school enhancing its reputation of a centre of excellence for academic study? Or is it about saying we do the best for each individual pupil? And I would suggest it's the former, not the latter. Because there tends to be this thought that university degree is good, apprenticeship, well, that's second best. But it's not. And so we need that cultural change, Principal Deputy Speaker. At the first meeting of the Economy Committee, the Chairman asked us all to talk about our priorities or our interests. One of my key ones is tackling our high rates of economic inactivity. These are people who want to be at work but can't because of their barriers, and we know what those barriers are. One is affordable, accessible childcare, but the other is skills. And skills and apprenticeship go hand in glove. And therefore, I'm more than happy to welcome this debate, to support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Mike. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. I welcome this motion and the amendment today. I want to start by saying that apprenticeships are absolutely fundamental because if you want to grow your economy, then the best place that you can start is with the skills base of your people. It is skills that drive economic growth and prosperity, and when it comes to increasing those level skills, investing in apprenticeships is among the greatest interventions that you can make. Every year they help thousands of young people, particularly young people particularly our young people, to develop their key skills, gain experience, and then open the doors to full employment. Apprenticeships strengthen the skill base in the key industries of our future, and they bring people back into the labour market, and they help to boost our shocking productivity levels, which, as we all know around here, has been the Achilles heel of our economy for far too long. So investing in apprenticeships should be at the heart of the Minister's approach, and I know he has made a commitment to that. Indeed, it has been a failure of past ministers not to invest as heavily in apprenticeships, and it has been proven profoundly damaging to our economic potential, and the loss of the EU funding through Brexit has compounded that damage, and we need to find ways of making up that lost ground. Earlier this week, Stephen Kelly from Manufacturing and I said, talk to any businesses here in the North and they will tell you that their biggest problem is the availability of labour. And he's right, we have a skills gap in Northern Ireland to the rest of the UK that shows no sign of actually closing. And that is a skills gap fuelled by many factors, but among them are the low level of human capital, aided and abetted by the brain drain from our shores, the attainment gap in our schools, the lack of quality careers guidance, which desperately needs reformed, and the dearth of support for employers who would be willing to offer apprenticeship programmes. In the context of these challenges, it's little wonder that the number of employers offering apprenticeships has stayed largely static in the last few years. So we need to do so much more to improve our skills base by investing in apprenticeships and closing the gap with other areas of the UK. And I firmly believe investment must include the ring-fence skills fund that can provide the financial support available, reform the apprenticeship levy, and more support for employers and further education colleges, and the cohesion between both of them. And I suppose the provision of proper financial support for students undertaking those apprenticeships. They need to be supported and valued through their career pathway as well. And also about finding the right balance between the appropriate pathways between further education and higher education, where we don't overcompensate one and leave the other to not feel as valued that those are going in those programmes. So I also believe strongly that we must invest where the need is the greatest in order to ensure that everyone in Northern Ireland has the chance to go as far as their talents will take them, regardless of their postcode. That means addressing, and the Minister will hear it again, profound regional imbalances. And so as we stand here today, the rate of people with no qualifications at all is more than double between the highest performing council districts and the lowest performing council districts. And Chair of the Economy Committee, North Belfast has an extreme problem in this area as well that needs to be addressed, and it is a skills problem in that area as well. So of course each area has its own challenges, but that is an imbalance that we cannot be allowed to continue. It is another example of the need for legislation to address these inequalities. I support the motion and I support the amendment. I think the amendment makes the motion much more targeted in a way. But and the calling for targets, I think we can't have a Northern Ireland target. We must address where the inequities lie, and so sub-regional targets are really good. Certainly, go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way, and I agree with her analysis that we do need to not adopt a scattergun approach per se, just for the sake of numbers, but the target does need to be reflective of where the gaps are. Would she agree with me that we need to ensure that we meet our climate goals in terms of our climate crisis, but also our challenges within the health and social care workforce, and that should be reflected in how we go about this?
Sinead, you have an extra minute.
Okay, thank you. I would absolutely, totally agree. You know, there are certain imbalances that we need to actually tackle in order to support those areas and those regions. Also, there is a gender gap in apprenticeship programmes as well that we need to really look at in order to make sure that more women and girls are picking up these apprenticeships and they're choosing that as their career pathway as well. So finally, Speaker, I would encourage the Economy Minister to be really ambitious in this space. We cannot overstate the importance of this issue for our economy and for our people. Skills are our future, and we need to put them front and centre of our approach. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Sinead. Our next speaker is Padraig Delargy.
Good last Cancolia. As in my role as Sinn Féin spokesperson on further and higher education, I've had consistent engagement with businesses, but particularly in recent weeks with constituents who are working in industry. So that's industries like fast technologies, like Terex, like Newprint, who are currently going through apprenticeships within Derry and within the North West. And within speaking to those businesses and to those constituents, the key thing that shines through in all of it is about removing barriers, whether that's in age and gender barriers, which colleagues have mentioned today, whether it's in location or qualifications. And I think our number one priority in this debate is that it has to be around making those apprenticeships accessible to all. And on that, I want to touch on three key themes. The first one is on north-south relations. Second one is on careers guidance. And then the third one is around nursing. One of the key issues which I've had brought up in my constituency, and I know the colleagues in other border constituencies have this raised as well, is around the fact that if someone is studying at, for example, North West Regional College and is taking on an apprenticeship, they have to do so within that same jurisdiction. That locks out a lot of people who are living in border constituencies, and it comes back to that piece on regional balance and on making sure that those are accessible to all. It works both ways and locks people out on both sides of the border. So I know it's something that the Minister's been very cognizant of. I think that it's something that we need to look at as a committee and something which we can hopefully work on in the time ahead. Because
I thank the member for giving way, and I don't mean to and intend to interject, Principal Deputy Speaker, an awful lot, but I do just want to say I think you're absolutely right. I think there are learnings that we can take from the South, and I think we need to be adopting more of an all-island approach whenever it comes to how we shape our economy in terms of where the potentials are with our dual market access, and going forward. Would the member agree with that contention?
You have an extra minute, Padraig.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on this issue particularly, we need to put politics to the side. Like in my constituency, I haven't spoken to one business who doesn't see the benefit of this, and I think that that's right across the board. That's been reflected in other constituencies as well. What we're hearing from our businesses and from people who are taking on apprenticeships is that they need that flexibility to grow, to survive, but also to continue to bring through new people and new skills in all those areas. The second key theme, and it's already been touched on again by colleagues, is around careers advice. That is essential, and I think that what the Chair has suggested there around linking up between Education and the Economy Committee is vital for us doing that. We did suggest that in our party response to the 10X strategy, something which I would like to see reviewed and implemented now, because there is a consensus across this chamber and across our committee that this is something that needs to be addressed. There's been far too much focus on academic routes, on achieving university places. So what I would like to see is a careers advice service that's professional, that's personalised, and that's sustained right across a young person's education. The third point that I want to touch on finally is just around the nursing apprentices. My colleague Philip McGuigan has touched already on the fact that there are 1,700 vacancies in December past around nursing. This is something that both Minister Murphy and Deirdre Hargey in her role as Minister have introduced 45 public sector apprenticeships in the last mandate. That's something which is very much to be welcomed and something which we need to adopt in this mandate as well. So there is a clear pathway now for us to recruit nurses, but in doing so, and where the barrier arises on that, is retaining nurses. There's no point in us recruiting nurses if we're not going to pay them properly, if we're not going to make sure that there's fair conditions and a reason for them to stay. So I would want to continue to work with all the Economy Committee members to do that. I think that we've identified where the gaps are, where the barriers are, but key to coming out of this is that we work collegiately to make sure that those are implemented and addressed. So I welcome this motion, be supporting the motion and be supporting the amendment today.
Thank you, Padraig. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this motion, and I think it is a timely opportunity for the House to recognise and celebrate the key contribution that apprentices have played in the Northern Ireland economy. I think we all can relate to different experiences where we've interacted with apprentices and their key contribution they've played in a number of sectors. And looking back, we can think that those were very much in traditional sort of craftsmanship, such as electricians, builders, joiners. But that field has grown and it continues to grow with exciting new opportunities. For my own sins, my first interaction with the working world was as an apprentice. And for a risk of embarrassing him, he's not here, but I went to an interview for an electrical apprenticeship at an agri-food company, and sitting across from me was the member from Mid Ulster, Keith Buchanan, who was to interview me that day at 17 years of age. I'm pleased to say he gave me the job. I didn't take it up in the end, but never did I think that we would cross paths again in the apprenticeship world of politics. But it's a vital example of just how interwoven apprenticeships already are in the Northern Ireland psyche. But there's much more work to be done. We have to support them. When we look at the significant issues facing the Northern Ireland economy, and it comes up time and time again, and it's come up again in this debate, is about the skills gap. Is about the first thing that a potential investor looks at is what skills does an economy have? And we do have significant gaps. There has been an inability of economies in the Western world to repivot their workforce towards the sectors in which are growing. We've been too slow in acting. So I welcome this motion and that ability and that recognition to say we must pivot to keep at pace with the economy. And on that very point, I do want to pay tribute to former Economy Minister Gordon Lyons and indeed my colleague Diane Dodds, who recognised the need for apprenticeships and put it into the heart of a skills strategy and indeed within the 10X economy, because they recognised that regardless of age, traditionally apprenticeships have always looked upon that junior member of staff. But now we see the untapped potential of apprenticeships not only at those junior years but right throughout life to tackle the issue of economic inactivity. We have a ready workforce that could be easily applied to growth sectors and ensure that we can continue to develop upon the economy. One issue that has been mentioned by all parties, and it is really actually interesting to see it's a point of unanimity at the committee, because we've all recognised the huge emphasis that there must be on a better careers provision to ensure that we can train and offer opportunities to the workforce of the future. Because in many cases it has been lacklustre. We can all look at our own personal examples, and some of them are bad. In fact, some of them are terrible, about the career opportunities that were offered to young people in different times gone by. But I tend to feel that there must be much more cross-departmental working on this point. And it's a point that we need to take up with our education colleagues as well. Because I think fundamentally, when we approach the topic of further education and higher education, and both are to be celebrated, both bring great opportunity. But if we're to look at the role of apprenticeships and the ability to pay good wages, earn while you learn, you know, that has a transformational impact. But I believe we're not actually selling that message at an early enough stage, and I mentioned this at the committee. Quite often the conversations are being had when children are picking GCSEs or A-levels. Often opinions have been formed at that stage. I'm not saying in all cases, but in some, opinions have been formed, and therefore our young people do not fully grasp what the potential opportunity that there is. Absolutely.
Thank you, the member, for giving way. Last week at the Infrastructure Committee, senior officials briefed our committee, and one of the key issues highlighted was the high level of vacancies, particularly in technical roles of over 28%. However, they did outline they consider more innovative ways of addressing these vacancies. Would the member agree that departments such as infrastructure should be taking the lead on this and doing more through creating more apprenticeship places within their departments and, I suppose, practice what they preach?
You have an extra minute, Johnson.
Thank you, and I thank the member because it's a vital point. There's huge opportunities in our public sector. We are going through a moment of great change in our economy. Let's look at this. Birth rates are at a historic low in the Western world. There's going to be a huge push for AI technologies to meet the demands of a workforce that is no longer there, and also automation of work lines in terms of more public-facing services such as, well, even we look at manufacturing or agri-food. But it is still going to require the input of skilled young people, and indeed those of all ages, applying through the likes of apprenticeships that can man and work these machines, and it's applicable in the public sector as well. So in closing, I will say this. I welcome the opportunity to celebrate and target resource, and I think we've talked about the apprenticeship levy and how that's resource being taken away when it should be something that should be put in to the Northern Ireland economy. But let's really focus in on what synergies there can be across departmental to ensure that we give apprenticeships the opportunities that they deserve and give our employers a workforce that is fit for purpose going forward as our economy changes, albeit for the better. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Jonathan. Stuart Dixon, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and like others, I'm delighted to take this opportunity to discuss what can only be described as the transformative power of apprenticeships in bolstering our economy, reducing inequality and addressing the pronounced skills shortages faced by employers. Recent data from the Employer Skills Survey shows that there were nearly 40,000 vacancies across Northern Ireland, with a significant portion, 13,500+, attributed directly to lack of skilled applicants. This situation reflects a need for a dedicated skills fund, as my colleague has already said, aiming at enhancing our apprenticeship provision. So far from being merely a policy suggestion, that this part is a critical step in nurturing a well-rounded, skilled and thriving work community. However, Principal Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, since the important steps taken by now quite some time ago Minister Stephen Farry, when he was Minister for Employment and Learning back in 2016, the apprenticeship sector has sadly seen minimal advantage over that time. In part, not least of all, due to the instability and disruptive effects of this assembly not being in place. Apprenticeships across all ages. Yes, I will.
Thank you to the member for giving way. You speak quite rightly of the need for a skills fund and the need to build apprenticeships. And one of the things that frustrates industry most is the fact that the apprenticeship levy is collected but doesn't come back in to fund apprenticeships in Northern Ireland. It goes into the general overall financial position that Northern Ireland's in. It would be helpful, would the member agree with me, it would be helpful if we could retain some of the apprenticeship levy and direct it specifically at a skills fund to build skills and apprenticeships in Northern Ireland.
Yep.
Stuart, do you have an extra minute?
Thank you. And I appreciate the intervention from the member and indeed a former minister who will understand the detail of this situation. But it's complex and has been made more complex and perhaps hasn't been tackled. And I'm sorry to say this again because of the lack of consistency of Assembly over the last number of years. But you're absolutely right. It's an area that needs to be tackled. And the best solution from our perspective is a local skills fund, which may be able to replace or at least work directly with that. Apprenticeships across all ages deliver a wide range of benefits. Not only do they offer hands-on training to fill existing vacancies, but they provide upskilling and expand the routes to qualifications. And the expansion of those routes to qualifications are vitally important. So in this context, I would like, as Chair of the All-Party Committee on Social Enterprise, to say that we have a role to play as well. The dedicated social impact and the ability to connect with people outside the mainstream makes them perfect allies to work with and expand apprenticeships with. A notable challenge is the entry barriers faced by many, often linked to additional support needs. So there's a need for a cross-cutting and cross-departmental approach to all of this, from education to health to the economy, so that we can deliver apprenticeships and to try and reduce and remove all of those barriers and enhance accessibility to apprenticeships. Furthermore, there needs to be a synergistic relationship between further education and apprenticeships. Despite the crucial roles played, a gap remains in the integration, a gap that needs to be bridged to ensure there's a holistic approach to vocational training, and there's now an urgent need to refocus and review the future of FE in Northern Ireland, and I make that appeal to the Minister as well today, that we tackle clearly and sensibly and seriously the role and work of further education in Northern Ireland. It is too valuable, and it has been valuable in the relationship with apprenticeships. From my party's perspective, our vision for apprenticeships has to be expansive, from all-age apprenticeships to how we access at the younger years. With the principle of, regardless of the sector, fostering inclusivity, we can amplify our efforts to direct focusing on the genuine alternatives apprenticeships deliver and enhance in education and skills. Furthermore, the apprenticeship wage is inadequate in our view. The cost of living crisis, it's impossible to envisage a person living on such a low wage, even though they are gaining valuable skills along the way. So in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer my appreciation to our apprentices, those in training today, those who will be in training in the future, and those who have been trained in the past and are adding to our economy here in Northern Ireland. Their dedication and hard work has not only been an investment in their future, but as an investment in the future of business and commerce and industry in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I call Steve Aiken.
And I mean to make the declaration of interest as the chair of the all-party group on science, technology, engineering and maths, and also that I'm forming an APG here on aviation, defence and the space sector as well. Minister, Deputy Principal Speaker, every time we talk about into industry, one of the key issues they do come up with is the area of the skills shortage. If we look at Northern Ireland 120 odd years ago, one of the big things that Northern Ireland had was its skilled labour and its skilled workforce. We didn't have any natural resources, but what we did have was a commitment to the improvement of our workforce, and particularly the addition of technical education. And that's where the tradition of the apprenticeship came from, and where are the strong areas that we need to reinvest in Northern Ireland. And Minister and Deputy Principal Speaker, you will be aware, of course, is that we have a student cap in Northern Ireland. And the fact that we we're not able to bring enough students into Northern Ireland has an effect across the entire sector. That affects further education, it affects everything we're trying to do. And it's not helped by the fact that it's already been mentioned, the issue about the apprenticeship levy. The fact that the apprenticeship levy is not used as it is in the rest of our nation, particularly for improvements to education and training for apprentices. Only here does it go into the pot, and it doesn't come to where it should be, which would be helping to fund the further education colleges. And many of our industries have a lot of complaint about this, because they see themselves as being doubly hampered by the fact that they have a skills shortage, but they pay in for an apprenticeship levy, but actually get nothing out of it. But we need to be aware that in Northern Ireland, we also need to be able to help support our traditional areas. In aviation, in shipbuilding, and vehicle manufacture, in the construction industry, as well as the new areas of fintech, life sciences and cyber. And we need to do that by bringing into this idea of the 3 ages. Because most of us will still be working until we're 70. Indeed, some of us are a lot closer to that than others. The important thing is that... behave. The important piece we need to understand is that at each stage we need to be able to retrain and reskill. And if we're going to have 3 ages of training, we need to have that access to both further education and upskilling. And that has to be available to everybody across the sectors in Northern Ireland to do that as well. Finally, just coming to sort of, and our party, of course, as Mr. Nesbitt has already said, will be supporting the motion and the amendment. We've got an opportunity here in Northern Ireland. And we are at a point where we could be doing something radical, and what we should be doing something radical. We need to, first of all, remove the student cap. We need to increase the numbers of people, our own people, our greatest natural resources, our own people, keeping them here in Northern Ireland and giving them their opportunity to do that. But we've also got to make sure that the funding that is available for upskilling is used for upskilling. We need to be able to make sure that we're investing very heavily into the interrelationships between our businesses and our industries, our further and higher education, but more importantly, outreaching to our people to say these are valuable things to do. We should all be out there saying, you need to upskill, reskill and do that. It needs to be a process of continuous improvement. Because 125 years ago, that's why we were the Everett, by the way, just in case you don't know, that's where Boeing have their major manufacturing plant, or the Toulouse, or indeed the Singapore, or indeed the Bangalore. That was here in Northern Ireland. The way for us to make that work again is to invest properly in our people and use the funding and resources that we have. And thank you. No, not all.
Thank you, Steve. I call on the Minister for the Economy to respond, and Minister, you have 15 minutes.
I thank the members for moving both the motion and the amendment. There's a remarkable degree of unanimity on the views across the chamber, which augurs well, I have to say, both in terms of the support for both motion and amendment, but also, I mean, what I detected on almost all the contributions was the need to properly and publicly value apprenticeships and that vocational technical journey as equal status to the academic journey. The full usage and, again, elevation in esteem of further education colleges seemed to be something that everyone agreed on. Appropriate careers advice to young people, not just a kind of a steer in a certain direction, and ambitious targets, which was part of the motion which people agreed on, and also cross-departmental working, which is something that is going to be very, very necessary, particularly given the financial constraints that we're in, but also if some of the approaches that people have suggested here are going to be followed through on, it is going to require, of course, cross-departmental work. And so all of those things I find myself very much in agreement, and given the fact that most of the people who spoke were on the Economy Committee, augurs well for a very constructive and cordial relationship over the next 3 years between myself and the Economy Committee, and I'm very much looking forward to all of that. There seems to be a great, as I say, synchronising in terms of us all being on the one page. And I think it's important because this is a very, very important area. And the fact is that more often than not, attention's drawn to division in this chamber, and yet we have a debate here which is at the core of how we develop and grow our economy, bring prosperity, create opportunity, create regional balance, all of those things, and how we do that. And the core of that is something which we find a very high level of agreement right across all of the parties in the chamber. So I think it does augur well. It'll not get the focus that perhaps it deserves, because division creates more column inches and more my colleague Mike Nesbitt will know that, more news time coverage than agreement. But nonetheless, I think it certainly fills me with a degree of hope and confidence that we have that level of agreement across the chamber in relation to that. I did set out, and the chair of the committee referred to the 4 key objectives in relation to a new economic mission. Increasing the proportion of working age people in good jobs, very much part of this debate. Promoting regional balance, again, very much part of this debate. Raising productivity, very much part of this debate. And the opportunities that there are in that net zero approach, again, very much part of this debate. The apprenticeship programme is a key tool in achieving that economic vision. as a people-centred business focused on a route to a good job. Apprenticeships bring significant benefits to employers across all sectors, provide high-quality opportunities for participants of all ages, and importantly, they offer the opportunity for people to progress their learning and skills whilst taking home a wage and gaining a recognised qualification. And for employers, apprenticeships provide the opportunity to grow their own skilled workforce. Our apprenticeships are delivered by a network of providers that includes the further education colleges, private training organisations and local universities. And this regional network operates on the ground with local businesses supporting a regionally balanced economy. The Apprenticeships NI programme is well established with over 130 apprenticeships available at level 2 and 3, equivalent to GCSE and A-level. And these programmes offer opportunities to gain a recognised qualification in a wide range of sectors, ranging from accounting and agriculture through to engineering and pharmacy, services and youth work. And I am pleased to report that apprenticeship numbers in the programme continue to rise year on year. I think there was a suggestion that they've remained static, but they do continue to rise. Updated figures produced by the Department this morning show that there are now over 11,000 participants on the Apprenticeship NI programme. The higher level apprenticeships, which was referred to by many of the contributors, has gone from strength to strength since its launch in 2017. Every year we see new employers joining and existing employers increasing the number of apprentices and the range of job roles they are using HLAs to deliver. And the HLAs are becoming increasingly attractive for young school and college leavers. There are now almost 2,500 people on a HLA programme studying for a qualification at foundation degree level or above. These higher level apprentices earn while they learn, making higher level education more accessible to a wider range of people and creating a pathway into good jobs. Businesses are working in partnership with colleges and universities to develop apprenticeship from foundation degree up to master's level across a wide range of areas. I think it speaks to the point my colleague Linda Dillon raised in her intervention. For example, health and life sciences, civil engineering, childcare and youth work and software engineering, and we now have over 60 higher level apprenticeship routes available. This is a route which is proven to promote regional balance. For the year 2021, the highest rates of, I think this answers a point perhaps that Sinead McLaughlin raised, but the highest rates of HLA participation per population were Mid-Ulster, Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon and Newrymore and Down councils. So we can see that that kind of regional balance has already been achieved through this approach.
Thank the Minister for giving me. Would he recognise that actually, if we look at those areas in particular, it's quite often whenever a particular industry really takes root in those communities, business continues to grow, and indeed wealth and generation created to those apprenticeships that actually grow our employment and our skills base in those particular areas, which are great examples.
I agree very much. What you have there is a combination of industries which are organised, and you'll find that in Mid-Ulster and in Craigavon as well, and a strong FE provision in the area, which we have in the southern area and in the western area for Mid-Ulster. So it points to the fact that FE colleges aren't getting the elevation of status that they deserve and not getting the full usage that they deserve. We could do much more than has been achieved with it. So I agree that everyone should be able to access opportunities, including those who have already left full-time education. Introduced last September, just published to the Department, show that there are now almost 2,000 apprentices aged 25 and above on the Apprenticeship NI programme, and that is very good news. All age apprenticeships create opportunities for people at different stages of life to learn, upskill or reskill. And for people who want to change career or to rejoin the labour force in a new area, they can do so without taking on student debt, which is an important factor in all of this. However, our levels of lifelong learning are low, and we must explore the role of the Department in support and training for wider ages in more flexible ways. The Government has its own role to play through public sector apprenticeships, and that has been referred to by a number of speakers as well. There are many apprenticeships already being delivered in public sector areas such as civil engineering, IT and operational delivery. The existing nursing HLA is an example of partnership approach between my department and the Department of Health, which I want to see more of. And again, I think that speaks to a point a number of speakers made about cross-departmental working in relation to these matters, including critically with the Department of Education. I've already had a conversation with the Education Minister in relation to that, and I think there will be more opportunities for that cross-departmental collaboration in the time ahead. In the absence of being able to directly fund public sector apprenticeships, my department has been supporting those public sector bodies who want to develop apprenticeships by sharing knowledge, experience and networks. Apprenticeships can and should provide an effective route for social inclusion, creating pathways to education and future careers through employment, but we can do better. Our apprenticeships are heavily male. I think it answers the point that Eastwood made. Dominated, less than 30% of apprentices being female. So I want to see more women in STEM apprenticeships in high-value jobs, as well as across the full range of sectors and types of employment. We anticipate that the further benefit of all-age apprenticeships will be to get better gender balance, and I look forward to seeing the evidence in relation to this. Again, we also know our disability employment gap is significant, and employers missing out on talent and individuals not able to access opportunities. So I want to ensure that apprenticeships are inclusive by design, strengthen our workforce and tackling inequality. The return on our investment in apprenticeships should benefit people and businesses in every town and village across the north. I want to ensure that communities are connected into the apprenticeship system and that information is readily available and businesses are well supported to take their first steps into hiring apprentices. My department's careers advisors are at the forefront of communicating the opportunities and benefits of apprenticeships, not only to our young people in schools, but through the delivery of 50,000 interventions annually, but across all sections of our community. Careers advisors have undertaken 20,000 interventions with adults in the past year and have a critical role in raising awareness of the apprenticeship pathway. I welcome the ambition within this motion around setting targets. My focus is on supporting employers to create high-quality apprenticeships and helping more people to access these opportunities. Some of the points, if I haven't managed to touch on them in my contribution already, there were, I say, we have dealt with the issue of there was quite a degree of unanimity, as I say, across the areas of ambitious targets, of the skills strategy itself, of the FE sector, of careers advice. The colleges themselves, I mean, the issue of Castlereagh campus was raised, and that is currently a matter for Belfast Met. We don't have a hands-on role in terms of devising its estate, but nonetheless we are conscious that we need more support into our FE sector, we need more usage. We have a very good FE sector and the potential of it to grow and to offer more opportunities for more people. So I want to see it expand and grow, and the people who work in it to be properly recompensed for that, and also to get people on the career, on the path in terms of equality of pay that they have argued for in terms of that progression along the lines of teaching, and I'm committed to doing that into the future. The other areas were as I say, some of them I have dealt with in relation to my own contribution. Mike Nesbitt had asked about the definition of a good job, and of course there are varying definitions, and that's why we have asked Dr. Lisa Wilson to help us in relation to good jobs. She's someone who has an expertise in the area, but to bring together all the available evidence. It's not about creating a definition which rigidly applies to it, but getting more understanding of the range of factors that go into good jobs. It's not simply about pay, it is about a range of opportunities and conditions attached to jobs, some of which is the ability of people to have representation in the workforce, which is something that has been reduced over the years. Padraig Delargy raised the issue of the cross-border apprenticeships, and I have to say that there is a significant degree of collaboration. I look forward. I've already spoken to Simon Harris, who's my counterpart in the Southern Government in relation to this matter, and the intention is very clearly that we work and continue the work has already begun to try and reduce the barriers to people, particularly living in the border areas, being able to access the education and the opportunities that they need. An apprentice currently in the north can work for a company in the south, and we are, as I say, working through some of the issues to make sure that there are no gaps in eligibility between officials and my department in the south. So there is a degree of collaboration work in regard to that. I'm very much looking forward to the formal reworking of the north-south arrangements, because I believe there's a lot of work that we can achieve in the time ahead in relation to that. There was a discussion in relation to the apprenticeship levy. I think it's just important to say that the apprenticeship levy is a reserve matter, and we don't know no remit in either paying or the allocation of funds that comes from it. We do provide £30 million a year from the department to support funding of apprenticeship training. The public sector does pay into the levy and does not have the recourse to funding here, and that is an issue that people have identified for some time. It needs to be addressed. It's not a satisfactory situation, to say the least. So Steve Aiken raised the issue of student cap and finances, and of course the question in relation to that will be how we fund universities if the cap is lifted and more people, how we, as everyone has accepted in terms of I think the first motion that the Assembly agreed, which was an acknowledgement that we're underfunded and that Treasury needs to work with us to address that issue of underfunding. So I would hope in that context that we can work on the issue of more students and indeed more apprenticeships in the time ahead. So Príomh Concorda, just once again thank all of the members for their contribution. As I say, I'm very heartened by the fact that there's a very strong sense that we're all on the same page in relation to that. I'm very much looking forward to working with the committee in trying to advance all of the issues that have been raised here today and try and make some progress and, as we've all suggested, have ambitious targets and ones that we intend to achieve over the course of this mandate.
I call David Honeyford to wind on the amendment. David, just to advise you've got 5 minutes.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just to declare an interest as well, I'm a shareholder in a business that has apprentices. I just thank the Minister for being here and everybody's contribution. I was going to name everybody through, but everybody is, I echo his comments. We're all kind of in agreement and we've had a really good discussion, which is brilliant. And obviously I support the motion on our Alliance amendment. We in Alliance want to see major change and reform of our skills delivery and giving people of all ages the opportunity to be better and to grow themselves, to enable our economy then to grow. To do that, we need to help more employers engage on the Apprenticeship and Skills programme. Recent figures show only 8% of businesses offer apprenticeships, and the number of businesses wanting to expand in this area is 4 times that figure. So we need fundamental structural change to be able to deliver, and we need that dedicated skills fund to help expand the apprenticeship provision. Working to help more employers is one practical example of how we can be on a path to delivery. Transformation of apprenticeships in our education system actually as a whole, rather than just the FE, which promotes apprenticeships and skills, is absolutely key. And Alliance firmly believe that transforming our education system is key to our economy. The two cannot and should not be seen in isolation. You can't have one without the other. Our historic model of educational need massively needs practical transformation, but also, and it's been referenced actually a few times about the attitude that we all have to apprenticeships and that model. This is key to grow the economy and the value, and I really want to stress that word value that we place on technical learning and apprenticeships alongside every other route of academic higher education is key. In the South, one thing to note, in the South they had regional technical colleges which have now merged, and they've transformed those into 5 technological universities. While we still largely rely on the same path, we've been doing the same thing over and over and getting the same results year after year broadly. I mean, there's a vital role for further education and increasing what they offer and to grow that, but to strengthen links with our small businesses and our industry to bring that change. But Northern Ireland doesn't have those technical universities, and I would ask is something the Minister could investigate and look at, because it's valuing both technical learning alongside academic. That academic route equally is vital in the value piece of what it's worth, of that learning's worth. In my business life, I've employed apprentices and declared that interest. And I want to tell you about one of those apprentices and explain why we need to change. He started late and he changed courses, but he went to a grammar school and he wasn't accepted back after his GCSEs to do A-levels. He wasn't offered any careers advice at all and was frankly dumped out by his school. Not knowing what he wanted to do, his mum basically insisted that he went to tech and enrolled on a course. He was on that course for a little while and he dropped out because it wasn't what he wanted to do. And he started to work for us for a bit and he was just labouring. But the condition that he came to work for us was that he got himself onto an apprenticeship at the next opportunity. And he was about 19 when he started that apprenticeship. And after the Christmas and the New Year, and I'll never forget, so he'd been there a few months. I asked him how he was getting on. So he was with us so many days a week and then he was in tech for 2. And I'll never forget what he said. This kid went to grammar school, right? And he said, I passed my first test. And he said that was the first time I'd ever passed an exam since the 11 plus. That is appalling. This kid was bright, he was a great worker, he's a reliable employee who ended up working for us for 6 years. But it wasn't until that point that he felt he is of any worth. And he's gone on to have a really good career. But I'm sorry, but an education system that only works for the most academic, where careers advice, and as a parent, my experience is simply a UCAS filling out form advice centre, that needs to be reformed. And I appreciate that what I'm saying branches between two ministries and the issues, but the issues need sorted out with both. And I would echo the call on the Minister to set ambitious targets for increasing Northern Ireland's apprenticeship offering that is in his control. And our aim must be to create opportunities for everyone to excel, with much more diversity and opportunity of all ages, providing a skilled workforce and using great apprenticeship opportunities that give us the ability to continue that learning journey. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David, and call Gary Middleton to wind on the motion. Gary, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad that Mr Honeyford didn't summarise all the members, because that's what I plan to do over the next number of minutes. But I do think it is worthwhile to summarise on what has been, I think we all agree, a very positive debate on the motion and the amendment, and it's something, no doubt, that we can take heart in going forward. Just a few remarks of my own, just to begin, that it is imperative, I believe, that we do invest in programmes that empower our citizens with the skills and the knowledge that they need to succeed in the workforce. Apprenticeships, with their unique blend in terms of academic and practical training, play a pivotal role in achieving this goal. From an economic standpoint, apprenticeships provide a vital pipeline of skilled workers for industries that are facing labour shortages. By partnering with businesses and training partners, apprenticeships ensure that individuals acquire the specific skills that employers are seeking. I also very much support apprenticeships on the basis that they promote social inclusion and provide opportunities for people from all backgrounds to succeed. Indeed, to fully deliver inclusivity of our apprenticeships offering, we must address the gender gap as well, which exists. A recent Northern Ireland Affairs Committee inquiry into the investment in Northern Ireland heard evidence that women are poorly represented in apprenticeships, and specifically in STEM jobs as well. So it is crucial that the Department, in going forward and in delivering the skills strategy, tackles the factors which have led to some of the apprenticeship initiatives becoming male-dominated. But of course, there's no doubt that more needs to be done to improve entry routes and career progression right across the public sector as well. I want to take the opportunity, obviously, to thank the Minister for being here and for participating in this debate and listening to the many contributions which have come forward over this past hour or so. My colleague Philip Brett obviously moved the motion and welcomed and accepted the amendment. He welcomed the economic vision set out by the Minister in terms of good jobs, but also recognised the 10X strategy and the endorsement that has from businesses and economic leaders in terms of going forward and trying to bridge the skills gap as well. He, of course, assured the Minister of the DUP support in terms of addressing the issue. He also spoke strongly about North Belfast, and we'll forgive him for that, considering he hears about the North West at every opportunity. But he has been a very strong advocate for North Belfast, and he spoke of the many organisations within his particular constituency who work in supporting apprenticeships. And I think it is important that from all of our constituency perspectives, we recognise that great work that has been done. We don't disregard that, we appreciate it, but there's more that can be done. And finally, he did sum up around the need for joined-up thinking, a wraparound service in terms of careers advice as well. Saoirse Eastwood welcomed the motion and the amendment, and a particular amendment which focuses on education. She spoke about education and skills being a passport for life, and that apprenticeships very much offer an opportunity and a gateway in going forward, but also highlighted the fact that apprenticeships participation remains the lowest in Northern Ireland in terms of a UK-wide basis. Saoirse also spoke about the loss of EU funding and the impact that has had in terms of apprenticeships, but also recognised that there's financial difficulties across government departments, and we're all alive to that fact. But of course, we have to ensure that we do invest for the future as well. there were so many other points. One of the common themes that we've heard from Saoirse and others was around the issue of careers advice, the need to empower people as well in terms of going forward. The apprenticeship levy was mentioned alongside the acceptance that Northern Ireland is made up of SMEs and we must support them with apprenticeship development. Mr McGuigan, Philip, he spoke on the Minister's economic vision, again highlighted the loss of EU funding and the inadequacy from his point of view in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund and the gap that has left in terms of going forward. He also highlighted the benefits of nursing apprenticeships to the sector, but also the green sector and the energy strategy in terms of the potential for additional jobs to be created. Mike Nesbitt highlighted the importance of the Skills Fund and his party's support in that regard. Also highlighted some of the best practice across Scotland and the Republic of Ireland as well, and highlighted the Democracy at Work event which happened here in Parliament buildings earlier on today. Highlighted one of the debates at the Economy Committee in terms of what it means to have a good job, and from his perspective, that is in terms of a job that a person takes pride in, a job that society values, and a job that the employer rewards appropriately. And no doubt we will come back to that as we continue to work through the economic vision in the Economy Committee. Sinead McLaughlin highlighted that apprenticeships were fundamental in terms of driving forward economic growth and also bringing people back into the labour market as well. Once again highlighted the issue of EU funding and we need to find ways of making up lost ground. Highlighted manufacturing NI and Stephen Kelly's comments in terms of the availability of labour and the shortage within particular sectors as well. Also highlighted the need for finding a balance between the further and higher education sectors and investing where the need is greatest in terms of regional imbalance. Padraig Delargy spoke in terms of his engagement with local businesses, Terex and Newprint, some of the concerns that we've all heard in terms of removing barriers to apprenticeships, age, gender, qualifications, and then highlighted some specific challenges which the Minister has responded to in terms of North-South relations, the impact of apprenticeships within border communities, careers guidance and nursing as well, the particular challenges that exist there. My colleague Johnny Buckley positively spoke about apprenticeships, the need to celebrate and recognise the value that they have on society. He also spoke of his personal experience, and we do have sympathy with him in terms of having to sit down with our colleague Keith Buchanan at the time. But it highlights, I think, the example that apprenticeships come from all walks of life and all backgrounds, and it's something that we very much should celebrate as well. He also paid tribute to the previous economy ministers, Gordon Lyons and Diane Dodds, in terms of what they did to progress apprenticeships as well, and I think it's important that we do put that in record. Coming near the end, Stuart Dixon, chair of the All-Party Group on Social Enterprise, spoke of the transformative power of apprenticeships, the need for a dedicated skills fund, the wide-ranging benefits of apprenticeships on that particular sector. And Steve Aiken, in terms of the APG chair of STEM, highlighted some of the frustrations around student cap, the impact that has on various sectors, the apprenticeship levy, and indeed the process of how we improve that as well. And finally, obviously, the Minister spoke about his economic vision and the 4 priority areas in response to that, and answered a number of queries across the chamber, and Mr Honeyford summed up. I think that, and summing up, Madam Speaker, I think that it's been a very encouraging debate. I think the tone has been set in terms of how we'll go forward in addressing a number of these issues and challenges. I think that this will only be addressed by working collaboratively across all sectors. It's too big an issue to try and score political points. I think this is something that we can really make a difference in the short time that we have in this remaining mandate. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and obviously we commend the motion and the amendment to the House.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Saoirse Eastwood, David Honeyford and Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? The ayes have it. So the other question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any noes? Did you? No, right, okay, the ayes have it. So, so that concludes this item of business. I just want to invite members just to take their ease until we change the top table. Thank you.
Item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Nicola Brogan to raise the matter of delivery of the A5. I call Nicola Brogan, and you have up to 15 minutes.
I'd like to begin by welcoming the opportunity to bring forward this adjournment debate on the delivery of the A5 road upgrade. And I'd like to thank the Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd for being here and for his ongoing commitment to the delivery of the A5 project. The A5 road upgrade is a hugely important issue for the people of West Tyrone and indeed for the people right across the north west of Ireland. Is without doubt the topic that I'm most often asked about from people in my constituency who really do want to see the road developed. So I'm really glad I am able to be here today and to bring it to the floor of the Assembly, and I will continue to raise it until we do see its full delivery. The upgrade of the A5 road network offers wonderful opportunities for the entire north west of Ireland. The A5 will improve connectivity to the region, it will boost economic growth and business development in the area, and it will mean that local people have better access to opportunities like education, training and employment. As I say, these are wonderful opportunities and really are important developments for the area. However, for me and for many people in West Tyrone, the most important reason for the upgrade of this road is to make it safer and to protect lives. I brought an adjournment debate about the safety of the A5 to the Assembly in January 2022. That was following the death of 3 young men who lost their lives on this road over Christmas 2021. I'm sorry and saddened to say that since then this road has taken even more lives. We know that more than 50 people have been killed on this road since 2006, and it's a heartbreaking reality that until the A5 is upgraded and made safe for users, it will continue to take lives. These tragic losses are completely devastating for families and communities. We heard about the impact of these losses during the recent public inquiry into the A5 road scheme. Families of those who lost loved ones on the A5 shared very powerful and moving testimonies about their losses, and it really illustrated the reality that people face because of the dangers of this road and the importance of having the scheme completed. I would again like to thank the families for their powerful and poignant contributions to the public inquiry. They've shown great strength and dignity through some very difficult times. It is unfortunate that due to legal challenges by a small minority, there has been significant delays to this project. and I join others, including the Infrastructure Minister, in urging these objectors to reconsider their continuing legal challenges and to instead consider how deadly this road is, and to think of the many lives that have been lost and the many people and communities that have been left devastated by the death of loved ones, because this road simply is not fit for purpose as it is now. Concorla, I welcome the commitment from Michelle O'Neill in her inaugural address as First Minister that the delivery of the A5 road upgrade is a strategic priority for the new established executive. And I welcome the Infrastructure Minister's commitment and determination to progress the road and to make its delivery a priority. I also was really pleased to hear that the Irish Government, their announcement last week that they'll provide €600 million towards the A5 project too. Concorla, it is hugely important that we come together and work to ensure that this project is completed, and we cannot accept any more delays to the A5. I look forward to working with the Executive and my colleagues across the House to ensure that the A5 project is completed.
Thank you. I call Militia McHugh.
I've got to ask Concorla. For 30 odd years, I think I travelled on the A5 from Castlederg to Derry. It was on that road that day and daily I was just in one queue of traffic after another. And there was no doubt just how inadequate it was as an arterial route from Dublin to Derry, or from Belfast to Derry, and into Donegal as well. And yet in all, we were faced there continuously, as I say, with long queues of traffic, that where motorists became more and more frustrated day and daily, that it wasn't by any surprise that we had numerous accidents on that stretch of road. Accidents that where many have lost their lives and where others were seriously injured in that as well too. And I would just like to again to acknowledge, in fact, the part that was played by families, in particular of those who were bereaved, and the way that they have continued to highlight that whole issue about the A5 and its need for improvement. After, we'll say, 30 years travelling from Strabane to Derry, I then embarked on the journey from Strabane to Belfast when I became an MLA. The same road, going in a different direction, but with exactly the same problem. Exactly the same problem. A road that is totally inadequate for the amount of traffic that travels on it. And I keep asking myself the question, why? This being the arterial route to Derry, Donegal, Tyrone and Fermanagh. And we know ourselves that that road needs improvement in order to create the infrastructure there that will allow that same area of the northwest to be net contributors to the Irish economy. And whenever I use that term, the Irish economy, I'm talking about the economy throughout the whole of this island, which we all will benefit from. I think that it is without doubt that it is now time that we did step up to the plate and ensure that this particular road is delivered. Now, up until now, we've had objections that have been there as obstacles to the delivery of the A5. And it's about time that now we confronted all of those issues that objectors would have raised. And I'm not arguing whether or not they had the right to raise them one way or the other, but I do think that in some cases that we have to ensure that we're well prepared for this type of objection now coming forward. Can I even note too, I remember one objector that I did talk to about this at the time, and he had said to me, well, you know, it's not the road that needs to improve there, it's the drivers. He was putting the whole idea of people losing their lives or accidents as a result of careless drivers. I pointed out to him in the case of the A4, which was at one stage the most notorious road on the island of Ireland, but that having created a dual carriageway, that the statistics of accident and death on that road had changed dramatically. And I believe the same thing will happen in relation to the A5 as well. I think it's time now that that nettle was grasped in every sense of the word, and we have to ensure of its delivery. Its delivery for the health of the people who live in that area, its delivery for the economy of the northwest in every respect, and its delivery that will ensure that this part of the island is as well catered for as the rest of the island. And what I mean about that is the rest of the island. Only this weekend I travelled from Castlederg to Dublin, from Dublin to Killarney, from Killarney back up the west coast again. And on every single part of that journey, I was travelling on motorway that was safe and sound for those that were on the motorway. And if it wasn't motorway, in some areas it was dual carriageway. And I asked myself the question, why is it that in the rest of this island they can develop an infrastructure such as that we all know now, that has created an economy that is one of the richest countries in Europe, and yet now we here in the northwest find ourselves totally deprived of that kind of infrastructure that we need to ensure that we too are a net contributor to the greater economy of this island.
Thank you. And I'm pointing out now, which I should have done before, that all members have 5 minutes to speak. And I'm calling Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for West Tyrone, Nicola Brogan, for bringing forward this adjournment debate in relation to the A5. The construction of the A5 is one which we can all agree is much needed. This isn't just about a road for better connectivity, this is about safety for people that travel on that road, and we're all very cognisant of that fact today in this chamber. Sadly, across the nearly 60 miles in length of the A5, there's been many fatalities and countless people severely injured, and so many more near misses. Homes have been broken and shattered with grief. In July 2007, the Executive agreed to move forward with a plan on the A5, and since then there have been a number of consultations, legal challenges and reports. And I understand the right to challenge proposals, and I recognise that for some people, in particular farmers, the need to ensure that they are properly compensated for the land they own, and it's important to recognise that today. However, it's equally important that we collectively sympathise and pay tribute to all the lives lost, and I cannot begin to imagine the grief of those families who are suffering today. I as well drive the road. Auchnacolloy to Ballygolly is a well-known part of the road for me, and it's obviously situated within my constituency, and it is an extremely dangerous part of the road. And we do have to acknowledge that there are drivers who take chances, and I was glad that the Infrastructure Minister today in question time did reference about the need to ensure road safety, because there are people who take chances, and that's not acceptable either, and we have to tackle some of the ignorance that happens on our roads. Whilst we can't not put a price on someone's life, there's also the cost of the project, and it is a matter of discussion. Money from the Irish Government was very welcome recently, and the funding announcement was a promise that was first made in June 2007 to the Northern Ireland Executive, then led by Dr Ian Paisley. And whilst the overall cost of the cross-border project has significantly increased over the years, I welcome the decision taken by the Irish Government to restore their funding commitment, which they couldn't honour until now due to the financial crash in the Republic of Ireland. Whilst we welcome that support for genuine cross-border projects, we must demonstrate the mutual benefit to Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. And it's also not just the job and the responsibility of the Republic of Ireland's government to provide financial support for provision of public services, but it's also incumbent upon our executive and working with the UK government in terms of ensuring we have proper money for infrastructure. So whilst the increasing cost of the project, as I've pointed to, with any new road infrastructure, it is critical that we ensure there's a high degree of collaboration. We look forward to seeing the report as well in terms of the local landowners and communities and businesses which fed into the public consultation. So therefore, with that being said, I hope we can move forward, because whenever I drive on that road, you are literally praying behind the steering wheel, and that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be for anybody driving on that road that they're concerned for their safety. It shouldn't be that we worry about near misses happening, and there are parts of that road that are extremely dangerous to drive on. So I thank the member again for bringing forward her adjournment debate today. It is a very vital and important part of our infrastructure here in Northern Ireland. So yes, whilst this road will provide better connectivity, most importantly, I hope this road will deliver a safer way to travel for the people that drive on it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Declan McAleer.
It's great to have I'm glad to have this debate here this evening, and it's great to have the Minister here and indeed the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee here as well, and I welcome her comments and the comments made so far to this debate. And you know, it goes without saying I heartily support the call for the construction of this new A5 dual carriageway. And you know, I participated and sat through the public inquiry last June, and have to say the most harrowing evidence and compelling evidence for that new road was the stories of the loved ones, the parents, sisters, the brothers, the nieces, nephews of all of the people who have lost their lives on that road. There's been far too many lives lost on that road, the most dangerous road in the country, and we must bring that to an end. And I want to pay tribute to the families who, despite their grief and their hardship, keep the campaign going, because it's them that really brings it home to light what we need. And we do need this A5 dual carriageway, and it has to be a dual carriageway. In November 2022, I tabled a question in FOE to the PSNI in relation to road deaths, and that was November 2022. And in the A4 road, before it was dualled, between 1998 and 2010, there's sadly 40 deaths on that road. And in the following 12 years on the A4 dual carriageway, there was sadly 2 deaths. 2 deaths is too many. But if we look at the differential rate of carnage, then it's huge. And you know, I'm certain there are many people who are still alive who would not be still alive had that A4 dual carriageway not be constructed. And as Militia McHugh said earlier, like, I'm 100% certain that we will see a safer route, more lives saved on the new A5 dual carriageway. So it's as I want to go back to the point that the dual carriageway is the only option. And I know there are people from alternatives who talk about online options, and I think it's important to point out that there are 1,300 individual lanes and little roads that are connected to the existing A5 dual carriageway. And as was said at a public meeting some years ago, every single one of those 1,300 roads and lanes are accidents waiting to happen. And it's that deadly interface between strategic traffic, which commuting between, say, Dublin and Derry or Donegal, with local people going to drop their children at the playgroup or go to school or go to mass or whatever. That's that deadly interface that is causing so many accidents. The offline is also much safer to construct. And this was pointed out very strongly, dual carriageway is much safer and much more durable as well for the long term. A new offline road, a new road properly built, would have more integrity, because the current A5 is crumbling, and you could just be putting good tar down top of bad tar because it will continue to crumble, and it's much safer for those who would be constructing. And also as well, in terms of the offline solution, the offline new dual carriageway would result in 8 properties being demolished, but any alternatives put forward suggest that at least 34 properties would be demolished. So in short, there'd be a bigger footprint of trying to develop an alternative solution to the A5 dual carriageway, because lanes have to be blocked and local roads have to be blocked and diverted, so the footprint would actually be bigger. Route consistency is a very important factor as well, and I drove recently from Dublin 140 miles to Limerick along the M7 and the M8, but if you drive 140 miles in the northwest from Dublin, you have the M1, you have single carriageway, you have 2+1, you have a bypass, an N2, and the notorious A5. So in conclusion, it makes more sense. There'll be less land take for a proper dual carriageway, less properties demolished, less reduced journey times, increased economic developments, and most importantly, more lives will be saved by the construction of the new A5 dual carriageway. I welcome the debate here today.
Thank you. I call Patrick Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and as it's my first time addressing you in the Chair, can I also congratulate you on your new position. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate as an Alliance Party infrastructure spokesperson and a member of that committee. Can I start by thanking the member for West Tyrone for bringing this to the Chamber, and I hope that this debate will contribute to a renewed sense of momentum behind this important major roads project. There's a lot we could say about this scheme and its benefits to the area and to the major towns of Omagh and Strabane, but perhaps the most important factor to reflect on here today is that since the original plans for this road were first launched in 2007, almost 50 people have died on what is one of the most dangerous roads on these islands. The A5 serves an enormous number of side roads, houses, farms and other accesses. These many junctions, combined with increased vehicular traffic in recent decades, is the main reason why this road is so dangerous and why we must deliver an alternative. In 1 year alone, between October 2021 and 22, 10 people tragically lost their lives on the A5, and the road accounts for 11% of all road deaths in Northern Ireland. Yet it is the main road linking Donegal with Dublin, as well as Derry, Omagh and Strabane, carrying over 17,000 vehicles per day. This route is a crucial part of our infrastructure, our economy and north-south connectivity, yet it is a single carriageway road for most of its 58-mile length, with just a few overtaking lanes. Simply focusing on minor mitigation schemes will not do enough to secure road safety on the A5. Such works, as have been the practice to date, are only a sticking plaster. And whilst we know the cost of this scheme is significant at as much as £1.6 billion, it is also vital for the safety of road users that we deliver it, the largest roads project in the history of Northern Ireland. We have seen the inflation of capital build projects of other projects, the inflation of capital build costs of other projects make the headlines in recent days, and this serves as a lesson that where we have crucial infrastructure to build, time is of the essence in case costs spiral even further upwards. Consider, for example, that this project was estimated to cost £800 million in 2007. Now that we have the welcome commitment from the Irish Government to provide €600 million towards the cost, it is on the Executive to come up with a plan for its delivery, which may include asking the Irish Government to meet their original commitment to funding half the project, given their current contribution equates to roughly a third of the total cost. Whilst a phased approach may undermine the cost-benefit analysis informing the business case, it would make perhaps most sense to focus on the sections linking Derry and Strabane and Omagh to Ballygawley, given how highly these stretches figure in fatality statistics. The economic ripple effect of this project in both Strabane and Omagh would be huge and breathe new life into these important but often forgotten towns. And given the improved linkages it would also create with the cities of Derry, Belfast and Dublin. I'd like to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, by recognising those who have campaigned tirelessly over many years to make these plans a reality, particularly the A5 Enough is Enough campaign and its founders, Tyrone, GAA, and indeed all of the families who have lost someone on the A5. I also want to recognise the broad cross-party support for this scheme and indeed the efforts of our local councillor in Omagh, Stephen Donnelly, who has been working hard to see it progress. I hope all parties will come together at the Executive to finally see this project funded and delivered.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, and while many adjournment debates have a narrow constituency focus, and the A5 runs through the heart of the proposer, Ms Brogan's constituency, it's fair to say that the negative impact associated with the A5 has been felt much wider, and the benefits of the improved new A5 will be enjoyed right across the northwest in my own constituency of Foyle and beyond. The A5 is one of 5 key transport corridors on the island, and the significant recent funding commitment from the Irish Government is hugely welcome. I hope this announcement will see movement for this long-awaited and continuously delayed project. This £600 million investment was made possible thanks to the unwavering fortitude of campaigners, including, as has been mentioned, families of victims lost to this treacherous route, and political perseverance across this chamber. But it would be remiss of me, and I wouldn't be forgiven for now if I don't mention my party colleague Daniel McCrossan, who has been a huge champion for this project and managed to keep it collectively on the agenda of governments both sides of the border. The winding northwest corridor in the heart of rural Tyrone has earned its title as the most dangerous road on the island. The deadly nature of the A5 is ingrained in the collective consciousness. For many, the fight to change that perception and tragic reality has been wrought with difficulty. We've heard a bit this afternoon about the history of the project. In terms of that, it was included in the 4th National Development Plan by the Dublin Government, down largely, I have to say, and it can be proved, to the lobbying of the SDLP at the time. Indeed, its inclusion and priority in that programme was challenged by Peter Robinson, who claimed that it would be sectarian to prioritise a project in the West. He pushed then for the inclusion of the Belfast-Larne dualling, and that was ultimately included as well. Now it's been open nearly 10 years and we still haven't seen a sod turned on the A5. The executive granted approval for despite the executive granting approval for the A5 in 2007. In this case, the intervening, now decades-long dysfunction and delay haven't just resulted in disillusionment, but perhaps played a part in the devastating loss of so many lives. Many more people have suffered serious injury, and countless families have been devastated by the trauma of loss. And while there are many causation factors in road traffic collisions, we cannot deny that this extremely dangerous road is a massive contributing factor to the high number of road deaths. Nor can we deny, and I've mentioned it already, the role of the valiant and steadfast campaigners, the bereaved families, and I'd like to pay tribute, as others have, to all those who have turned their grief into power, the power to deliver change and ensure that no one should experience the same heartbreak, avoidable heartbreak, that they have. When completed, the new road will stand as a lasting testament to the love and dedication that they hold for their loved ones. The upgrade of the A5 won't only improve safety, but will bring significant economic opportunities, attracting much needed jobs and investment for the entire North West region, for the people of Tyrone, for the people of Derry and Donegal. Now we need the Ministers for Finance and Infrastructure to get on with the delivery. I appreciate the process the Minister has to go through. I appreciate how careful he has to go through it. There's been many a slip twixt cup and lip. We are nearly there, but we look forward to getting to the starting point. We look forward to getting the job done, and we call on the Minister and will support the Minister to do so.
Thank you, and I now call Colm Gildernew.
John Corlia, and I want to thank Nicola for bringing this very important debate back to this chamber again today. And reflecting on some of the things that have already been said, I have to say that where I live is close to Auchnacloy, and a large part of the A5 runs from Kelly's Inn right down through that section of Fermanagh South Tyrone. However, where I live is 90 miles from Dublin Airport and is 60 miles from Derry. I can be in Dublin Airport in the same time that I can be in Derry, and I can be there safely with the vast majority of the road when I turn south and drive south, either a 2+1 or motorway. And the impact of that is that starves our area of investment. When companies reach a certain size, they have to go elsewhere to get the infrastructure. So over many decades, that has actually restricted what is a hugely entrepreneurial area. The other issue that I want to raise here in particular today, again, is related to the Auchnacloy section, because All of the A5 traffic on that strategic arterial route that Marlisa mentioned goes through the town of Auchnacloy. And what it results in is that literally at virtually any time of the day, if anyone wants to cross the main street in Auchnacloy, the traffic on the A5 both ways has to voluntarily stop to allow them to cross. The one crossing that's in the town is some distance from where the shops are, from where buses travelling up and down the length of Ireland, plus local school buses drop off, the shops and all of that. And literally people are dependent, in particular older people and younger people, are hugely vulnerable to not only that traffic not stopping, but when the traffic stops, somebody else in frustration coming around and undercutting the inside and going through. It's an absolute disaster waiting to happen. And that is the same with the entire stretch of the A5. Every couple of days on our WhatsApp groups at home, we'll get a message saying avoid a certain section of it. There's a car on its roof, there's a car over the hedge or whatever. On the day of the inquiry itself, the day that I gave evidence to the inquiry, travelling up to the inquiry, I almost collided into the back of another car. And that happened as a result of what Declan mentioned, all the small entrances. A car was making a right turn. There was a line of traffic, maybe half a mile of traffic. Every one of those cars had to brake slightly more hard to get stopped, and it virtually finished up in a pile-up. So these incidents are going on all the time. It's only a matter of time till there's another serious incident in that. I do want to acknowledge the work that the Enough is Enough and the GA community have brought to this. And it was a very poignant evening, the first night they launched in Garvahe. The very first, and they had listed all the GA members and their clubs, the very first of which on that board was Mickey O'Neill from our own club and from the town of Auchnacloy, a very close friend of my own brother, Rory. We were starting at a football game when we got word that Mickey, on his way up to the game, had been killed on the A5. And that has gone on repeatedly and will continue to go on. So I want to finish by just pleading with those people who have objected to this road. Please consider the impact of your objections. Please allow this road to be developed and to allow people in our constituencies and in our communities to have the same level of access to safe road travel as other people.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, I also welcome this important discussion in the Chamber here today on the A5 road and the absolute need to upgrade it. The A5, as we all know, is a key route which connects the North West, and in particular the constituency of Foyle and West Tyrone constituency in which I reside, to the rest of the island. It has major economic benefits that can help create jobs, attract investment, cut down journey times and help unleash the area's full potential, as we've heard from many speakers here this evening. But most importantly, this is an issue of safety and of saving lives and upgrading one of the most dangerous roads anywhere on this island. The A5 has seen, as we've all seen, scenes of heartbreak and tragedy for too many families, some of which I would personally know myself. Too many mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters have been left in mourning because of the deaths on this road, and that must change. Years and years of objections have delayed work starting on this project. My home backs on to the A5, so I have been quite closely involved during the whole consultation process. And that's gone on 20 plus years, and I've went to consultations in the Fir Trees Hotel. We've seen the different scenarios. It's really, really pertinent that 20 years on now, we must move. It has been frustrating, but there can be no more delays. The objections must end. So, like all of us, we want to welcome the announcement of the 600 million by the Irish Government for this project and the ongoing commitment from our Minister, John O'Dowd, to deliver the A5. Everyone that I speak to, and like everyone here this evening that speak to our local businesses, our constituents and others, understand the major benefits of delivering the A5 and the opportunities that it will open up for everyone. Huge progress is now being made. And just once again before I conclude, likewise I would like to pay tribute to all those families, particularly those that have been bereaved over the years, who have campaigned, who have attended the inquiry to get us to this stage, and particularly the Enough campaign that took place quite recently. We need to continue to work together, and it's heartening today in this chamber having both the Minister and the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, and it's all united here together to ensure that the A5 is built, is delivered, and we can transform this road and our neighbours and communities for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. And I call now for the Minister for Infrastructure, John O'Dowd, to respond.
Thank you, Lascan Cordia. First of all, I would like to thank Nicola Brogan, MLA, for instigating this debate on the delivery of the A5 dual carriageway. I have listened with interest to the comments and issues raised by members, and it's clear that the delivery of the A5 project is of huge importance for members, as it is for me as Minister for Infrastructure. I have made clear on many occasions my commitment to taking this project forward in accordance with the statutory procedures. As members have pointed out, with over 50 fatalities along the existing A5 since 2006, which is a staggering, depressing figure, I have to say, the dangers to the users of the current A5 are evident for all to see and have caused heartbreak to too many family homes. Clearly, a new dual carriageway can significantly reduce collisions. By the physical separation of vehicles travelling in opposite directions, by facilitating safe overtaking for the entire 85-kilometre length of the new dual carriageway, by enabling vehicles to travel at a consistent and safe speed, by minimising manoeuvres at busy junctions and side roads, by separating strategic long-distance journeys from those on local trips, and providing significant relief to the many towns, villages, as Colm has pointed out, even in terms of the impact on Knocknacloy, and hamlets along the existing road, which will no longer have to endure the burden of constant heavy traffic volumes through the heart of the local communities and local facilities such as schools and shops that adjoin the existing road. An example, if one is needed, and has been mentioned by several members, is the provision of the dual carriageway on the adjoining A4 between Dungannon and Ballygolly. The notorious road had 37 fatalities in 10 years, and the new dual carriageway was opened in 2010. With every fatality is, of course, regrettable. There has been just 2 since the opening of the A4. I had a conversation recently with a farmer who lost land as a result of the A4 scheme. And he told me at the time that when the A4 was being proposed, he was deeply frustrated and indeed angry that he was to lose land, because I know the connection between farmers and their land. He also had a business which was severely disrupted as a result of it. He is now proud that he contributed to the safety features of the A4. He has since rebuilt his business, and he said to me, John, tell anyone who has concerns to come and talk to me. He says, because I am proud to be able to say I helped save people's lives on the A4. The A5 is a similar example. However, while improving road safety has always been and remains one of the key objectives of the new road, it is not the only one. The new dual carriageway is also of significant strategic importance to the North West region and our wider island, as several members have pointed out, helping to tackle regional imbalance, improving the economy, job prospects and prosperity, and connecting communities. I share the frustrations expressed by members in the length of time it has taken to get this transformative project through the statutory processes. My department and I must nevertheless follow due process and apply due diligence. As the House will be aware, the A5 dualling project is an executive flagship project, and its origins are in the Synonage Agreement agreed through the North-South and agreed through the North-South Ministerial Council in 2007. As a project to deliver 85 kilometres of new dual carriageway between new buildings and the border at Knocknacloy, it is significant and an ambitious project by any standards, and the biggest roads project ever to be undertaken here. My department must comply with the statutory procedures governing the construction, improvements and acquisition of land for trunk roads, as contained within the Roads Order NI 1993. Members will know the history of the project, but just for the record, following the first public inquiry in 2011, the statutory orders to allow the A5 to proceed were made in 2012, but subsequently challenged by the Alternative A5 Alliance, a group which is opposed to the new road from the outset. This challenge led to the squashing of the statutory orders in April 2013, and it was judged that the Department had not fully met its obligations under the Habitats regulations. This ruling was unprecedented and set a new compliance benchmark in the development of all major infrastructure schemes from that point onwards. Lessons were learned from this ruling, and further developments worked to address the deficiency followed, leading to the publication of and consultation on a new environmental statement and draft statutory orders in February 2016. With almost 1,000 representations made, a public inquiry was deemed necessary, and the second inquiry took place in the latter half of 2016. The Planning Appeals Commission report from that inquiry was revived by the Department in May 2017, received by the Department in May 2017, advised that the project should proceed. In the absence of a Minister, a formal decision to proceed was made in November 2017 by the then Permanent Secretary of the Department. The decision, if unchallenged, would have represented the completion of the statutory procedures and would have allowed the project to move to the construction phase. However, the decision was again legally challenged by the A5 Alliance in December 2017. 10 grounds of challenge were listed, including the powers for the Permanent Secretary to make the decision in the absence of a Minister. Having given careful consideration to the relevant Court of Appeals decision made during 2018 in Buick, as well as the provisions of the Executive Formation and Exercise of Functions Act 2018, legal advice that provided to the Department officials indicated a high likelihood that the Permanent Secretary's decision would be quashed. It was concluded that it was not therefore in the public interest to continue defending the legal challenge, and consequently the decision to proceed was quashed, taking effect from the 16th of November 2018. The quashing of this decision essentially took the project back to February 2016 position, effectively knocking it back 3 years. Since November 2018, the Department is carrying out work to enable a decision by a new Minister. It's a requirement when assessing environmental impacts that decisions must be based on up-to-date environmental information. With this in mind, updated environmental information in the form of an environmental statement addendum was published for consultation in March 2019. By necessary, this information continued to relate to the base data contained in the original environmental statement of 2016. It's important to note that with the passage of time, new and updated environmental standards are being continuously introduced through legislation and other technical gains, and this can present a risk of challenge. With the 264 representations made to the 2019 consultation exercise, the Department concluded that a further public inquiry would be necessary, and the third inquiry took place over 7 days in February and March 2020. In September 2020, my department received an interim report from the PAC on its findings from the inquiry, not a final report, as would be normal procedure. It contained 2 key recommendations in relation to the need for further assessments on flood risks and scheme alternatives. The PAC recommended these assessments be incorporated into further addendums to the environmental statement and made available for further public consultation. The PAC therefore adjourned the inquiry, indicating that it could be reconvened when the Department has taken these steps. An interim departmental statement issued in March 2021, DFI accepted the recommendations relating to flood and risk alternatives. This led to the publication and consultation on further environmental statement in March 2022 and the release of information for consultation in November 22 and January 23. The 2020 public inquiry was then reconvened in May 23, concluding in early June, and be aware that many members of the public also attended, including grieving families. The Planning Appeals Commission, who administered the public inquiry, issued their final advisory report to the Department on the 31st of October 2023. I have been fully briefed on the current progress and upon the advisory recommendations of the PAC. Work remains ongoing in considering those recommendations, and I hope to be able to make an announcement on the project in the coming months. And in relation to Ms Erskine's comments, when I make my announcement, I will also publish the PAC report at the same time. When I make my announcement on the Executive Flagship Project, I will do so in accordance with the relevant statutory procedures and on the basis of all of the evidence, representations and advice which I have received from my officials, from statutory agencies north and south, from members of the public and from other bodies which have participated in the process to date. Subject to the completion of all necessary statutory process and environmental assessments, as I've outlined above, the construction of the project could begin late in this year. I should also point out, however, that major projects such as the A5 are inherently complex and can become vulnerable to legal challenge. I would appeal to those people who have been behind the previous legal challenges to think carefully about their actions, and to think also about the greater good of our society as a whole, and of our communities and future generations in getting a safe road in place that serves the needs of all road users. In closing, Las Concordia, I want to thank Nicola again for bringing this forward. I also want to note and welcome the support of all members who have spoken to the construction of the A5. I can assure members of my commitment and that of my department to progress this project in accordance with the statutory procedures as far as possible to reach a decision within the shortest time frame reasonably possible. In conclusion, I also want to commend those grieving families who have made their voices heard in relation to the A5 and, despite their grief, have championed the cause of improved road safety for all those users of the A5. Thank you.
Thank the Minister for that response. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.